Hey all, thanks for being here. it's fine. Thanks for being here. Change the topic. Is it good about the bands rolling out? Want bigger boobs. Talon, I don't know what you're talking about. Could you rephrase that? I don't. Sense doesn't make sense. If you could rephrase what you're talking about, I don't understand. But thanks for being here. Thank you for being here. Bright on day. But anyway, thank you for being around, all of you. Anyone else who may be here if you're here. Yeah, we're gonna have a Reverie roundtable in just a second. Hey, this is the panel with white people on it, so they're here on time. Fantastic. Okay, let's go. Party started. There you go.
Okay.
Ask her. I can't.
Wait. What? Okay, hold on.
Can't.
Just tell me what she said. Tell me what she said.
Wait, you're saying she says something, and then I ask what she said, and you said you gotta ask her? Well,
yeah,
how do you know?
Listen, I don't want to misquote, or take anything out of context like the dishonest Dims do,
Oh yeah.
I want you to just hear it from the horse's mouth.
No, just give me your misquote then.
No, now you're calling her a horse.
This is a long video. It's a 15-minute video. I'm not going to watch this whole thing.
Just skip to the part that's important. Anyway, fine. I'll find a shorter clip. Well, basically, long story short, she skipped a bunch of Catholic things for this dinner, and then the next day she told people at a rally that said Jesus is king. She kicked them out of the rally and said, "This is you at the wrong rally."
There's a lot of evidence. I mean, I didn't hear that. I heard these are all lies. Instead of Jesus as king. I feel like it's one of those situations where you don't know what was said because the audio's fucked up. Because it could sound like either. It's like, remember the fucking Laurel Yanny shit? It's kind of like that.
Anyway, hello, everyone here. You're doing well. I'm just waiting on two others. Hopefully they'll be here soon.
For once, Lactoid was on time.
Yeah, I know.
For once, fuck off.
It's because he's not wearing his FUBU.
I know.
Right? But hey, actually, Lactoid, I wanted to ask you something. Oh, okay, Ali's. I wanted to ask you about your views on the increasing financialization of our economy. It's something that's been on my mind a lot. Now, my understanding, you correct me if I'm wrong, that as a libertarian, you're not a fan of corporations, right?
Yeah.
And that's specifically because you think, well, one person should own property and not dispersed among many. Is that it?
No. It can be dispersed among people. I don't like corporations in the sense of you're going to create a separate legal entity to dodge liability. I think that if you do something, you should be held responsible, not this fiction that you've created on a piece of paper.
It wasn't me, it was the company.
Yeah, right. For example, let's say I made Lactoid LLC and then used Lactoid LLC to do a bunch of shady shit. It'd be ridiculous to say, well, it wasn't really Lactoid, it was Lactoid LLC.
I just made all the decisions and all that stuff.
Yeah. I was just an officer for the company. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Okay.
It's a creation of the state.
Moments where I'm going to have to agree with Lactoid.
Yeah,
oh boy.
It's a creation of the state in order to defend wealth, really is what it is.
Fake news. Corporations are people.
Well,
then they should be treated as people, and they should have liability and responsible for the decisions. That's what Lactoid is advocating for.
No, they're just businesses.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was the reason. But I'm loving it, Lactoid. I agree. That's wow, okay. But I really I
weren't expecting that one, were you? Huh?
No, I really wasn't.
Well, you should have. He's a socialist.
You should have expected that one, Brian. Yeah.
Okay. So then, so when it comes to the financialization of our economy, I'm talking about how we have markets that bet on um like the things that happen in the real economy, right? So we can have like we have the primary economy where we make things, right?
Mm.
Where we make things, we provide services directly to people, and we're like putting in value out to the real world. But then on top of that, right, we have, through the stock market or maybe through private exchanges, you have investors who are looking for returns, right, demanding like the numbers go up during quarterly reports, and how that affects like the real economy, the primary markets, with the decisions that are made, right, and like, hey, am I going to invest into the business, or am I going to like do a stock buyback, because that'll up the price. So like it's something that I've been thinking about, I mean, for a long time, really, but increasingly so the past few months. And I guess I wanted your libertarian view on that.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. Again, as long as everything's done consensually and everything's done in a way that you're like, a little bit redundant, but you're not like committing fraud. So, for example, I'm sure we've all, or most of us here, have seen The Big Short. It's a good movie. And one of the criticisms laid out in that movie was, look, you have all this betting that's happening on the subprime mortgage market, way more than there's actually money in the mortgages. And so then there's incentive for the credit agencies to lie about how good the mortgages are. So people overbet pretty easily, right? A little small percentage, but overall much more than the value of the actual mortgages, crash the whole housing market. The problem with that, in my opinion, is the fraud that was committed on behalf of the credit reporting agencies. If there was not that fraud, if the mortgages were I guess valued correctly, then you wouldn't have had 2008. Even if you had a subprime mortgage market, I just don't think that we should have fraud. So in terms of stock buybacks, creating risk pools, subprime mortgage tranches, I got
Shorting
no problem.
markets and all
Shorting
that.
markets, I got no problem with that. Again, as long as it's done transparently and as long as it's done consensually.
So, well, I think part of the problem is that, like, yeah, things aren't ever transparent. I think that without regulations, they're creating more complex financial instruments that aren't easy to examine and to understand, like, where the value is actually coming from, and how they operate. But they can sell them, as long as they can prove some sort of return, at least in the short term. Then they'll do so. But damn the consequences, which got us into 2000. One of the reasons why we got into 2008 financial crisis. But beyond that, like I'm seeing how these things affect the economy. Now, there's multiple ways, right? That's happening. I think the housing market's a great example, and for people of this demographic, video games I think are an excellent example. And that with video games, we see the practices where like games are built around the monetization strategy rather than like the artistry or just having fun, right? Like that's a thing that used to be the case with how video games. Okay, how we're gonna come up with a mechanic that we find interesting, right? And then we're gonna put this forth, and then we'll build like a whole game around. We'll come up with a story, do all that, right? And we'll say for our proposal, because you got to propose it to your boss, right? Like this is why our customers will find this enjoyable. Now this is how we can monetize this, right? And in fact, there was a person, he was an executive in video game industry, like an expert in that, right? And he talked about how like when they get these presentations now, like the first thing that they're talking about is their monetization, and they have their they have like a their CFO will come in and talk about like how do we monetize a specific product. It's completely different, and it's like
Can I?
degraded the. Well, let me finish. I would love to hear what you all have to say on this. And it's degraded the quality of games, right? For Ubisoft, we see this. I'm not sure if you're familiar with what's going on at Ubisoft. Ubisoft's a French company. Makes things like Assassin's Creed and other stuff. I don't remember, but Assassin's Creed is a big one right now. But like they used to be like an innovative company, right? But
Well,
because they got exposed to Wall Street, they became a public company and got exposed to Wall Street, and they're trying to make the numbers go up. Now, like their predatory monetization schemes are their games, right? That's what they do. That's what they put out there. And literally, one of their investors, because like they've been losing sales, one of their investors said, like, you need to take this company private. You need to do it because clearly the decisions you're making are for the next quarterly reports. And this is just one example of many. And we can even compare these guys against companies or billion companies that are private. Usually they're much smaller, right? But the products they're putting out and the products that are being put out by these private corporations are not aligning anymore in the way that they used to. Before it was just a difference of scale because public companies had more money, right? But now it's a difference in monetization methodology. Rather than just putting out products you just buy the one time, now it's a subscription service that we're all buying into, right? That like demands more and more of your time. And I have stuff to talk about the housing market as well, but like I want to hear what you all have to say first.
I want to push back on this a little bit because I think it's twofold. I think there is some criticism to be leveled at the video game industry in regards to this, like because this is a monetary model. However, there are exceptions to this that are like pretty blatant that really kind of disprove this as like a bad business model. And like I can look at things like I'm going to use three games I can think of off the top of my head. One is SWTOR, which is basically one of the originators of Star Wars: The Old Republic, which is originators of the subscription style gaming, and they do well even today. They're like almost a 15-year-old, 20-year-old game now, and they're still doing good because they have good story writers that go in there and write stuff. They listen to their fan base, they add stuff, and they're not mechanics based. Now, a better example that follows like exactly what you're describing would be Star Wars Galaxy Heroes, and I think Marvel Heroes too. They both followed. They actually built their mechanics to be this subscription or like monetization based. And now I've stopped playing Galaxy Heroes because it's too addicting. It's definitely too much of a money drain, and I don't even want to say how much money I spent on that game. But the point is, though, like they're very good at it. You're like, oh, I want to get this next character. Like they build this like casino style thing, and whether that's good or bad is a whole different debate. But the game itself is actually very good. Like I've like never played a mobile game that I thought like, oh, hey, I might stream this or something or play this, and like it's really good. Same thing with Marvel Heroes. I don't play Marvel Heroes, but it's a game that's very popular. It has the same mechanics as like Galaxy Heroes, and they basically you can tell that they design it. Hey, what's going to hook these people? But since they take the time to put out a quality product most of the time, they have like staying power, and I think that's one benefit to this model is that if you get a good game and you have it, then it stays, right? It'll stay for a long time, and you'll have like this Star Wars Old Republic kind of style game that lasts for 15, 20 years indefinitely, as opposed to like, like, I don't know, Mass Effect 1, which, after you play it, there's no more. What are you going to do with it?
My argument isn't that you can't make an interesting game in this fashion, right? I think that one, it's less likely. I think it's
because it gets woke. That's the problem. Ubisoft went woke and they failed. Like that's exactly. That's exactly.
Okay,
look at Concord.
I'm literally going to ignore that comment, right?
Because that's what's happening though in gaming.
Yeah,
because you're arguing is this subscription model, and it's not that. It's the wokeism that's invading gaming. Like they hate gamers.
They care more about
I'm 100% serious. Look at Ubisoft. Ubisoft's a great example. No, Ubisoft's a great example. You brought all right. They added a trans Odin to their thing for Valhalla. That's a terrible choice. They added, I don't even know what's going on with the samurai one, but Japan revolted against that. Like they're like, oh no, their games have gone downhill. We can look at other games. Concord was the same kind of thing. Why did it fail? They made every character intentionally woke, leftist, and ugly, and nobody wanted to play it. Like, but then what's the game with the hot chicks? What's the hot? No, it's not a meme. No, it's not a meme because look at the game with the hot chicks that just came out. That's done great. It was a Stellar Blade. Everybody was playing that. It's still got a massive thing. Look at 40K, the 40K game that just came out.
First of all, Stellar Blade doesn't even count for the games I'm talking about because Stellar Blade is just a complete package, right? For example, what I'm saying is a good game, a complete package you simply buy, and then you bought
the 40K game then. The new 40K game.
10 hours. I don't know the monetization strategy.
It's got season passes.
I don't know, and I don't think. I'm not sure exactly if I would say a season pass is the same exactly what I'm talking about. I think that like
they're similar.
There
for sure.
is more. I think there. Sean, let me not say anything about Warhammer 40K because I haven't played that.
Halo's another one that failed once they went woke.
I'll just leave that alone. Before I get on to let's go to Katja.
So, as somebody who is an obvious enjoyer of being woke, leftist, and ugly, I'm going to say that a big problem that I've been seeing is a lack of creativity, because when we're going off of what makes the most money, we're basically outsourcing the creativity from those who make it to the public. And the public generally isn't going to just all change their minds as a market to come up with the most cutting edge thing, the thing that they don't even know they want. So, like, a lot of this, what we're talking about, kind of just incentivizes companies to just do what's safe and take zero risks. And that kind of just locks us where we're at, right? For the most part. When, like, I mean, as somebody, I'm like, I write, and the same sort of thing has happened within books, where it seems like a lot of the stuff that's getting published is just the same stuff over and over again, the safest market crap over and over again. If something's too different, they go, I don't know, man. Publishers go, I don't know, man. And then that stuff kind of just stays to the background at best.
So yeah, I'm just gonna have to. I think I can talk about.
I mean, you brought up
wokeness.
indie games, Prime.
I didn't know that
Indie games are doing this very well. They're fighting back against wokeness, and their games are doing well.
Okay,
it's really a one-to-one ratio.
They are doing well, but they are doing well.
I wasn't prepared to talk about wokeness. I didn't know you were that on that level.
I'm versed. I'm ready.
Okay, so then we'll have to talk. We'll have to have a discussion on that some other time, because I'm just gonna have to leave that alone.
Well, I got one for you if you want to do a different topic.
No. I'm still on this. So, this idea about talking about the financialization of the economy, right? So, something that's more impactful, I think, is then housing. That now, rather than having, I'm not a fan of landlords to begin with, right? To be clear, I'm not a fan of landlords to begin with. So, but like, if it's a small private company, or even a larger private company, whose profits are more directly tied to the experiences of their renters, right? And how they compete within the market directly, rather than, hey, let's squeeze every drop of profit over our current client base, even make the experience awful for them, because then maybe some of them will move out and we make more money through a churn, right? All these strategies that come out of looking to increase the numbers within their quarterly reports. Like, we see how these large financial firms are like buying these large amounts of real estate, and the practices they're involved in, and it's just like, hey, we're looking at these people, these renters, as widgets. They're just widgets. I guess the housing as widgets, and what can we do to squeeze out of them, rather than any sort of like human contact? In fact, they're doing everything they can to like remove human contact within the transaction process. There's a whole list of ways where, like, you don't even have there's stories of like corporate landlords that don't even like have a person to show you around the property, right? Where you're like looking for an apartment or looking for a house.
Tours now.
Yeah,
at least in my area.
They have the virtual tours, but they also have like, hey, we'll just like leave a key somewhere, right? And then you go take a look around if you like.
That's because that's what the consumer wants.
Like, the
consumer wants that, though.
The consumer doesn't have a choice.
I'll push back. Like, I can't even tell you how many times. Like, people don't even. Okay, I bitch about this all the time when I make phone calls to like call help centers, not being able to get a person. But I can't tell you how many times people like let's just talk about a gas station, for example. If you have to go in, people will go to the next pump. Right? Like, people don't want to go talk to people. It's the same thing. If I don't have to deal with a real estate or apartment agency and I can just go look through a virtual tour, it's convenient. I'd rather do that. Like,
no.
I mean, customers are pushing that.
No.
No, it's getting pushed on the customers. They're eating it. They're like forced
because they
to do it.
Because they like
it. No way. I don't like it. Wait.
There's a large enough portion of people that do.
I fucking hate it.
Sure, but there's a large enough proportion of people that do like it, because you can go to somebody else. There's competition.
It's just people choose that.
But Sorry, you go first.
If they complain, there's if they complain, there's no solution. So it's like there's really nothing to do. If I bitch about it, there's just nothing to do. So it's
Go
not
to
that
somebody else. There's a bunch of them.
Unless there's a corporate buyer. We've seen these corporate buyers who buy nearly all the apartments within an area, right? Like the apartments are all by them. They're buying large tracts of land, large tracts of houses, right? As soon as houses go up in the market, they're coming in with cash only buys at the owners. And they buy them all up, and so you're saying you have choices. No, for in a lot of areas, increasingly, so there are no choices. This is the overall landlord, and sometimes you can't even tell, right? It's not like, hey, there's one corporate landlord that's a bit of a problem, right? Like, hey, I've heard about them in the news, and I don't like the way they operate, right? But here's the thing: you may not be able to tell who owns what. They have a bunch of brand names that they work under, but this all under a corporate umbrella. But it's opaque to the renters as to who actually you're paying your rent to. So it's a choice. There is no choice, depending on where you're at. So hold on, let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just expressing the general frustration with the subscription model, I understand that. I'm not saying that I would get banned or anything like that, but I understand the frustration, right? I think like some of the most asinine ones that we saw was I think it was Mercedes who offered a subscription to turn on the heated seats in your car.
Oh,
but that was
pretty. That's happening more.
That was pretty.
There's a lot more examples of that.
That was pretty fucking wild.
What?
Yeah. You could buy a subscription to activate the heated seats in your car that were already there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were already there, but they were disabled until you pay the subscription, which is hilarious. I get it. I understand the frustration with that.
Wait, they were already kind of doing that though, with like leases and
stuff.
A
lot of places are doing it.
No. I'm saying like with
leasing the car.
No, it would be with a lease or with a purchase, and they would kind of like work in like a sunroof into the price of a lease. It'd be like an extra $8 a month for the sunroof, or like fucking mats or whatever the fuck it was. They were already kind of doing this, but like the heated seat option was like kind of pushing it.
Yeah, and there's other examples.
Subscription thing, not like the car's more expensive. I'm confused. Do you mean it was something like you're paying the car month by month, and if you get heated seats or you get mats, you get this or that, the car is more money? And then
leasing is different. I'm trying to distinguish this from leasing.
For leasing,
I'm not talking about leasing. I'm talking about you buy the car, you own it outright, but then you need to buy a subscription if you want your seats to get heated.
That's ridiculous.
It's pretty wild, right? Microsoft Word, you can't even fucking buy it anymore. I'm pretty sure you just like have to pay for their subscription.
Remember those days back in the 90s.
There's just subscriptions for everything, and everybody markets it the same way, like all these different streaming services. And by the way, if you watch sports, this is the worst, like of anything. Like, oh, you like the specific team? Well, you've got to subscribe to this channel if you want to watch these specific games, and you have to subscribe to this other channel if you want to watch these other games. And overall, you can buy this package and this package and this package. Before you know it, like you're going to be out like $600 if you want to actually have all the games. It is wild. The NBA is horrific when it comes to
all the more reason to just stop watching sports.
Now, you just do what I do, and you go to a bar. You go to a bar and you watch the game there. It's much more efficient. But home ownership, actually, I understand. Or I'm not going to advocate for crimes on Twitch, but regardless, if we want to talk about like when it comes to home,
in some countries,
I actually think the home issue is less of an issue, just because rates of home ownership are fine. In fact, they're up. They're up from 2016. They're down from 2008, but they are significantly up from like the 1970s. So overall, like home ownership rate is still going up. We're at 65% right now. 65% of Americans own their home. It's, I don't know, if we start running into an issue where like home ownership rates are declining substantially, and like, these massive conglomerates are buying up all the housing, we can have a discussion there. But I don't know. I understand the frustration with corporate landlords and the frustration with like these big companies buying houses, but it doesn't seem to change the fact that, again, like Americans are basically within like a steady increase of home ownership.
No.
Also, some of the corporate landlords aren't even for like big corporations. Like they're like people like say I moved to my ranch, right? Because I'm building a house on my ranch. Say I moved to my ranch, I kept my house here. I would hire like a landlord to oversee my property here because I don't want to have to come check on it. And they would probably manage 3 or 4 other properties in the area. Like that's like a
Property
corporate
manager.
landlord. Yeah, it's a property manager,
Johan,
but it's
what?
it's a
It's not
corporate
a
Why are you
landlord.
comparing
It
that
is a
to?
because
he'd
it
be
is
a
a
landlord.
landlord.
Hold on.
I would be the
Sorry,
landlord in that
Property
situation.
manager just
But
manages and you still
yeah,
own
but they
it.
manage
A
the
landlord
property. But
owns
hold on.
it.
But hold on. Yeah, I would still own it. However, the
Okay,
property
that
manager is equivalent to a
Right,
corporate
so
landlord.
that's
In the
not a
sense.
that's
Hold on, hold on.
landlord.
All right, I've worked for a law firm
that's
that
oh
did
my
like this
god.
kind of thing all the time, and I own multiple properties. Unless you own multiple properties and you
Gibbs,
deal with this,
that
let me just
literally
explain
means
something to you.
that literally
Hold
has
on.
nothing to do
Hold
with what I'm
on, hold on,
describing, though,
hold on.
right?
You don't even
Nothing to do
collect
with
the
what I'm
payment. You just
describing.
you literally just get a check, and this like corporate like property
What do
manager
you?
does it.
What I don't understand why
Well,
you're
here's my
even
point.
bringing this
Well,
up.
if
It
you would
has
let me tell
nothing to do
you,
with what I'm
if you would
describing.
let me, it does. If you would let me tell you, it does. Because a lot of these people are the average people like me that have 1 or 2 extra properties
Oh,
that they go and
average
put on
people.
there.
Well,
That's
some
Yeah,
literally
average
how
people, some
people.
some
ranches
Yeah,
leverage
well,
to
goes,
maybe
manage,
if
right?
people just
Just
got
an
off
average
welfare and to work
person.
for.
Hey,
Yeah,
Ali, right? You're an average person.
I did
How
this
many
myself.
ranches are you managing? And isn't it a
I
pain in
literally
the
bought.
ass to
Well,
like
I
have
literally did
between
this
all your
myself, so I'm an
ranches?
average person. I'm not like a billionaire. I'm an average person who's made my own money. I don't see why this is like an argument. It's not like a
Okay.
Mark Cuban. But here's my argument
Yeah,
that I am making is
yes,
these
yes.
property.
There's
Hold on.
Ali,
There's
there's
a
just a
lot of
person.
average
There's
people that
I
have
know
Ali,
you're
properties,
and then there's
and the
baiting
Mark
property
Cuban.
him.
Those are the
managers are
two
doing
types.
this.
There's only two choices there.
No,
I got it.
y'all are sitting here going, "Oh, all landlords are evil. All this shit's bad. Corporate landlords, and really, property
Who's
managers
y'all?
are just the same thing as these
Nuance
corporate
matters
guys."
now.
No.
No, it doesn't. How is it any different? Tell me the
Nuance
substantial.
matters,
How is
guys.
the
landlords
substantial difference
own,
between somebody
excuse
that's
me.
doing what I'm doing and a corporate landlord?
This is
So
wokeism. This
landlords
is wokeism
own the
for landlords,
property.
Uh-huh.
Gibbs. This is
I got
So
nuance.
that.
landlords stand to get more payment depending on how much they charge for rent, but
All
for the
right.
most part, property managers are just like
They
working
set the
as
rent.
like licensed employee. No,
Many of the property managers do set the rent.
getting paid a salary.
No, the property managers do set rent. Clearly, you don't know what you're
Wait,
talking
wait,
about.
wait, wait. Property
Right,
manager. Hold
and a
on.
percentage of.
I know this. Property managers are usually paid on either a percentage of the rent, a gross rent,
And they can set the
or
rent.
it's a set, or well, you can give them authority to set the rent,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
you can tell the property manager, I'm not renting this out for anything less than this, and
Right.
they're going to comply. Otherwise, you can fire them and go to a
Well,
different
that's
property
absolutely true.
manager.
But they
Yeah.
will also adjust the market value for their area. So like hey, this is the suggested rent. We're going to set this.
Oh yeah,
at.
they can recommend it, right? But ultimately, as
They
the property
can,
owner,
but
you have the say.
And
Right?
they can still, yeah. I mean, if I go in there and say no, sure. But if otherwise, I would just like be like, yeah, do whatever you think is best, as long as my checks keep rolling in. Like, so y'all are sitting here
He's
acting
one
like,
of the good
That's
landlords.
what I would
it's
do.
the same if you it could be the same depending on how you roll it, but the differences in ownership here is what we're saying. There are situations
shit?
in which the same result can be reached, but that doesn't make
Hold
them the
on.
same.
Hey, just ignore this nonsense that Gibbs is talking about. We're literally
No,
talking
don't ignore
about
that.
renting property, renting from a corporate landlord to for one home that they live in, right? A person of like regular means who has one property where they'll be the primary residence and dealing
You know,
with
corporate landlords are literally property managers, right?
yeah, that's oh my. Yes, they manage property too. So I guess that must be the same thing as
It
hey,
is the same thing because it's usually a trust that
yes,
owns it.
yes. There's the same title, and so the thing that we're talking about is the same thing, right? You're a doctor, right? But you're a doctor who does general practice, and you're a doctor who is a specialist, right? Like these things are the same thing. You're a nurse, but like hey, you work in the ER, or you're a nurse and you handle anesthesia, right? These two are the same thing, and they're swappable, right? So yeah, you can put a nurse who's in the ER all the time. You can put her in the operating room, right? You can say, hey, just manage the anesthesia, right?
Let me tell you why you're wrong. Let me tell you why you're wrong. You're wrong, though. You're absolutely incorrect.
But they have the same
So
title.
let me,
So
you're
just like
absolutely
mix and
incorrect.
match them.
So if
Just like mix
L3
and match
owns,
them in the
no,
hospital.
you're
and see
absolutely
what
incorrect. You're
happens,
absolutely
right?
incorrect.
Just
If
like-
L3
just like
owns a property
throw their
and they
names in
hire
a pot-
like
just like
Gibbs
mix their names out
Property
of a pot
Management Company,
and throw
you're
them out
wrong,
like
though. You're
randomly
just
across
wrong.
the table.
What's the
and when they
disagreement?
land,
Yeah, but hold on. I'll
Like,
tell you what the
that's a good
disagreement is.
question.
So, okay, if a trust owns it, say like a corporation, say Walmart or BlackRock, whatever, they buy property, right? And they hire like I don't know, lactoid property management companies to oversee.
I don't care about it.
the
I don't
rich.
care about
Yeah,
any of
well,
this.
you
I
should
don't care
listen
about any
because
of this.
I don't
Because
give a shit.
it's
I'm going to tell you.
from the
Well, you're wrong.
conversation.
No, this is
I don't care
absolutely
about
correct.
any of this.
Well, you're wrong.
I
Well,
don't
cool. I'm
care
going to
about it.
explain
No,
it
no,
anyway.
no, no. So,
Like,
so
because listen,
Gibbs,
they have the rich, but you're
Gibbs,
wrong.
Gibbs,
You can't
Gibbs,
because you're lying.
Gibbs, shut
Like,
up.
no,
Hold
I want
on,
you to
hold
see
on,
why
shut
they're
up.
exactly the same.
Gibbs, shut up. I don't care about
Okay.
arguing this with you. I don't care. I
But they're
don't
the
care.
same.
I don't care. Thank
So
you.
you don't care
I
about being
don't
wrong.
care.
You're wrong.
I don't care. I don't
What's the
care.
point?
Thank you. back to what the fuck I was talking about. So lactoate. I don't think my problem isn't so much the subscription issue. I think in gaming it's becoming a big issue. But subscriptions in general is not something that like I don't necessarily care. I think subscriptions can be perfectly appropriate for some products, right? They just make sense. That subscription model works better here rather than somewhere else. That's fine with me, depending. No, the thing that uh, bothers me is like the influence of the secondary market, right? So uh, it I also have problems with your the way you framed the housing market with like saying that well home ownership is going up, but that's a separate conversation. I guess we'll talk about that later. But
And new builds are going up too.
corporate, okay, I have so much to say on these things, but maybe some other time. That's some other time, right? But it's the behavior of these corporate landlords, right? It's the incentives that they have. That the secondary market that doesn't add value to the economy, right? It's just like bets wealthy people are taking to increase their wealth, right? Like these the people who make money on the secondary market. Sure, there's retail investors, and hey, you can like yeah buy a BlackRock stock, right? And you can feel like a big boy, but like you're making money on the level of millionaires and billionaires who are just making bets continuously on
That
this
provides a service.
market, who are shorting these different uh, products, right? It it, it rather than the owners, right, of these companies competing like based on like the primary market and like the realities of there of competition between in this case landlords like and considering like the price that users their client base will pay, right, in this case renters, rather than doing that, CEOs, right, because their pay compensation is based on the price of the stocks, right, and that's what they're
Sometimes.
concerned about. Yeah, well, for the ones that are like the ones who aren't, are the ones I'm talking about, right? So that becomes their primary focus, right? If my pay compensation is based on the secondary market, then that's my concern, rather than like how is my business doing in the primary market. Yeah.
Hold on. I guess I just disagree with some of the economic thoughts that
Okay.
you're making here. Investing is a service. Like if I have a bunch of money and I invest into a company, the company is going to use this money to do things, right? When I buy shares of Coca-Cola, or I guess here's a better way of putting it. Coca-Cola wants to build a new plant. Okay. How are they going to do it? Well, they could take out a loan and they're going to pay interest on that because of the time value of money, because the risk of money, et cetera. Money now is always more valuable than money later, all else equal. And so, okay, they don't want to do that. Let's issue new stock, right? So they're going to issue new stock to the world, and anybody can buy it, right? And if they buy it, they give money to Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola gets all that money, they build a new factory with it. Okay, so there is a incentive, right, to invest money in companies that do well. And what does doing well mean in a market economy? It means serving the interests of the people. It means giving people what they want, right? If they'll pay for it, they want it. And so when you invest, like investing is solving the information problem that's associated with any kind of economy, which is how do you react to what the buyers and the customers want. And investors is how you do that. The Soviet Union didn't have this mechanism, which is why they stagnated so hard throughout the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and eventually why they collapsed. It's like an essential for any kind of market economy. So yeah, I think investing is it's not just a gamble. Like you can't categorize it just as a gamble. It's a gamble in the sense of you could like gain or lose money, but it's not a gamble in the sense of, well, I'm giving money to this industry that I think people want. And so there's an incentive for people to shift money towards things that they think people want and take away money from things that they don't think people want.
But hold on, literally, all right, sorry. All right. That is the story that I received, in school, like when I was like looking into like how does the stock market work, right? You're looking at your textbook, basically what Lactoid said is basically is what you'll find, right? That these are just disparate individuals with money who decided, hey, this is a business with growth opportunity, and we're going to put our money there. And then what the business does, it issues these stocks because it wants to raise capital to make this specific investment in whatever project, right? That is the business. It's not even 101, right? It's like the remedial business, like 090 class, right? That is the explanation. Excuse me. I apologize, everyone. That is the explanation you'll get on how the stock market works. And this might run up to this disagreement really might come down to our different views on capitalism, right? And whether it's an essential good or not. But when you run into the real world, well, you have markets that aren't perfectly free, I guess. I'll use here, right? That you'll have market concentrations, firms that are bigger than they otherwise would have been, but they're bigger because they managed to squeeze out competitors. How do they do that? They managed to infiltrate government, right?
Regulatory capture.
Regulatory capture, yes. Create design the markets in the way, and so that they have an outsized role there. You have other market barriers that may be in the way from that easy competition. So now maybe you have a few big players, and maybe they stay out of each other's way, right? And so that they aren't even directly competing with one another. And so
do you have a problem with patents too?
Since they don't have to worry about competition, they can they don't have to make the same investments, right? Like rather than putting that money in R&D, right? Like that's like a classic thing. You invest in the company, and maybe what they'll do is put the money in R&D and put out a better product, right? Like a more efficient widget. But they don't have to do that because they're not really competing.
Wait. So do you not like patents either, Prime?
I actually am not a fan of the patent market. I'm with my libertarian friends on that one.
Yes. Yes.
But I don't know why you're asking this, because it doesn't have to do anything with what I'm talking about. But the point is that since these markets aren't perfectly competitive, they have incentives to worry more about the secondary market, because hey, I can just up my pay and the business will go on, right? The business isn't collapsing. It'll go on. Well then, even if the health of my business isn't what it could be, right? I could be making it more profitable, more efficient, or I could just cut costs. Cutting costs is easier than R&D, right? So
cutting costs is fine though. Like we want companies to be lean and efficient, right?
If they're being an example would be in the hospital system, right? Like this is another place where the financialization is crazy, right? So we have these corporate bias, private equity that is coming into the space of hospitals, and we're hearing from the nurses, from the workers, right, that hospitals are becoming more dangerous because they're being more efficient, right? They're going to be more efficient, and that means, hey, you used to do this job with 10 nurses on this floor, right? Oh, what about 8 nurses? Oh, okay, you kind of handled the increased workload. What about 5 nurses? But the thing is, it's becoming more dangerous for the patients and for the medical professionals working there, right, where they literally can't handle everything, right?
Right. But Prime, what's the correct number of nurses, right? How do you set that without the market dictating how that's set?
You don't limit it at 5.
But here's the
100 nurses per patient. Obviously, that's ridiculous.
But there's so many things to this because
either 100. Pick one.
Yeah,
well, I'm just saying, what is What is
No,
the
no.
correct number of nurses per patient?
you
How do we
said
find that out?
No, hold on. If 10, no, because oh my god, I hate this question so much. I hate this question so much because no, this is because this is the difference between you and I, right? Because you think these markets are essentially good and are efficient in finding out the answers to all these questions. No, they're not, right? What the appropriate number is whatever allows the medical professionals to address the needs of the patients, right? Now there's sometimes
What does
there's
that
a little
mean?
bit. What does that mean? Hey, well,
Well, the market determines what that
if
means.
if there is patients that are having medical emergencies, right? You could be on a floor, right? That has a lot of sensitive patients who have a lot of needs. If the nurses can't respond to those patients, right? Well, then that'll be a problem. Hey, can those patients just simply choose a better hospital? Well, maybe, right? Maybe those patients are free. The people in an ICU are free to walk out. Hey, I'm not liking the level of care, right? So I'll walk out of here with my respirator, with all these tubes plugged into me, and find a better hospital, right? I'll walk out of here, out of my coma, right? Because I don't think I think there's might be another market competitor who's offering a better product. You understand that's a ridiculous thing.
No,
So,
no,
like,
it's
the
not a
market-
ridiculous thing. Wait, Prime. So the reason why I'm asking what is the correct number of nurses is because you could always have more, and you could always justify it in whatever way, right? You could have 10 nurses per patient, one to clip the toenails, one to clip the fingernails, one to mop the floor, blah, 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 one to wipe the sweat off their brow. Like,
I
you
already
could go down
provided
this
you.
line, right? But
That's ridiculous.
there is an incentive to cut. You're saying it's ridiculous, but why is it ridiculous?
I said to
Because-
address.
I can
to-
identify.
Well,
the
hold on,
address
wait. Let
patients',
me.
Needs.
Yeah,
So
you're saying needs,
can
but
pretend like-
needs is very. Hold on, please.
Yeah, okay.
You
sure,
went on
like
for a
to-
while,
you can
Prime.
pre-
Let me
sorry, go ahead.
let me elaborate. Yeah. Needs is, I think, a very ambiguous statement because what needs are is I don't know what that fucking means, right? I understand that you and I might have like a colloquial understanding of like, well, they're gonna die if not otherwise, and I understand, but like this is how hospitals are reacting. They're like, okay, we got to cut costs, we got to be efficient about this. This is how markets react. We got to be efficient, but we also have to provide something that people expect or that people are going to tolerate. And so, if the people aren't going to tolerate it, they're not going to. Then we have to hire
Then
those
they're
fucking
not
the
gonna
person.
They have a
medical
choice?
union.
That's not how
Do they
that
have
works.
a choice?
That is how
Do
it
they
works.
have a
So-
choice?
No, it
When-
isn't. When you go to a hospital or you go to an ER, when you go to an urgent care, whatever the fuck it may be, you don't have the choice. And if enough people, like, you're gonna sit there and fucking wait because
I
that's
think
what it is
an
everywhere.
ICU. I think an ICU. Hold on. I think an
ICU.
ICU is like a interesting example. I think that might be an exception in some regards to what I'm talking
Why
about.
would it be?
Well,
The
but
market will
because
always
because we're
determine.
because we're talking about like somebody who can't necessarily make a market decision if they're incapacitated.
Yeah,
But let's
no, but the market will handle that too.
let's say no. But let's say that but let's say they could. Let's say we're not talking
But
about an
they
ICU.
can't.
Let's
No, but
let's
we
say
are
we're
talking about the ICU.
Well,
no,
with
no,
insurance,
wait.
that
Okay.
makes it harder.
I just said with the ICU, like if we're given a situation where somebody can't make a market decision, I understand the concern. But if we're talking about most market scenarios, which are not like immediate incapacitated person, life or death, the
Let's-
vast majority of market situations,
Yeah,
the
hold on.
answer there is quite literally go to a different hospital.
Yeah,
that is
hey,
the answer.
Hey. So I present to him, right, a clear example of a market failure. And you're like, yeah, the market does fail here. So let's not talk about where the market
That doesn't
completely
make-
fails.
but
to
even
answer
then it
this
doesn't
question,
fail.
right?
Even then it
Hey,
doesn't fail.
Let's talk
Wait,
about
wait,
the ICU.
wait,
Let's
wait,
talk about
wait.
another situation.
This
Like-
is
No,
just like
no, but that's what you just did to me.
A hospital
You
that
just
doesn't
did
have
to
a
me,
long
Brian.
wait.
Gibbs, I'm completely
You just
ignoring
did that
you on
to-
this because
you
you're
just did that to
distracted.
me, Brian.
Sorry,
I know I'm distracted
I'm not
because you
gonna
won't
let
let me
I'm
finish
not
the
gonna let you
point.
distract from this.
You won't let me
actually.
finish
I'm
your
not gonna
point.
let you. I'm not gonna. I don't care.
Well, hold on. You've been
I don't
explaining
care.
for 20
I don't
minutes.
care.
Hold
I
on.
don't
I tried
care.
you to finish my
I
other
don't
point.
care. I don't care.
Well, I'm
I
going to
don't
go
care.
ahead.
I don't care.
You
I don't care.
Why
I don't care.
don't you let
I
me
don't
finish
care.
your point
I don't
here?
care. I don't
Is
care.
it because
I
you're
don't care.
wrong? That's
I'm
what-
muting you. All right. I'm not gonna let you distract with the nonsense. Sorry. I don't fucking care. Don't care. Not one bit. Back to it. So lactoid, this is what I'm saying. Yes, in some cases, right, within the healthcare industry, I would agree that market forces can help properly dictate where how resources should be allocated, right? But in other parts, no, right? Or the fact that these hospitals have been closing. One reason why some of these hospitals have been closing because private equity comes, they and they tell these hospitals, oh, we're going to help you either be more efficient and make more profit. And so these hospitals sell to private equity entities, right? And then part of the sale is that, okay, well, we're going to buy the land from underneath you, right? So these hospitals who had owned the land that they're on, they're now on rented land. And to help pay for their own acquisition, they have to pay rent on their land. And because they have this massive cost, so that they can make the investors whole, right? Who did the pirate, not just whole, but also make a profit, right? Now, it changes the whole cost structure, and they have to make massive cuts where they didn't have to make them before. Like these are the examples. So and then sorry. All right, I'll talk about that later. I'll let Katja in. Katja.
So, one thing I noticed when we were talking about the number of nurses and all that stuff, basically what I've noticed is kind of the problem with a lot of stuff being understaffed is like, let's say there's like a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being nobody in the hospital, 10 being absolutely mega insane, everybody in the world in the hospital. And, 75% of the time, that's out of 5, right? But then we're talking, 13% of the time, it's above a 5, and 13% or whatever, it's below. So they're going to get enough people in there to handle a 5 situation. But the problem with that is then you've got like a decent amount of the time where shit's happening and there aren't enough people there to respond, because we're not going to kind of more towards the upper level. We're going towards the most common situation, which in some ways is good. But then in other industries where it's like hospitals where it's a life or death situation, it's not the best. Also about market stuff, let me respond with market stuff too. As far as hospitals, another problem is with being able to choose where you're at is the insurance industry. Because I mean, under my insurance, I can go to like basically one like chain of hospitals. That's like it. Anywhere else, I'm paying 100% out of pocket, which is absolutely crazy. But yeah, that's not really a free choice.
I don't think that's crazy if we're talking about like again non-ICU level emergency, because there is an element of choice in that. If you buy an insurance policy that gives you access to a certain amount of hospitals, that makes sense to me. The reason why I was asking about like the
And you
number
should
of
be able
nurses,
to change your insurance policy at any time and have it take effect immediately. The fact that it doesn't is a big problem then.
well, no, the reason why insurance companies have certain buy-in periods is because they don't want people like literally buying insurance
Don't want
right
people
before they need
shopping
medical care.
around.
No, they don't want people to like wait until like they're just about to need it and then immediately buy it, and now they're covered. And now, boom! Like the insurance company, they destroy the insurance industry, right? You can't let people like predict emergencies in order to dodge premiums. Now, and that this is why they have these buy-in periods. Now, obviously, there's exceptions to these buy-in periods due to like unforeseen life events, because then these people aren't actually choosing to do this; they're avoiding the moral hazard here. Um, when we're talking about number of nurses, the reason I brought this up is one of the well-known failures of the Soviet Union, and one of the reasons why its economy was so inefficient in terms of GDP per hour worked. It was horribly inefficient. Was because there was no clear answer to how many people should be doing this, and so the answer they sort of came to is, well, we're just going to keep on doing this because people have a right to keep their job. We don't want to fire people, cause unrest. We're going to have people just do the job. And so people would do jobs that were redundant. People would do jobs, that were, there's way too many people in one particular job, and it just wasn't being done efficiently. There was so many people that the costs were high, but because there was no incentive to actually cut costs, because the allocation to that particular agency was based on need as opposed to efficiency, um, there was no incentive to innovate. There was no reason why, okay, let's like implement technology into farming. Why would we have to do that when we have all these farmers? And there's no incentive for us to fire any of them to save money. Why build mechanized farms in the same way that the US had? And you see food production, and you see food production in the USSR, like again, per hour worked, drops tremendously, despite having, I'll find these exact numbers for you, but despite having way more people working in agriculture, the food output of the Soviet Union was like a fraction of the US's output, because of a lack of innovative processes, because there's no pressure on removing costs. So when we're talking about the hospital industry, or really any other industry, I think it's a good thing when firms are looking for a way to maximize the efficiency of their labor, How do we get as much as possible from as little as possible? And if you have everybody doing that, you're going to get efficiency. You're going to get as much as possible from as little as possible. That's what you need in a market economy. And that's why historically market economies fare significantly better than any other kind.
So, hon, I'm not okay. I don't have the same faith that you have in capitalism. I mean, we keep saying this, right? Oh, so I keep saying this. You don't keep saying this, but I don't have that. But I'm not challenging market economies here. This is not an argument to challenge market economies at all. This is talking about the increasing financialization of our economy. Now, in general, I can see, right? Like, and I've conceded to you and Scott on this many times before, right? Places where I think the market can be very efficient in allocating resources. I think that's a thing that can happen, right? I'm not advocating here for a Politburo to come in to say, like, okay, you have to have this many nurses or whatever. That's not what I'm saying here. And I'm not saying that the stock market needs to be banned, right? I'm not saying that either. I'm saying, like, that description you had of the stock market earlier, I like that description. I like how that works, right? That investors, it literally always fascinated me. The idea, you could just, like, sell these shares, make the shares available, and people come in and invest in a good product. Like, the thing that you describe is a thing that I like about market economies, about capitalism. So I'm not against that. What I'm against is the increasingly complex financial products that, like, it's not that simple. You said, like, hey, well, something that they do is people are investing in something that's a great product, but then we have the shorts market, right, where you short a company because the thing you're betting on is that they're going to fail, right?
Yeah,
so
which is
so
fine.
Immediately, that's not the way that it was. That's not that simplistic view of the stock market, right? There's money involved in the failure of firms rather than the simple success of firms.
Yeah. That's good. But that's good because, again, if you short a firm and you're right, you made the accurate prediction that this firm is bad for inefficiencies reasons, then you put that money that you've earned in a efficient firm. It moves money from inefficient firms to efficient firms, moving money from inefficiency to efficiency. That's what shorting does. It's good.
Yeah. So, my problem is that there is a change in incentives and in, like, and reacting to basic market incentives, right? So talking about the efficiency, like, how many workers should we have here to, like, make sure that we get the most widgets out at the least cost, right? Of the least cost. Now that will be fine, but you'll get to a point where it's easier just to, because you have customers who have limited choices, will come to you any which way, so they'll accept widgets that are busted. Here's an example, sorry, that make it a bit more concrete. I've talked about this before. My father worked at a factory, right? They made, like, water pumps, and this worked well. It had a private owner, and he cared about his business, and it was quite efficient, and like, the customers loved them, right? They always had work, always putting out these products, their widgets. But then it got bought by this, I believe, it was a private equity firm, but don't quote me on that because I don't know the exact structure of the entity that bought it. But I believe it was a private equity firm. And they started making all kinds of cuts, right, for efficiency's sake, right? A bunch of business majors came in. We're making all kinds of cuts for efficiency's sake. One thing that they cut for efficiency was the machine shop. Right, so like, these pumps are just like big mechanical contraptions, right? And sometimes when assembling them, you find out, okay, the parts aren't fitting properly in the same way, right? In the way that we need to. Well, you have a shop there where these workers would shave down the parts or create other parts that are necessary, right? To make sure that we got the order out right. But for efficiency, when this firm bought the company, they got rid of that. And instead, we're going to order these parts from China, right? From some supplier in China. But see, those parts weren't made to order, weren't made to fit, right? They just came like in a bag and try to fit them in the pump. Oh, they didn't fit, or they don't fit quite right. Well, I don't know, put it together and send it out to the customers. Well, all of a sudden now they have like customers returning of their products when they weren't before, right? Like loyal customers previously were just like returning these products because they would work for a little bit and then they would break down. But from a business major perspective, well, we're being more efficient. We've cut costs, right?
No, but they're not they're not being more efficient if the overall cost of people returning the items exceeds whatever savings
I
they've made off
agree.
China. Yeah.
I
So
agree.
they made the wrong
But if it's
decision.
right below
and,
that, then
and companies who make wrong decisions fail.
Company didn't make
but
the
I'm
wrong
saying-
decision. The investors
they
did.
should.
Yes,
they
no,
should let they should
The
they should let
investors
some
made
other
the wrong
companies.
decision. The company didn't.
Well,
The
the company
investors
is
were wrong.
the company is the investors.
But the company is the investors.
The company is the investors. Who
When the
else
investors
owns
buy
it?
them out,
Can you
when the
explain that,
investors buy
please?
them out, now the company is the investors, and now that company.
Again,
just,
we just talked about how I don't believe in companies as being these kind of like these persons. They're not these things that exist. In my mind, the only like the way a company exists is it's just like a group of people who own it, who own the property and own the name, etc. And they've all gotten together and agreed to cooperate. That's what a company is. And so the owners of the company are the company. They vote. They use their shares to vote. They vote on a leader, and the leader makes decisions. That's how companies operate,
The
at least in America.
companies are also the workers. So that's a big disagreement you and I are going to have. They absolutely are
The workers do not
It's
make
ownership
decisions
right
over
now.
the
I didn't.
company.
Hold on. The workers make a lot of decisions at the company, right? The workers you hire, the quality of the workers, if their efficiency at doing their job, their desire to do the job, put in front of them, all affects the business, right?
I'm talking about strategic. I'm talking about like strategic decisions, like in
Yeah,
terms of
strategic decisions.
in terms of like the company is like deciding what to do. Now, I understand at the ground level, the company's not going to be supervising all the time, and the workers are going to be able to make like snap decisions. I get that, but I'm talking about in terms of the
Wait.
direction of the company.
Socialism is
Who owns the company? It is the investors who own the
understand.
company.
I
And
understand who
workers
owns the
can
company.
buy ownership
I-
in the
who
free
owns the
market,
Hold on,
just
you're
like
talking
anybody
about-
else
no,
can.
Hold on.
Wait.
I'll go to Ali in a second. Like you're talking about the identity of the company, right? Before you talk about what is the company, and
It's just
you
investors.
and it's just
ownership.
investors who oftentimes have no say within what's going on, right? They just bought a share and they're looking for
vote.
returns, right? And they vote on a limited number of strategic decisions. But like then
They vote on the board of directors.
You cut out if it has a board of directors, yes, there's the board of directors.
Which, if it's a public company, they always have to. Yes.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that like it's telling that you cut out the workers, right? That like there's pushback on like the effects of the workers have in this company and the value that they bring to the corporation. They find that out quickly when they're unionized and they strike, right? Then they
workers
really quickly.
The company is
and what they bring.
I've said this before. Prime. The company is the investors. The workers are being used by the company. They are being used by the investors. Whenever company says, "Oh, we're just one big family," that's not
bullshit.
a thing.
I agree.
It's bullshit,
Yes.
right? This is what I'm saying, right? Like you are being like there is a group. There's an agreement between the workers and the company. Whenever you go and work for a company, but who is the company? The person who owns it. Just like if you work on my house, you don't own my house. It's my house, right? Now you can hang out of my house maybe with my permission, but it's my house. Ultimately, this is me. It's not you.
Ali, and we'll
The
try
difference between capital
Gibbs
and
after
personal
that.
property.
So I mean,
There is no difference in my opinion, but go ahead, Ali.
so
I mean, if it-
yeah, you have a group. So like I'm gonna stick to the pump situation, whatever. So you have a group of people who need pumps and have been buying pumps from this company for X amount of time, whatever the fuck it may be.
Decades actually, yeah.
Whatever it may be, sure. Like they need these pumps. They trust this company. Now I'm like 100% sure these patients or these clients don't know that an investor came and bought into the pump company. So you're just like I'm gonna order pumps. Now this is like the bad business practice that Prime's talking about, is that they come in with like, hey, we have a lot of money, we've made a lot of money because we can take a lot of risks, and if some of them fail, we're just not going to tell you about them. We're only going to tell you about our wins. They come in to make your business more efficient. So they buy in like 51%, whatever the fuck it may be, and then they give you like a smaller share. They then, because they think they're better at doing the job, fuck over the business and also the clients and then also the workers, right? So there's 3 separate people that are getting fucked over: the worker, the client, and then the business. And then like the investor doesn't care because they have like enough of a win to loss ratio that this little investment didn't mean fucking shit. And then now no one has pumps, and then small businesses don't exist anymore. Like that small business doesn't exist anymore. And there aren't, like, the workers are out of shit. Like that's not good, right?
If there's a market void for pumps, it's going to be profitable to make pumps. If you're the only maker of pumps, you can charge what you want. So if nobody's making pumps, a few people are going to want to, holy shit, let's start making pumps.
They're making
for a high
pumps.
price.
It's just now there isn't anyone that makes pumps in the area. These people have to find pump makers, and maybe it's like not a good pump.
We talked about this with eggs. We talked about this with eggs and with housing, right? When there's a void, when there is a need. No, I did. When there is a need, when like all of a sudden there's people who want this thing, but there's nobody that's providing it, there is a massive incentive for somebody in that area to start making that shit. If nobody is making eggs or nobody's like processing eggs, then I'm going to invest in eggs because I want to make eggs.
But if I need to go to an emergency room, I get that I might not have been like dying. Like, okay, my brother had a collapsed lung once. And so I took him to the nearest emergency room. And like I almost fought the fucking nurse. Like I run into the hospital. I'm like, yo, collapsed lung, can't breathe, whatever the fuck it is. Wheeling him in, and then this like dude just comes and starts asking him about his insurance. And I was like, yo, if you don't get the fuck away from me and take him to whatever the fuck he needs to go to right now, like it shouldn't be like the first concern is like, hey, like how can we bill you for this situation? Like the first concern should be this person can't breathe. Let's get him able to breathe.
Honestly, they're asking you that because they don't want you to get fucked. Because if he has no coverage in that, we're gonna get like $1 bazillion bill for that.
Let's go to Gibbs.
Hospitals have to provide emergency services regardless, though.
No, I'm saying that they're gonna ask you about your insurance for that purpose.
Yeah, ask
to be
later.
Like, so you can
ask when you have them on the air machine.
Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to echo kind of what Landlord said, maybe go a little further. It's he's talking about efficiency in the market determining thing. And I was trying to go there with the property managers, but we can do this with the pumps machine instead. So say they're building pumps, they get rid of the machine shop. Like in the same exact scenario, people start returning it. Well, what's the market telling them? Telling them they fucked up. And if the company goes, hey, we're going to listen to the market, and they're going to reinstate the machine shop, or they're going to go out of business, and then people are going to go take their business elsewhere and get different pumps from a different company. If there's only one company doing it, well then, hey, I guess they're screwed, and somebody else should open a business, start selling the pumps. Like, yeah, the market is determining. Same thing with the property manager scenario. I could go and get, say, if I own a piece of property. Hold on, if I could go and own a piece of property. Right, I could hire, say, the same property management company that's Remax that owns, like, whatever. Right, I could hire them to manage my property. Then it's a corporate property manager. Why? Because it's basically you're sitting here. It's more efficient for me to do this. The market is determined it's more efficient. It's doing a good enough job that these people are investing in this. That's why this is a good thing, and anybody can be a part of this. I don't see why you're sitting here. And as for the worker being a part of the company, if you work for a company and you get stock options, then you are one of their investors. You own that company partially. However, here's the thing. If you don't get stock options, guess what you did? You took a contract with that company when you signed, and you agreed to that. And so the only person at fault is you. If you don't want to work for a company where you don't get stock options and don't get an ownership say, then guess what? Choose not to and go work somewhere else.
That's fantastic. So,
I mean, it's true.
Make one small thing on the workers and like how they affect the product, because this example can illustrate that as well. But also want to go back to the hospital thing for just a moment. So workers and how important they are to the character of the industry of the company. Well, this company, right? Like, so my father's previous employer, he had been like quite loyal to his workers. And this is reason why my father had been there for so long, like literally decades. I think at the end he had been, I think, probably the longest serving employee there. But he had been there just for so long. But there had been other workers there too who had been there for decades and were very good at their job. But the company wanted to start pushing them out. the firm that bought it started pushing them out. We don't need them. See, my dad's expensive. He's not working for the base price, the lowest price they could possibly pay him. And others too who were of his age, they were pushing them out. So the culture, right? They were replacing them with new individuals, and the culture shifted. Right before, there was a team dynamic there for all these people working, and of course they had new people come in, and some people like naturally cycle out. But now a lot of people are dropping, and there no longer seems to be any sort of cooperation between management and the workers on the factory floor, right? Before, they had a relationship with the owner, and they could go to him, talk to him about problems, right? And he'd be down there assisting them and everything. But now, hey, we've just got like some sort of over, because this is just one property in many within their portfolio, right? They have some business graduate overseer who doesn't really give a fuck, and is just looking to cut costs because that's their mandate. So they start pushing them out, right? My dad describes this exactly, that they start giving him a bunch of like really difficult, repetitive, menial tasks, right? Rather than like doing the things that he was like doing for years, right? They have him like running back and forth across like the floor. Like this is like a large like property, right? Going to different buildings to do these like a little tasks because they want him to quit. They want to make it so difficult that he would quit. They don't know my father, an incredibly hard worker he is. They couldn't push him out, right? He was like, okay, I'll just keep doing it, right? Like, no matter what you ask me, I'm just going to do it. And he did do it, right? Now, they were losing the advantage of him being an efficient worker for his task. And instead, we're inciting him a bunch of bullshit to get rid of him, right? So that's one problem. But then, even with the workers that they were adding in, they were adding so many new workers so quickly and losing like experience, right? Decades of experience that like left, that these workers didn't know and also didn't really care to do the jobs. And so the plant eventually shut down because of all the things that I've been talking about, right? They wanted to move
That's not a good thing, Gibbs.
Proves my point.
No, it doesn't. Because
it
the
absolutely proves
investment
my point.
No, because the
That's the
investment
market
firm
to
doesn't
them.
care. It has enough money. It has enough money to eat the loss. But then the community, the company, like the original company and the community,
They're
They're not trying for a loss.
Yeah,
I know they're not trying for a loss,
question?
but it doesn't matter.
Hold on,
Right,
That
but
doesn't
they're
matter if
literally
they're trying for a loss.
Greater risk.
Intentions mean
hold on.
shit.
But that's the problem. They literally.
Why did the owner sell it to them in the first place?
No,
Because
the
they
reason why
hear that they're going to make more money.
No. That's not why.
Why did the
That's
owner
actually not
sell
why.
it?
Wait a minute, hold on. That's not why they sold to them. They sold them specifically. The owner wanted to keep it in the family, right? He had, this is his life work. He built this business from the ground up by himself, right? Someone I'm sure Gibbs could appreciate. But he wanted to give it to his I believe his son, and his son had no interest in it. And so he couldn't do it that way. Then he wanted to give it to his I forget there was two wives involved here, but I think he wanted to give it to one wife, and then they didn't want to do it, or maybe it was his daughter. I forget like the exact story here, but he ended up selling it to at least one of his wives. I think a secondary wife, whatever. And she didn't give a fuck, right? She tried to run it for a little bit, but she's like, I don't care about any of this. So then she sold it, because she thought she would make a profit from this equity firm, right? So the original owner, who really cared about like what it was, but he had to retire. He was just getting too old, right? He wanted to keep it. He wanted to
found
take
a
care of his
property
workers.
manager.
But then it got passed down a few hands, and they didn't give a fuck about those people. And so,
Well, let me ask you a follow-up question.
Okay, sure. Give me a follow-up.
Yeah,
question.
my follow-up question is then, because I get all that, right? Like, say like one of my future projects wanted to sell the old Gibbs family ranch. Yeah, I guess my spirit would be sad, but like at the same time, like, does a person who owns the business, whether that's the investors or a private business, do they not have a right to run a business how they see fit?
They do.
No, they do. Okay, but they do. What I wanted, and this is, I'm gonna give you an example of this right now. They do have a right to run the event. They want to they can burn the place down as long as they don't do insurance fraud, right? If they feel like burning it down, they can burn it down, but not for insurance fraud purposes. And that's fine, right? That's what you want to do. Then it's up to you, right? But what I want to do is align the incentives of the owners to the health of the business. And I'm saying they're misaligned now, especially when these private equity firms come in, because they can bet on, they are fine with businesses failing. They're fine with business failing because they can still make profit. They can make big profits. And in fact, it's easier for them, for the business to fail than to sell off the parts and make money off of what's left, right? So hold on, so going back to the hospital example, I put a link into our group GM, right? I'm going to try to speed read through this article, at least the first half of it, right? It's titled "Hospitals Closed While Execs Made Millions." So, a months-long investigation to a private equity involvement by healthcare by CBS News revealed a playbook in which hospitals in low-income neighborhoods are shuttered while executives make tens of millions of dollars. The news outlet profiled closures of two facilities: Delaware County Memorial Hospital in Pennsylvania and Texas Vista Medical Center in San Antonio. In November, the Pennsylvania hospital closed its emergency department for good, leaving residents to find alternative emergency care if that exists in their neighborhood. In 2016, Los Angeles-based Prospect Medical Holdings purchased the hospital with help from private equity investors, and 2 years later took out a 1.12 billion loan. From that loan, Prospect paid itself, right? So the a private equity firm paid itself for 457 million dividend, and CEO Sam Lee received about $90 million, right? So, like, just to stop right there for a second. So the private equity firm buys a hospital, right? And then now that they're in charge of the hospital, they have the hospital take out a massive loan, right? So this loan covers like the cost of the buyout, right? It covers the cost of buyout, and then they can make more money off that loan. And now the hospital has to pay back that loan. Right, so they take out a loan not to improve the facilities, not to increase patient safety or get new equipment to make the hospital more functional. None of that. They take out this massive billion-dollar loan to pay off the investors, right? Okay, so Prospect allegedly paid the loan back by selling the land, what did I tell you? Selling the land and buildings of its hospital to Birmingham, Alabama-based Medical Properties Trust, which subsequently leased the real estate back to Prospect. Okay, so this is what I was saying like a half hour earlier, right? So now to help pay back the loan, they sell out the property. They sell the land that the hospital is on, right? And also the buildings in this case, right? Now the hospital doesn't own them, right? Now the hospital is a renter of its own properties, right? They sell them to a third party, in this case, Medical Properties Trust, to pay back the loan, right, from the sale, and now that company can make money off the hospital because they have to pay back the rent, right? Now they're renting. So now the hospital has two things to worry about. It has a $1 billion loan that it took out that it didn't need to do, right? That was for investors to make money. And then to help pay back that loan, they sold the land from under them. So now they were owners, now they're renters, okay? Medical Properties Trust has a portfolio of real estate from 200 hospitals, mostly in low-income communities, CBS News reported. One of those properties in Texas, Vista Medical Center in San Antonio, which will close its doors on May 1st. I'm not sure where this article is written, leaving more than 800 employees without a job and roughly 500,000 people in the surrounding community, with just one remaining full-service hospital, totaling 110 beds, according to CBS News. Steward Healthcare purchased Texas Vista 6 years ago with help of a private equity investors. At the same time, Medical Properties Trust purchased, again, they're coming in, purchased the land under. So this is an Alabama-based firm. Once again, now they strike it in Texas. They purchased the land under the hospital and the buildings on the hospital's campus. Steward agrees to pay $5 million in rent annually to Trust. So now this hospital, which owned that land and maybe could, sell a portion of it and be a renter itself, now they're a renter in their own campus. They're paying $5 million in rent, a cost that didn't exist before.
Are you talking about Vista right now?
Pay back, this is the Texas hospital, to pay back that loan. From 2017
in San Antonio.
This is in San Antonio. I believe so. Yeah, San Antonio. Excuse me. Yeah. From 2017 to 2021, Medical Properties Trust CEO Edward Aldag earned around $70 million in salary bonuses and stock. Right. So this is the period. This is Medical Property Trust. This is the Alabama-based company that's doing all the buying of these properties. Stewart said it was closing the hospital due to financial challenges related to realities of serving high needs patient populations that's frequently unable to pay for care. Roughly 25% of patients don't pay for healthcare services received at the hospital. Yet community leaders argue the financial details around the purchase of the hospital and the lease agreement remain unclear, and that more transparency is needed in hospital financial transactions. Thanks to a state law, Rhode Island Attorney General Peter Norona has the power to open the books when there is a financial transaction involving the hospital, which enable him to discover the prospect of medical holdings transaction. He urged other state leaders to enact similar powers. So it's interesting. So they didn't even know. There's more to this article, but I'll leave it at that because it's.
There's
long.
also one side note you got to talk about Texas Vista is they closed it down because they were not profitable and they're building a bigger, newer state-of-the-art hospital in the same area. So they closed this one down and they're building a bigger, newer state-of-the-art one. They were doing the same thing because this one, the building is over 40 years old. So we're going to require millions of dollars of renovations, and they shut it down because nobody was paying it, and now they're building a better hospital.
Yeah.
So
this hospital that existed for decades previously, these hospitals, I don't know about the Texas.
Well, Corona is the reason why it's shut down.
The Texas, but they existed for decades previously. They get bought. They have a bunch of costs, right, related to the investors that they have to pay back, right? So the investors they don't take a haircut on the payment, and in fact, it's a guaranteed windfall now because they're just going to force the hospital to make a financially disastrous decision, right? That pays off the investors, but it puts the hospital in a worse cost. So why would a hospital take out $1 billion loan if they're serving low needs patients? Where how are we going to make that back? Why are we going to do that? For the investors. So to wrap things up, and anyone else can come in and make their final thoughts on this, right? My problem, Lactoid, right, is exactly this. That I want that description you made of the stock market to be true, right? That hey, the investors are aligned with the needs of the business itself because they want it to make more profits, to be more efficient or whatever. But that's not the case, right? With these private equity firms, it's increasingly complex financial organizations. The point is, hey, we can go take control of this business, right? We can squeeze it for all the money it's worth, right? We can force it to take out a loan so that it pays us back. We can force it to sell its property, right? We can put it in a financially precarious situation. If it survives, okay, great. But if it fails, whatever, we've already made our money back. So the incentives aren't aligned anymore. So if that went back to how it was previously, I'd be much happier. All right, so that's the last thing I want to say on this. But anyone else can add?
I guess a brief response. Or go ahead, Ghosty.
I just want to say really quick. I was born in Delaware County Memorial Hospital, and it's like it was a shithole. I was born in the middle of July, and my mom didn't even have air conditioning in her room. And also my area, Delaware County borders Philadelphia. And it is, so the county the hospital is in is a middle lower class area, but we have some of the best hospitals in the entire country. And for children, Children's Hospital, people from around the world come here. So in this case, it might have just been that was just a really shitty hospital. I don't know what I came in late, so I'm just trying to figure out what you're arguing here. Are you just arguing against capitalism? Because it seems like
no.
A lot of the things...
Kind of. He's going to say no, but it's kind of.
I'm not.
It seems like these are just bad businesses.
No.
Right. Yes.
Wait.
She's spitting. She's spitting right now, Prime. Yeah, she is.
No, be clear.
She came in, didn't even know what the conversation was about, and she's already torched you. Continue. Go ahead.
Sure. I'm not arguing against capitalism here, right? I'll argue against capitalism later. But I'm not arguing against capitalism here.
You're always afraid to argue against capitalism, Prime.
Well,
it's obvious.
I would like to piggyback on Ghosty a little bit.
Hold on. To be clear, right? I wasn't arguing against capitalism. I was talking about how I like the way the basic stock market works, and that investors can come in and invest in a company, in an institution they think is profitable, efficient, or could be more so, right, with their investments. That works, right? When these when their incentives are aligned, right? Like we want you as an investor. I want to come in. I want you to make more money. I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure you have what it takes to succeed. The owner is like, okay, well, I got this money. I'm going to invest it into the business and make it a more efficient and or profitable and maybe provide more services, right, to get more customer, to get a larger customer base, right? And so I can provide, value for my customers and value for my shareholders, right? And that like pretty much, well, for the most part. The incentives of the investors, the owners, the workers, and the clients are all aligned here, right?
Prime.
Basically. But
the
I'm
interest
saying
of the
that
owners.
private equity firms, they break that.
No, they're fine.
Break that train. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
They're great. Like, okay. The interest of the owners is the interest of the business because again, the owners are the business. There was assumptions made. There was assumptions made throughout the whole like description of events that you're going through that I think it's important to fully flesh out. So you're saying, these capital firms, they'll come in and they'll buy a business. Okay, why are they buying a business? Because there is a efficiency calculation here in terms of selling it to them. There has to be. Otherwise, the person is not going to sell the business because they're making more money with the business. If it's not going to make money, the venture capitalist firm is not going to buy the business, or the capital firm is not going to buy the business unless they think they can make money off of it. Okay, so you're saying there's two ways to make money. They can either make money off of the ordinary course of the business, or they use the business to take out a loan. Take out a loan from who? Well, from somebody who thinks it's a good deal to give them a loan. And the only way a bank or a credit union or another capital firm is going to give them a loan is if they have a full evaluation of their assets, a full evaluation of their proficiency, of how much profit that they're making, et cetera, and says, you know what, we're going to make that bet and provide a loan to this company. Now, if the original company defaults on that loan by either going bankrupt or whatever, then they just sell their assets. Who do they sell their assets to? More efficient firms. And now those more efficient firms can use those assets to provide better services because they're better run. The whole system disincentivizes companies from being old, outdated, and inefficient. And if they are inefficient, they're going to either go bankrupt or they're going to be sold to some capital firm who's then going to either fix them or they're still going to go bankrupt. And then the assets and the money is going to be distributed back to other more efficient firms. That's how all this works. And it's just how it works.
You ignored like everything that happened in that article and the implications of everything. That's okay. So I don't
know. It's how it works. The hospital's inefficient. It should go bankrupt. And it should be the medical equipment.
Made it inefficient.
The medical
equipment. Why did they bring up the $1 billion loan?
If it was inefficient before, hold on. If it was efficient beforehand, why did they have to sell it?
But no, they didn't. They may not have had to sell it. Maybe the owners wanted to just make.
They didn't. They didn't have to sell it.
Or they're told that. Oh, actually, sorry. It's fine.
Why did the capital? Why did the capital firm buy it?
I said to make money. To make money.
You're saying how are they going to make money?
By raiding the corporation. By raiding the corporation.
Hold on, you're saying raiding. Are you talking about buying the business and having the business take out a loan?
Raiding.
Yes, raiding. Yes. And are you saying they're going to be doing this by having the business take out a loan?
Take out a loan and sell the land
from who?
Under it.
Who are they taking out the loan from?
They're taking it out from a bank. Sorry, Katya, you want to say something?
Why is the bank offering the loan?
Because it thinks it can make money off this loan. But
why does the bank think they can make money off the loan if they have access to all the financial statements? Because the bank's not going to give them a fucking loan if they don't have the assets, don't have the income.
Because
otherwise the bank's going to be out.
Yes, at that moment, at that moment when they make the loan, they might have the assets to possibly cover it. But then also now they're taking on additional costs of leasing out their land they didn't have previously.
And the bank is factoring all of that costs,
in. And then they end up cutting services, and if there is competition in that marketplace, then and they're being less efficient, then patients are going other places if they have the ability to do so, which oftentimes they don't.
The bank is taking all this into consideration when they're giving the loan because they want the loan to get paid back. And if the place goes bankrupt before they can pay
it doesn't matter because then they can just sell the assets. They already did
sell the assets to who? Who do you sell medical? So who do you sell medical equipment to?
Okay, sorry, Lactoid. I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave it
Who
alone.
do
I'm
you
gonna leave it
sell
alone.
medical
I said
equipment
I
to?
said to give you. Oh my
Listen.
god, because Lactoid, I could do this with
You
all
sell
night.
medical
Because-
equipment to
'cause you
hospitals, don't
understand-
you?
Because exactly this. Because when
To
you
better
actually look
hospitals.
because when you fucking look at healthcare as just widgets, right? Just a series of widgets, then you make these dumbass statements.
All
just like this.
companies
When
are
you think the
widgets.
market
All
essentially said, hold on.
goods and
When you
services,
think- when
goods
you
and
think-
services. That's
when you
all
think
world
that-
is.
When you think
Yeah.
healthcare
Right, can I say
services
something?
equal that, right? When it's just theoretical and you don't actually apply these market forces to the real world and how they actually operate with people, right? Of their inability
I am.
as a person who is sick, right, to necessarily travel, right? If this was your local hospital where you were going to like do maternity care, right? Like you're going to give birth to your baby. So yeah, this is the place that you're going to do it. But now this closes down, right? And you say, well, no worries, because the assets will be redistributed to other
Yeah.
firms in the area. Yeah, but what if the next firm is an hour and a half away? This was 15 minutes away. Now
This is
you
the
have to
problem for
travel an hour-
this is the problem for everybody living in a rural area. If you
Yeah.
want, you can
But
move.
if
Move if you want different
now you have to
services.
move. Okay,
Just
okay.
move.
So now you just
Sell your house to one of these
All
big
this-
capital,
Wow.
landlords,
I
and then
love
you can
I
move.
love you,
I say
Lactate. I love
something
you.
And you can
to
rent out
I
for
love you.
BlackRock all day. That's what you can
I
do.
love
Go,
you,
bye.
Lactate. I love you.
Go move
Listen,
to
can I
a
say
move to a
something?
better.
Can I
We
say
can't have
something?
everybody living in the city. It's ridiculous. Go
True.
ahead.
Can I
love you,
say
Lactate.
something? Yep, we all love Lactoid.
I mean it too.
Listen, one thing that I keep seeing in this is that we all I'm a fan of the market, but here's the thing. We act like market forces have no friction. We act like this is all in a vacuum. Like, oh, well, somebody will come in and, start producing this widget. Great, awesome. They need to have everything there. They need to be able to build the factory. They need to hire people. They need this, that, and the other. The logistics, right? Hospitals. There's the logistics of people having to figure out where they're going to go at, choose that, this, that, and the other. There's logistics. Moving costs thousands of dollars and takes weeks, months, okay? Like these aren't frictionless systems.
Yeah,
Like,
you don't have a right to a
don't
business
take
being
into
open near you.
account.
You don't have a right to a specific. You don't have a right to a
Hold on.
business being open within a certain
Right,
proximity
I'm
to you.
saying that the market
You gotta move
doesn't
to where
work
the shit is.
instantaneously.
I'm not. I never said it works. Nothing works
Hold on.
instantaneously.
Right,
I'm
but
saying
you're
that it
saying
allocates.
when
I'm saying it
something goes
allocates
out of business,
resources.
something else is gonna.
Yes, it will. If there is a void, if there is a demand in that area, but the market. I agree.
Right,
It's
but
not
it takes a
instantaneous.
long time for
but
the
it
demand
is
to be met.
much faster than a planned economy. Much faster than any other system we know of.
Right, I
It
don't
is more. It
support
is
a
more
planned
efficient.
economy.
It is more efficient at reallocating resources to where it has to go. And yes, if you're in a rural area or if you're somewhere where there's not a lot of services because like the area that you're in is just like desolate,
What if it wouldn't
then
have failed
sorry,
if not
you
for
might
private-
have to
hold on.
move.
What if
I
it
don't
had
support
not?
an
What if it
academy,
not
but I
had
support-
failed for private equity? What if I showed
Well,
you statistics?
that's
that
why I wanna
showed that-
talk.
Hold on. What if I showed you statistics that say that like these firms being bought by private equity were more likely to fail than otherwise? That like if previously,
So two things. That is a fucked statistic because private equity firms
you don't even know this
primarily
statistic
buy. I know
Failing
these stats.
businesses.
They primarily buy distressed businesses, right?
Mhm.
There's a reason why Red Lobster was bought out by that private equity firm. It's not because they were selling a whole bunch of fucking lobsters.
yet.
Okay?
Like Toys R
It was
Us
because
was
they were
bought by
having
private
difficulty.
equity. Toys R
Yes,
Us, an incredibly
a
strong
distressed-
brand. And they literally
Toys
knew
R Us
Toys
was
R
getting
Us.
wrecked.
No,
Toy sales.
It was
Overall
got
toy sales were down.
It,
Hold on,
it got wrecked after Toys R Us was in a prime position to
Hold on.
go into the online retail business, right? But they didn't. Right? They didn't make
Well,
those
Toy
investments.
sales
They got-
generally
Hold
are
on,
down
like,
because
can
of
we talk
the
about
rise of the
how do you-
internet.
But Toys R Us had this all the strong fundamentals, but like
No, they didn't.
And then
Hold on,
not
hold
just
on.
there was KB.
A better
They were
example
out
would be
competed by
us
Amazon
here.
and
Can
Walmart.
I- let me just jump
They
in.
didn't compete.
Just
They
like
didn't even compete.
Kohl's.
They just
Hold on,
got
actually,
rated.
I got
I'll deal with it. Sorry, it's fine. I'll give you the last word. It's okay. Get it.
So I want to just like, because this is a big issue locally, the Texas Vista closing, because guess what, live in San Antonio, so we're gonna call it TVMC for short. Actually, Lacko is actually 100% correct in this. They were bought out because they were failing. Let me just read this. This is actually from Texas Vista. They said TMCS resources challenges have been long-standing. When Steward Healthcare assumed operations at Texas Vista Medical Center in 2017, the facility was struggling financially as it was choked out by well-heeled public hospital competitor across town. The COVID-19 pandemic further placed a significant fiscal burden on TVMC. They were willing to assume financial losses and risk during this extraordinary public health crisis However, it is not sustainable to do anything longer. Then they got bought out. Then they asked if they could get a taxpayer bailout, which instead taxpayers went with University Health and they bought and they're building a newer state-of-the-art system. And this is a really interesting quote right here because they actually have the opportunity. And this is what the University Health said. It said additionally, the building, this is referring to the current hospital, is over 40 years old and requires significant renovation and upgrades to bring it up to University Health standards. The lifespan of a hospital in our system is generally about 50 years due to continually changing technologies. Fortunately, University Health is already in the process of constructing a new state-of-the-art community hospital on the south side of property across from Texas A&M. So basically, they're already building this. So this is exactly what Lactoid said. This is a business. This is a hospital that was for-profit that failed. They went to the taxpayers for a bailout. The taxpayers said, no, we'd rather give our money to University Health with the Bexar County and build a better, newer state of hospital since this was at the end of its life frame anyway, and say, hey, now, sure, there is a short-term loss of services for 3-4 years while the newer state-of-the-art facility is being built. However, the newer state-of-the-art facilities can be able to provide better state-of-the-art care, more beds, etc. And this is all due
what you
to
provided. What you provided was a I looked at the articles. What you provided
this is the
here
one I just read from.
is a
That's the one I just read from.
I looked at that. Oh, sorry. Maybe this is a separate one.
Yeah,
the
this is
first
the
two
one.
things you provided were basically a press release, right? Like
Right.
one was an actual press
what I
release,
said.
and then this other article was just them quoting the officials, right? The same individuals,
Right.
quoting them.
And now I just read the thing from
rather
Case
than some sort of independent investigation into the situation, but.
Well, this last one's from
I-
KSAT 12, which is the local news agency.
This is okay. Well, this is the first
I
one
just
before
posted.
was KSAT 12 as well. But
Sure.
that's okay. I'll give you the last word. We can move on from there. But I think we should make this a topic and discuss this more in depth in the future because.
Can I say one last thing about this
I
before we
honestly
move
thought
on?
you'd have a different opinion on this Lactoid, but I was incorrect.
Well,
Yeah,
believe
I
me.
think the free market is the reason why it's called like it's an ecosystem is because like any proper ecosystem, the weak firms die and they get eaten and cannibalized and ripped up and separated amongst the better, more efficient firms. What you want to do is you want to have like a sort of predatory mindset in the sense of the weak firms should die. Somebody's singing happy birthday in the background. But you want weak firms to be eaten, and you want efficient firms to grow because that's what you want in an economy. You want a bunch of incredibly efficient, healthy, strong firms that are run well. And if a firm is run poorly, you don't want them to stick around just because, well, it'd be so sad if they just left. Yes, sorry, we got to get over it. Businesses leave, businesses die. It's a good thing.
Okay.
It's a good thing when businesses die. It means that they were shit. It means that a better business came in and took over as they should, because at the end of the day, these businesses exist to serve us, and they should serve us.
It's not what it always means. Doesn't mean that
but-
another business came and was like better at like servicing the community. It's just sometimes
Or the area is no longer worth servicing. Sorry.
I'll let you have the final word. Gibbs just read us. He gave us 2 articles that were press releases from the people closing down the facilities. I just want to put that out there. They were just press.
No, the last one's also from KSAT 12, which
Yeah,
investigated.
there was a press
both of them.
release too. Like look at, I'm looking at
Sure.
the second article. It's like
The third
How
article.
did this start? Right. The third article. Yeah, the third article. A press release published after KSAT broke the news says that the 325-bed medical facility owned by Stewart Hospitals will close on May 1st. The press release said Stewart official. Hold on, let me just search for how many times they mentioned press release here.
I mean, I don't understand what the problem is. That this is they're
press
stating their
release.
issues. They're stating their issues,
So
and then
6
they took
times.
over.
It's just like quoting the whole article. Just
Well,
quoting
wait,
the press
do you
release.
trust press releases from the government? What's
but,
the difference between a press release from the
it's like-
government and the people?
Like I give you an investigative report on the situation, and you're like, hey, let me talk about the press release from people buying the
I
hospital.
mean, but this
fine.
is an issue from a local
That's
community.
okay.
Hold on, Ghosty said the same thing. She
I
mentioned
was
Delaware
born
or what?
in that specific hospital in the article.
I live here, and like this press release
Yeah,
is basically
so
covered
I
what we've
don't
been
know
seeing
what
on the
that
news
means
for
in
months.
terms of this, though.
What do you mean? What are you confused about? Like, I mean, hold on.
Well, Ghosty was born there, so
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
Ghosty was
someone
born
was
there.
born- I don't
live here,
understand what that
and we've been
means here.
seeing this on the news for years now. This has been like a local news issue, and I just thought, hey, these are summarized. The press release summarized basically the
The
issues.
press release
Why
from-
would we need to? What more information would you like from this to like prove this point? Like, what? Tell me
Because
what
it's-
do you need?
Sure.
Like, do you need like 50 case set articles about it, or like?
No, well, they're all gonna. Well, you provided 2 of them, and if they're all gonna be press releases, then no, I actually don't need them. I think 2 is enough, right? You gave me 2 that were quoting press releases, and then you also gave me the actual press release from the. So no, I got it. I understand the press release. So thank you. That's been covered. We got it, right? And so, but instead, I'd like an examination of the business deals, right? These opaque business deals that were they were lucky enough that some a governmental official was able to examine those deals and see just what were the cost pressures that helped close down those hospitals, right?
One of the press
Saying
releases from the city.
It's simple to say in the press release of the new owners, right? They could simply say, like, oh yeah, we got outcompeted, right? But they don't mention it. Oh yeah, we also leased the land, right? That previously the hospital owned. We leased the land, and now they have to pay $5 million in rent. They didn't mention that part, right? They didn't mention.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with anything.
Loans,
That's like a non-issue.
That had nothing to do with it.
No.
Right?
Yeah, it does have nothing to do with it.
Hey.
What do you? Wait. Hold on. Let me ask you this.
Ali, right?
Why?
So let's say Ali owns his home, right? He big time success. He owns his home, right? But then I go to Ali. I'm saying I'm gonna take your home. I'm going to lease the land under it. So now you're gonna have to rent it back. You owned it previously and rent it back, right? And then let's say that maybe now he can't afford his home anymore, right? Well, I guess it makes no difference. It makes no difference whether before he owned it or when he rented it, when the cost burden was completely different on him, right? Now, before when he was paying a reasonable mortgage that he could afford, rather than the rent that some random company is now charging him for that property.
Why would he do that though? Why would he do that though?
Yeah, you're ignoring like major parts of the story that are facts.
Sorry, I'm not. I literally gave you facts. So go.
Yeah, but you're I gave you more facts, and you're just going.
No, you didn't. You just gave me a
hold on.
Okay, sorry.
Pride. Hold on.
It's fine. I already gave you Ariel Hunt, so I'm just gonna.
But you're pushing back against like the accuracy of this, and if you read through that article, one of the press releases is from the Bexar County officials who said it was concerning that it was closing. But guess what? They still said they went ahead, and the city chose to go with a different option instead of giving it to the taxpayers because the taxpayers didn't want to do that. You're just ignoring local politics because it doesn't suit your argument.
Buddy, don't worry. I want.
That's
the
what
smoke.
you're doing.
No, don't worry. I want the smoke, and we can make this a full-on topic later on. But Ghosty, right? To answer your question quickly, and we can move on to the actual topic at hand. But Ghosty, just to answer your question quickly, why would you rent? Like you had the land, you bought the land, and then you're selling the land because the private equity firm that bought the hospital wants to just because they bought it on a loan, so they go to it's a long process, but they go to a bank and like they're going to buy this this organization, right? In this case, a hospital. They want to buy it, and so they go to a bank for a loan to buy it, right? So they buy the hospital. They're in control of it. Now, the only purpose of this private equity firm is to make money. Right, to make money back, right, and to do that in the quickest and most efficient way possible. Now, they're not doing that by like providing better medical services. Instead, they sell the land, right, that the hospital was on.
That's only 3% of their overall budget, right?
I was saying, why would the hospital take the loan or something? Like if they weren't already failing.
Yeah,
right?
Because they took the loan to pay back the investors. They invest, so these private equity firms, they are now in control of the hospital, right? They have to make their money back, and they want to make a profit. So they just they make the hospital take out a massive loan, and then they reap the benefits of the loan. They like almost half of that loan, the one that I talked about, went to the investors and became dividends for them. So they just made their profit back immediately, not with providing medical services. So I'm saying they're corporate raiders. This is what they do. They go to a business. They force that business to take out loans once they get control of it. They force that business to take out loans so they can pay back the cost of buying the business and then get a hefty profit on top of it. If that business is able to service that loan right afterwards, then fine, I guess they can continue on. But if not, well, then it just closes. But this is a whole thing on private equity. We can have a longer conversation on this in the future. I'll provide more articles for you guys to look at so you can understand what I'm talking about. If you're unfamiliar with private equity and how it works, This is new. I don't blame Ghosty for having those questions, because if you haven't like looked at this issue before, it doesn't make sense. Why would you take out a loan that would cause a massive failure to the company? Why would you do that? It doesn't make sense unless the people profiting there's a group of people who will profit from that loan immediately. But we can talk about it in the future. All right. That was a fun way to start things off. But and shout out to everyone here who was a part of that. So let's get started. Hey, thanks everyone for being here. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests. I'm going to introduce them all, and then we'll get started. But before then, guys, if you've enjoyed that conversation that we were having, I didn't intend to be this long. I didn't intend to get into a whole fight about private equity. I was like probing Lactoid's thoughts, right? And then that led to doom. There, like seeing what Libertarian has in their mind. But I appreciate Lactoid sharing his thoughts. And it was a fun conversation. So if you enjoyed that, consider following the channel. I haven't done so yet, right? Hit that follow button. Subscribe to the channel. If you're on Twitch, consider subscribing to the channel. Supporting us so we can have these conversations. And you can yell at each other, and you can go in the chat. You can root for whoever you think is right, or maybe you might be convinced by someone making a great argument. That'd be me. And just to have this service here, us around, or into the future, we do need your help. So consider subs to the channel, gifting bits, or gift subs. Apparently, there's some promotion that if you like sub or gift subs or something, you'll get Discord Nitro. Like there's a promotion until October 31st. That Twitch sent me a message. So I don't know. So if you want Discord Nitro, consider supporting the channel here. And you'll have that. If you have Amazon Prime Gaming, use that one free sub per month here. Again, we do need your help, so consider helping us out. If you're on YouTube, YouTube land, consider consider using a super chat, which I was looking at the entire time.
I'll take your word for it.
I was looking at the super chats the entire time, and so I can tell you that there are no super chats. So no super chats yet today, so I didn't miss anything. All right, despite Corey's best intentions, I didn't miss anything. So if you're out there on YouTube land, consider hitting us up with a super chat. We'll read your super chat, and we'll react to your super chat, and that'll be great. Okay, let's move on to the topic at hand. Recently, there has been a lot of discussion about the effects of social media on our society. A perennial discussion has focused on its effects on people's self-esteem by broadcasting the supposedly perfect lives of strangers. Women and girls report that social media damages their mental health and lowers their self-esteem. One reason for that is the use of image filters that gets rid of blemishes. They create an unrealistic standard of beauty. And even though the vast majority of women and girls use it themselves, it still impacts them to see other Photoshop images. So should these image filters be banned, is their effect on our society so corrosive that it would simply be better for platforms to not include them? And beyond filters, should we rethink other platforms that celebrate narrow standards of beauty, such as pageants? So yeah, you guys all know about them. These image filters you find on any social media platform, like Instagram, I think made them really famous there. But like we are looking through a filtered reality, like an honestly filtered reality. People go through their feed and they get depressed. They feel like, well, I'm unattractive, I'm less than, I'm not as popular, all these negative things, because look at all the other people and they seem perfect, right? Now there's lots of reasons why social media makes them feel that way, but one of them is definitely these filters that they makes them feel awful, right? And in fact, there is like there's a term for this, I forget what it is, but like where people they get so attached to their filtered image, they'll go to a surgeon, right? Like a plastic surgeon and say, like, okay, this is my my filtered image. I want to look like that, right?
Like kind of
I,
like body integrity disorder kind of type thing.
I haven't heard of body integrity disorder, but like maybe
Or
you can
body image
enlighten us.
integrity disorder. Something like that where their body like doesn't match the way they want to look cosmetically to the point where it causes
Sure.
distress.
Well, let
Body
me finish up the
dysmorphia.
yeah.
Isn't that
Let
the
me
whole thing
let me
too?
just finish the opening,
Slightly.
and then we're gonna
Yeah.
go around. You guys can introduce yourselves there and make your opening statements. So yeah, um body they have all kinds of issues, right, that are caused by this, and there's having significant mental effects, right? And so why not just get rid of them, right? Why not just say that this is a corrosive part addition to our society, so we're just gonna get rid of these things. So we'll go around. Let's start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, we're not going to get rid of them because we live in a free country and we have the ability to do that shit, which I think is fine to do. Now, social media has the internet generally, but and specifically social media has come with a lot of benefits, but it's also come with a lot of detractions. One of the things that I think people should do, and I've done too, is if you look at videos of like back in the 70s and like the 80s and stuff, you'll notice that people were way more social and way more talkative and were happier actually. And the stats reflect that. Over time, people have been, especially during the internet age, have been getting more depressed, less happy, and have fewer friends. Yeah, even boomers, for example, despite the fact that some significant percentage of their friends have died by now, they have more friends than millennials do, and millennials have more friends than Zoomers do. Like there's just like unfortunately, a decreasing level of friends, and there's also an increasing level of mental illness and depression, et cetera. And some of that is caused by this sort of image, I think, dysmorphia that happens when you open up an app and everybody's more attractive than you. Everybody's having, and there's also the FOMO of everyone's having more fun than you. They're all living this awesome life. They're skiing in Maui. They're so much fun, and here you are, you little pathetic worm. You're just working every day and waking up. It sucks. Right? I understand all that. And it's important to avoid that. And I think that generally we should just be recommending that people realize what social media is, to not take it too seriously. But I wouldn't ban it. And I also, frankly, at least with filters, fail to see how this is any different than what humans have been doing for millennia, such as makeup or such as plastic surgery, like something that you brought up, Prime. While we've had plastic surgery before we've had social media, we've had makeup since time immemorial. Humans appear to always be interested in adjusting their appearances and changing their appearances. So I don't think this is a exclusively social media issue. The depression certainly seems to be exacerbated by it, but that's something that I think, just need to work on as a society.
Hey Gibbs.
Hey, all right, yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. All right, so this is an interesting thing, and I'm going to kind of like open this up a little delicately if I can, but I think it's generally a expression of a wider issue that I talk about all the time, and that's the participation trophy mentality. That's kind of grown up with all, at least with our generation. And I'll explain what I mean by that. And I think there might be some truth to this, but I've seen recently some TERFs complaining. And then some, let's call them red pillars, decided to jump on the bandwagon with him about trans individuals winning women's beauty pageants, right? And I think this actually is a direct analogy to what we're talking about now. And they've been complaining, they're like, even basically, and I'm not supporting this, but they basically made the argument that biological males were beating women even at their own things. And, I can see how, if this is reinforced with these unrealistic beauty standards, women would get depressed. They they go on there, they're losing to quote unquote men. They're coming on here, they're always uglier than all the women online. They're taking trips, they're doing worse. And you know what? I really have two words for these people. It's a skill issue. And maybe I'll add two more words to it, and that's get good. And I'm sorry, I just don't give a shit. I'll be honest, I'm ugly as sin, and I'm still sexy bitch. I don't understand why all these other people just don't know how to grab themselves by their metaphorical nuts and stop being such a crybaby bitch. I go online every day and I make these statements and I read all these chats from all my haters. Look at this fat motherfucker. Look at this. And guess what? Doesn't bother me one bit. I'm sorry that my nuts hang lower than y'all's. I just am sorry that these people have no skill. And if they're really going to let some little images on the internet make them really sad and depressing, then I guess don't go outside, don't talk to men, and hopefully don't breed, because we don't need any more of your little weak-willed individuals in this world.
I am so happy that my friend Gibbs brought his usual level of delicateness.
I tried to be delicate there.
Thank you so much.
It's surgical. It's truly surgical.
All right. He brushed it with a feather. All right, let's go to our friend Corey.
Oh, well, first, I believe Lactoid started off his opening statement with saying, because we live in a free country. So I'm sure he's going to take me up on the challenge of next week, you're going to open a Kinder Surprise on stream, right? That's a deal in your free country? But either way.
Fuck you.
What if he did? What if he did open one?
So, to the topic at hand. Okay, so, when it comes to social media and mental health, anxiety, depression, etc., the narrative out there is that social media either exacerbates or causes mental health issues, and especially I think a lot of it comes from, or is, let's say, put forth by Jonathan Haidt, the social psychologist. From what I can tell, the research seems to be pretty mixed. Like maybe there's a negative effect, but I'd say the jury's overall still out. There's not a final nail in the coffin to demonstrate that social media actually results in anxiety or depression. Maybe it's also affecting self-esteem, but all that to say, I do agree with Lactoid, okay, aside from the freedom issue, where it's like, would banning these filters be a good thing or effective? I don't know. Probably not. And just it probably can't be, on a practical level, can't be implemented. I'm not in favor of them. They shouldn't be used, and they're probably not overall good. But in terms of actually implementing a ban on these filters, probably not overall practical, since as also Lactoid correctly pointed out, there's makeup and a whole bunch of other workarounds. But what I will say is, according to the prompt, when you're bringing up pageants, beauty pageants, especially child beauty, those should be banned. And even, I would say, even adult beauty pageants should be banned. And also, what I'll throw on the table is a lot of the narrative, even in the prompt itself, it's largely affecting women and girls. But I do think there is an effect on men and boys. And I think you see that manifesting it when it comes to steroid use, bodybuilding, and also bodybuilding is just like a pageantry for men and boys, which is silly. But I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Let's go to Ghosty.
Okay, so I don't know. I kind of go back and forth with this, because I don't know. I don't like banning things in general. Again, free country, whatever. But I do think the filters are pretty disturbing. I don't even mind the ones that kind of just add a different color or whatever. But the ones that literally change your face, I do think this is affecting especially young girls. And I think the major problem in our society is just the hyper focus on women's beauty and appearance in general. And it goes beyond just filters. So like Corey said, I don't think banning filters is going to completely solve the problem. We still have movies and Photoshop and plastic surgery and all this stuff. So, but I don't know. I wouldn't be completely against the idea of banning them, to be completely honest. So I don't know. I just want to explore that a little more in this conversation.
Ollie.
Banning them, I don't know. Listen, everyone's having fun with the filters. This whole depression and comparison and self-esteem issue, I feel has existed since we've had televisions and magazines, because we've always had models, we've always had TV and movie actresses and people that women were oh my god, I wish I looked like her, I wish I looked like her, whatever. I mean, and men have these issues too, whether it be steroid use or this hyper pursuit of money. It's a different suck. It's a different depression when damn, why does FaZe Banks just get to have fucking chrome hearts everything and I can't even afford JCPenney? It's tough. It's tough out there for people. But I mean, these problems have always existed. I think maybe now we're just keeping track of them and polling them more. But yeah, banning them makes no sense, because then we would have to ban makeup, we would have to ban plastic surgery, and we'd have to agree that this is some type of deception. But honestly, I think people are having fun, And we're seeing that with new makeup trends, right? Especially for girls. Like, you can somewhat do the filter thing, and it's like an art too, right? Where like girls are doing makeup, and it's like a pretty fucking, it's like hour-long sessions, 2-hour-long sessions, whatever it may be. I don't know. Banning it doesn't seem worth it. And then the whole, once again, the self-esteem thing, I think, has always been an issue. I think we're just tracking it more now.
And finally, Katya.
I'm Katya. I'm Premier Katya on X/Twitter, whatever the fuck it is. And my opinion on this is basically, I mean, I'm not a fan of banning things. I don't think anything should be banned. I think the main issue is just kind of how people see themselves. I mean, I say it all the time. Female socialization is one hell of a drug because it is. A lot of people think that they need to, especially women, need to look a certain way to be able to compare to others, and they're looking more towards others than to themselves. A lot of these things are societal problems that will have to change gradually, but people are using filters right now in order to, achieve a standard of look because they care about that. The problem is that they give a fuck. As somebody who doesn't give a fuck and advocates for people not giving a fuck, shout out to Gibbs, I also agree, don't give a fuck. Less people should care, but that's a problem with how pervasive it is in our society, which will have to be a gradual change. Banning things won't help anything, and banning things are obviously slippery slope, our freedoms, this, that, and the other. I tend to lean more, very socially libertarian, so yep, that's basically how I feel.
Hey, comes the
Wait, when you say it shouldn't matter, you like presentation just doesn't matter? Are we like, are we
No,
talking?
I'm saying like your face, like stuff like that's like kind of like an immutable characteristic. Not stuff like grooming, not stuff like how you do your hair or what attire you're wearing or how put together you are, your hygiene.
Okay, so like having
But
a
stuff,
crooked nose or something like that.
right, or like,
Okay,
somebody who
fair.
has acne or somebody, their shape of their face, they don't like it, or, stuff like that.
Well,
Lactoid kind of,
shape of face is mutable technically, and also skin color is technically mutable.
well, Lactoid hit on something interesting.
No,
True,
Here.
you
that
can
Makeup.
always do.
Well, he ended on something interesting with the makeup here, and I wasn't really going to go there, but I think I will for a second. So I have a friend. We call her Crybaby. She's got a tattoo right here that says Crybaby. She's got a bunch of other face tats, and she's like a girl that I take out as a date, but it's not a date, right?
sounds like the kind of girl you would date. Yeah.
She's really fantastic. She's a wonderful girl. Love this girl. Fantastic. You're watching anyway. But she'll go out, and one of the great things about her is it's like always having a different filter. Because one day she'll cover one face tat, the next day she'll have no face tats, and whatever. And she's using makeup, and we'll go out, and I have about 60 photos with this girl, and like she looks like a different person every single one of them because she'll have a different wig on, she'll have like makeup going on, she'll have different outfits, and it's like, man, I got like 50 dates with one person, even though they could be like versus whatever. And same thing with the filter thing, like. I don't really see a problem with these filters. It's kind of just a tool, and how a tool is used, it's just like a shovel. Or like, hey, if you hit somebody in the back of the head with a shovel, it's bad. If you dig a hole with a shovel, hey, it's useful. Same thing with filter. If you're maliciously using this to make people feel bad, I guess so. But like, is anybody actually doing that? No, they're just doing it to like change their appearance. And who are we to be like, hey, I don't like that you changed your appearance. It makes me sad. Go fuck
Like
yourself.
their online
makes them
avatar.
sad.
Yeah, their online avatar is their online avatar. Like, no one wants to have like put the crooked nose or like the fucked up teeth. Like, I have bad teeth. I want to fix my teeth. I don't think like necessarily there's like an issue with like these types of things. But what I do think there's an issue with like plastic surgery. But I don't think that comes from social media. I think that comes from like honestly upholding like women with unrealistic beauty standards, and then the girls looking up to them and.
Which often happens through social media. I mean, think about how like for the long,
it
like for a
happened
little
through.
while, like BBL was a trend or whatever. Like that's a
Mhm.
very
best
invasive,
trend.
very
The best trend.
dangerous plastic surgery trend. And
But that's not
plenty
because
of
of social
people were,
media. Like
well,
specifically, it's
because
media
of
in
part of
general.
it.
and celebrities who
Well, I mean,
mainly
Yeah.
post on social media.
I don't want to be like Kim Kardashian had the whole show. Like, I mean, yes, social media is a part of it, but I think it's media in general. Like, I don't want to sit here and just be like, well, only social media, because
course,
we've
but-
always had like Pamela Anderson before. People were like, I'm sure women were getting boob jobs and dyeing their hair blonde and injecting their lips before. Like, we look at previous like porn stars or whatever it may be. People were kind of looking up to these people and getting not the same surgeries, it was different surgeries. BBL just became a new thing. But that's
But you
less
see the
to do with
backlash
like
against it,
social
too.
media and more to do with like music and just media in general.
But hold on, you see a backlash against it
I
too. How many
agree.
people have rejected this with like a counterculture movement almost, where they're like, "Oh, BBLs are gross, plastic surgeries are gross." Like you even
Mhm.
see TikToks like, "Oh, you got lip filler, and I don't want to talk to you." And then, like guys, like women and men are all doing the whole natural fitness route now. Whether they're actually natty is a whole different thing. But like, there's been this whole like redirection of like that kind of thing,
Okay.
as well. So like, I don't know how you can say that it's like, oh, it's only doing one side. It's because it seems like both is happening.
Like a new model of girl dropped over the past 5 years. Okay, it used to be the BBL, but now since Kim Kardashian introduced it and her sister got like the slimming, the whatever, and like Barbie became popular. I walk around the mall or I see like ads or whatever. The new model of girl is that slender, like just one piece. We're back to the slender long look, and it's just like that's gonna be now the new image. That girls are gonna start
Nah.
starving themselves now,
It's
No,
right? Which is a bigger
Gummy
issue.
mummies are in, bro. What are you
Which is
talking
a
about?
bigger issue.
I like
Which is
them
a
thick.
different issue.
Me too,
Gummy mummies are in. You're
man.
I'm just
wrong.
saying. Yeah,
You're
I'm
wrong.
just saying the models are the ones that kind of like propagate what goes on through social media. Yes, I agree. Like social media exacerbates
Would
it.
you vote for Trump if he got a thick goth Dami mommy and like replace all of you? Would you vote for him?
That might help. She might help
both
change his
goth
ways.
dummy mommies do not support Trump. But
She might help
I'd
change his
wait.
ways.
Unfortunately, it's wild. Like they're always the most like raving liberals.
Nah, you're
It's
talking
like-
the wrong ones.
It's like God cursed me. He's like, okay, like we're gonna put this desire in you, and they're all gonna be awful. Good luck. So it sucks.
Change lactoid. Just become a better person.
Or just move to Texas where we have the thick goth Dami mommies that are Latina and they're Republican. It's wonderful.
Oh, yep.
I don't believe
They're
it.
just,
There's no
Well,
way.
you know that
I'll
meme with
introduce
the
you.
political compass
Gibbs
that's
knows
like
them
a
all.
swirl? It's
I
like
know
that.
a few of them.
You're telling me the person with the face tattoos that person's a right winger?
She's an idiot. So either way,
But if you're watching,
So
Gibbs
I'm
loves
sure
you.
she's
You're a good
right-wing.
person.
I do love you if you're watching.
You're an idiot.
An idiot though.
But
I told her she was an idiot last week, so it's all right. It'll be fine.
is that tattooed on her face?
Yeah.
It sounds like a love-hate
She
relationship.
actually does have an idiot tattoo somewhere. I'm pretty
Oh, I ship it.
sure. She's
So
fun.
yeah. So I'm just saying, like, I don't know, like this always existed. I don't see it
No,
going
but
anywhere.
Ali, like I
What's up?
assume you recognize that there's probably a difference between like it's now like in the palm of your hand, like literally.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
that is
it's
the
more
issue.
exacerbated for sure. Like, but,
Same
like,
thing
you
with
should-
like also the issue with bullying now, where like cyberbullying is a thing, and like it's outside the school now, and
Well,
that is a variable at play.
Now, personally, I think the actual solution to this is to ban teens off the internet. Honestly, personally, I think like 16 and under should not be allowed on the internet, like at least without some heavy regulations or like a fucking login code and heavier restrictions. Because for many reasons beyond just like being addicted to your phone, fucking this, like the self-esteem issues, the bullying issues, like there's no reason 16-year-olds and under need to be on like Instagram or fucking TikTok or Twitter or any of these really.
I guess, but I think that should be down to company policy, and I honestly think parents should parent more because here's my problem.
So
What do you have to do to cause these regulations to be effective? It's like what? Then we get into a world where we all have to provide our government ID to have an
Parents suck.
account anywhere? Oh my lord. Yeah, parents suck. That's a big
they're bad at
problem.
being
We
parents.
need
They
to
should
Ban
get
parents.
good.
That's the answer.
no. Listen,
Get good.
hold parents accountable for their kids. I've been saying this on every panel. Fucking start jailing the parents for their kids' problems. You'll start seeing better parenting.
Parents should get good.
Uh,
There's parents out there who don't
I'm
teach their
not-
kids to like read and they homeschool them and they never learn how to read until they're like 10. Okay, parents.
Yeah, they should go to
A
jail.
lot of parents need to get good.
Corey, you think you want to ban? I'm with you on banning child pageants. We should probably ban them and then also investigate any man who's gone to them. But in
Yeah.
terms of like the
Times are
adult
crazy.
pageants, like adult women pageants,
Trump's
you were
gone backstage to child pageants. Just saying, if you want to
not to
investigate
child
men who've gone to
pageants.
them.
No, he was going backstage to the adult pageants. We had the conversation, I'm pretty sure, on this panel. But Corey, what are your thoughts on adult pageants? Why should they be banned? Explain that.
I think that it's ultimately like the same thing. Boils down to reinforcing unrealistic standards, and also is just like also reinforcing just whatever superficiality and all that stuff. I just think they're just overall stupid. That's all.
Yeah, I'm
Same
sure
thing-
you don't
like
like it, but like just because it's stupid doesn't mean you should ban it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think
You
it's
know, yeah, that's
excessively.
the
I think
reality,
it's
whoever that was.
excessively stupid. It's like way too stupid, right? Just like I think you agree with some things being banned. Okay, I'm assuming nukes, owning nukes, that's bannable for you because like way
Yeah,
too
look,
stupid.
I do well, not because it's stupid, but because you could vaporize an entire city. But I don't think that a pageant has that risk. I think that a pageant has simply the risk of, well, men might like to look at women. And that's kind of
I
weird.
don't know. Those buys could be too sizzling hot.
And-
It might destroy
No,
a
And you,
block or
you yeah,
two.
you definitely can't look at you can't look at
here's the
women
question.
outside.
Corey,
Wait, one
I
last
can't-
question. Are you in favor of banning porn? Because if you say no to this, you are totally inconsistent.
No, potentially, because I see definitely issues.
Every man just like lost entire credibility.
Communism is
Listen,
dead to
Yeah,
me.
that's fine.
So-
I said potentially. Not,
Listen,
This is
wait,
what
wait,
happens when the
let me-
leftists come
This
into
is
charge.
let me
real sad.
my flesh out. Okay,
Real sad.
my
Flesh out.
yeah,
Flesh out.
my thoughts
Hello.
a little bit more. My covered up, fleshed out thoughts. But one of my concerns, okay, whether it's would actually come to fruition or not, but I do see, especially if you look at rates of plastic surgery, like I don't want to live in, let's say, South Korea, and like people are now getting plastic surgery for their children, and we see increased rates of like plastic surgery on children, or parents like forcing their child to have plastic surgery, and I see that as an overall bad thing. As in,
What about
We can,
braces?
we
Hold on,
can
what
ban
about
that
braces?
because it's on children. But I'm talking about like when you're an
No,
adult.
hold on. What about
You're gonna
braces?
tell me I can't ride a motorcycle or watch pageants? Like,
No,
what the
hold on,
fuck?
actually. What about like a cleft lip or braces or like any cosmetic surgery then? Are we gonna start just like banning all of them? Because like I feel like some of these things have like actual beneficial uses. Like if you're looking around like Jaws, or you're looking like you got like a cleft king. I don't know what the I think that's a medical term. But like if you got all this going on, people are gonna be like, wow, that person's a weirdie. All right, wow, that's one ugly son of a bitch. Like, and then you get that fixed.
But
Hey,
I
things are
wouldn't
good.
do that. But well, so I believe. Okay, I haven't dove deep into the data, but I believe like cleft pod actually has like effects in terms of like being able to like whatever consume things and all that stuff. I don't think it's just like a purely
What if I, like,
aesthetic
broke it?
thing.
What if I get like broke my nose? What if I want to go get a nose job? Like because I
You
can't
broke
breathe?
it.
Yeah, but it's
You
okay,
broke
sure,
it.
but it's still a cosmetic thing. Like I would
Well,
get my
If you want
nose
to
works
break-
fine, but now
if you
I have a big
want to-
bump there.
If you want to break your own nose and then get to fix it, and then somehow it's cosmetically better, then I'm not necessarily opposed to that.
Then why are you opposed to pageants? Why can't I look at women? What's wrong with you?
Wait, are you saying you can only look at women at beauty pageants? So we should check out.
he
we should-
can go to
That's the only ones that'll talk to me, Corey.
The left wants to ban strip clubs, porn, and pageants. That's what their platform is now. Like,
just completely demasculinate society to where all of us are just eating the bugs. It's
no more tobacco. Next, they're coming with the alcohol, and then after that, they're gonna come with the weed.
Next
I know
time
it.
they're
Hey,
gonna
yeah,
tell you-
More
they're gonna
wacky
tell you
tobacco.
gotta switch your
Corey has
gender
his way.
next.
Corey
Yeah.
has his way. I'm going to be wearing a giant helmet and bubble wrap as I'm going 8 miles an hour on my Razor scooter, and I can't. That's the most I can buy.
And
Because the new government of safety.
you probably would not injure yourself again if you actually wore a helmet and bubble wrap.
It was worth it. It was worth it. Okay. Look at me. I'm a happy camper now. See, it's how you heal. You get hurt and you heal.
I love all the people that say I'm a happy camper as they're like downing their alcohol. I'm super happy. Yes, absolutely.
Alcohol makes me happy too. I don't. What's
Yeah.
the point?
They don't want
Said
you to be happy. They want you to be
every
depressed.
person with a substance use disorder. I'm
Just
happy.
repress-
I'm strung out on heroin.
You just want, it sounds like you want everybody to be repressed sexually and not have any good times. That's what it sounds
Play
like.
their
having
board
good-
games. That's what they
Yeah.
fucking.
Play Uno at home. Yeah, just be angry all the time because you can
You're
never
fine.
crank one out.
Yeah.
Never crank one out.
That's what they're coming for next. They're gonna like require heart monitors on your wrist.
Yeah. You're and them in their incel board games, right? That's what you do.
I do want to point out, like, this is a moment of alliance between the left and like the far Christian right. Like, they want to ban pornography too, and they want.
Well,
to ban
I
all this
never
shit
said.
because
I never said. I want to. I said potentially.
Well, I guess
Okay.
like-
potentially you are potentially in allegiance with the
And
fascists.
you,
The left does not want to
potentially
ban
wanna end
pornography.
democracy. Yeah.
Wait, Corey's in the left, and he just said he does. Maybe.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
that
think
applies
most,
to everybody. Excuse me.
most
Well, he's
people on the
part-
left
he's part
are
of the left.
fighting
it's part of y'all.
He's
to
the
legalize
avatar.
sex.
No.
It's you.
I actually think that there is an alliance between like the ultra radical feminists of the left and the Christian nationalists, where they're like, pornography is exploitative, it's horrible, we got to ban it. and then
Well,
you
I'm-
have like an
well,
alliance between those two people.
So,
This is where Corey's coming in. Corey's like
Wait,
just in
wait.
line with like Mussolini, Andrew Wilson, these people.
So,
They hate
pretty good.
masculinity.
Let me. Lactoid put forth characterizing my position, which like I said potentially, and the space that I'm coming from is different. At least I perceive it different. Like I have concerns with, let's say, human trafficking. And like if in fact you can have ethical porn, that's my major concern. Like people that engage in it, there's maybe a coercive aspect to it. I'm not saying it's contributing to the degradation of society and like women are harlots and all that. Like no, that's not the space that I'm coming from. It's just like I see some
You gotta use
issues in
the word
terms of like,
harlots more often.
I
than
would
words.
actually be
It's
fine
horseshoe.
with. I'd be fine with banning like certain types of porn, like incest porn, like if there's like porn that replicates like a grown man sleeping with like his daughter, or just like really like weird like animal things with animals, or just like those really far out types of porn that I think is
These
actually
are already banned, by the way, just to be clear.
I was about to say.
Wait,
everyone-
incest porn is banned? Hold on, you can go look up like.
There's a
father
reason
daughter.
why. There's a reason why
you
it's
can go to like
stepmother.
any porn
That's-
site.
Yeah.
Oh, stepmother, you're stuck in the laundry machine. Like, there's a reason why it's always the
Oh.
stepmother,
No, well,
right? As opposed to.
to be fair, step family
family
is like a little different. You know, if
Why-
you want to do
why is that different?
stepbrothers,
Yeah.
because they're not like blood related.
Yeah.
but that
Well,
difference
what's
is
wrong with
fine.
that? What's wrong with the blood relative? Okay, go ahead.
Cousins,
No, I
they have
understand.
cousins porn all the time.
No. I want to understand. I understand this, right? So, like,
Are we doing this
we have
incest
a
argument again?
scenario. We got a
I'll
scenario,
do it.
and it's one. Okay, so we have two scenarios here. One is with an actor. Let's say he's 45, right? And an actress. Let's say she's 20, right? And it's like a father and daughter, right? And they end up sleeping with each other, right? So, and you see insertion, right? So but they're pretending. They're pretending one way or the other. They're pretending, right? They're not actually father and daughter, but they're portraying that. But then another one, it's stepfather and stepdaughter, and they do all the same actions. It's the same actors, right? You'd say one is more problematic than the other.
So I think my issue here would be how old are they depicting the girl? I mean, I guess they all
40
like,
and 20.
do they all make it clear that she's 18 or
All
There's
all
to be
do.
a watermark on all porn.
All of them will say so.
If they don't
But
get
what if-
rated by
but what if she
Interpol,
was
yeah.
wearing
Yeah.
a Catholic schoolgirl outfit, right? But like she's 18. They never said she's not. Right?
Well, they usually interview them before the porn starts. They're like, "Oh, who are you? You're so and so Beth or whatever her name is," and then they're like, "Oh, how old are you? Oh, I'm 23.
No,
oh, yeah,
no
yada."
interviews. No interviews
so
here,
maybe
right?
maybe like step parents like to stepchildren, maybe I'd be fine with banning that, but like step brother, stepsister, like I don't really care about that, to be fair.
An actual brother sister.
Sorry.
Okay, well,
Actual
they say-
brother sister, I would ban that.
Why?
Why?
Huh,
Why?
Actors.
Why?
Why? The same actors doing the same
'Cause they're-
scenario.
if they're,
like-
they just
if, like,
dropped the
they're-
step.
Because they're like the same actual brothers and sisters should not be attracted to each other.
But they're not actual brothers. and
This
sisters.
isn't.
They're just
Not
They're
actors.
not.
actual,
They're
they're
actors.
I know,
This
but
is
they're
bigoted.
they're depicting it though as if they actually are.
They depict murder in movies 24/7.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't
I
mean murder is like
because-
okay.
Dude, I don't know, like there are
Or like
guys
CNC, they have that. So like there's a bunch of
I
things
don't
they
think
shouldn't
people
depict.
understand like how infiltrated porn has actually affected like lots of guys. Like to like
Right.
where it's like really
You
disgusting.
have 4 guys
And-
right here, or 5. You can ask.
I've
No,
never,
no,
Like, there's
I've
one
never
thing
partaken.
that I've
I wouldn't
noticed.
know. So
yeah.
You've
This is
never
one
part.
thing that I
Yeah.
keep noticing. Where
Mm-hmm.
a lot of these things that people are like, oh my gosh, we can't depict this, this thing that's acting or fiction or this, that, and the other will go carry over into real life, always has to do with sex and never has to do with violence. Like, if you depict sex that shouldn't happen, that's wrong, bad. If you depict violence that shouldn't happen, that's wrong. Oh, well, we all know it's fake. Like, I don't understand what the
Because-
difference is.
because like sexual addictions are like I feel like if you have murderous tendencies, you already have that. You're not going to watch a movie and then be like, oh, now I want to be a murderer. I feel like that would have to be in you. But sex you can become like addicted to, and it actually is corrupting people's minds. Like they're watching this and now they're like, oh, I want to
That's
sleep
not
with
sex.
like my children, or like I want to
That's
sleep
not
with like
sex.
young
So,
girls.
It's corrupting their souls, isn't that right? It's corrupting their
Paraphilia
This
souls.
as well
happens.
as
It's not a
violent
joke. This shit
urges generally
happens.
form in similar ways psychologically.
We're watching Ghosty become a Christian. like slowly.
No, but she's not. But she's not. Again, there's an alliance between like the rad femmes and the Christian nationalists. There always has been.
I'm not a radical feminist.
Sexual repression. This has always been a thing.
Right, I'm just saying that those are pretty similar,
No.
like psychologically.
I don't think
And
they
it's
are.
very rare that like people watch something and go emulate it right away, like in real life.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Well-
this seems to be like a lot of that's similar to the violent video games arguments. Like, are there cases in which people are informed by violent media? Yes, but is it to the level where we ought ban these things?
Well, hold on.
Generally, people
That's why
have
I'm
a consensus
separating
of
violence
Well, yeah,
and sex.
Yeah,
like one you get pleasure from, and you like one is
And
like
the
you
other-
really-
I get pleasure from both. I like watching
Hold on.
violence.
people
Hold
who
on,
do
Ghosty
violence
might be-
against others for
Ghosty actually might have
I
a point.
play Counter Strike, right, and yell at Russians. I do that all the time.
No, but hold on,
and if you've
Ghosty
seen
actually
him
has a
play
point
Grand
here.
Theft Auto, you'll know. Yeah, he combines sex and violence.
No, but Ghosty
We
actually
go
has
on
a
debate panels to
You
yell at each
hit
other.
the hooker,
every
and then you
Monday.
leave the car going, and then they go off the cliff, but you can jump out just at, like before it goes off the cliff, and then they die. It's pretty cool.
No, but hold on. Ghosty actually has a point here, right? Like,
They're malicious plays.
if you examine this a little further, and sometimes there's even like a weird cross where like some sexual violence is allowed. I'll give you two examples of this, right? Saw and Terrifier, right? Terrifier 1.
Both are
What's the famous scene? He starts sawing her half from her nether regions, right? And like that's sexual violence, right? And there's this kind of weird dynamic where like people see some of this and like on the violent side and they don't like have this urge to go and do it. However, on the sexual side, you'll see stuff, and this is even a meme on TikTok right now where you'll like see like, oh, something BDSM related, and then like all of a sudden it switches to the person watching the video and it says ding, kink unlocked. And like so like there is like that's memey, but it is like a microcosm of kind of what Ghosty's saying is people will watch this porn and like they will develop new kinks. Now, whether or not that's a problem is a whole different discussion, because I mean like some BDSM is pretty fun, but like I don't know if I'm like, you know, like I'm just saying like it's there is some correlation to what she's saying.
Listen, what I'm saying, the thing is that BDSM and what you're talking about there, that's a continuation of acting something out.
Right.
So, I mean, in a way that, like, you know, like if you, like, for example, if you see like a superhero in a movie and you want to go do karate or do MMA, that's different than like, oh, I'm going to go just beat up random people in the street right on. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think another thing with BDSM especially is like the consent culture in BDSM is like very, very strong. There's very much like, are you okay? Like this is like where like, you know, like there's very like that's something that like people in that community are very big on, as opposed to like I don't know, but I think there is some correlation to what Ghosty's saying, at least with like that.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, people
and-
develop these days.
My biggest problem is more with like pedophilic porn, just like making these girls look like super young,
Sucks.
and parents like fathers like going into their daughters' bedrooms and
What if an actress is
forcing
like
them
really
and-
petite? What if an actress is just really petite? There's a lot of petite women out there. Should they be allowed to go in this industry?
Yeah, they can go into the industry, but like if you're depicting her, you give her ponytails and then you put her in like a school skirt and then you pretend like she's like in middle school or something and you put her in her bedroom and then this is her father. Like I just think that's too bad. Like this is affecting men. I've seen this.
You've seen this. You've seen men who have watched the porn that you're describing, then acted out. You've seen this.
I've seen guys be corrupted by porn to the point where they are like wanting to like they have these fantasies. Yes.
Why don't you like break the
What,
law?
Kids?
Is actually like corrupted.
Like so you're saying that now they weren't into kids previously, but they saw a few of these scenes. They're like, I'm looking for a 12-year-old.
I guess I can't say that I don't know if they were already into that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be surprised, but I'm saying, but
If they
it's not about whether you're
spontaneously
surprised or not. You're
justify it.
saying you've seen it. So
Yeah.
we're trying to understand what you've seen.
I don't know. I guess I can like look into this more, but like I just think that this country has a very bad like pedophilic issue from my experience.
I think that goes back to what I was saying earlier about like a lot of female socialization and female beauty standards, right? that I think they kind of do have to change over time and have to change culturally, not necessarily by, banning stuff, because I mean, there's already been a lot of change that's been, conducted in the past 10, 20, 30 years, like, and will continue to be conducted as long as we work at that.
Work at that how?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Like work on that how?
Work by basically just challenging certain ideas of beauty, challenging certain social roles. I mean, women nowadays and the expectations or, beauty standards or this, that, and the other placed upon them 10, 20, 30 years ago have changed immensely, like, compared to today.
And also, just out of curiosity, Ghosty, does that mean that also that let's say you're also potentially against makeup? Because, like, generally speaking, at least not that I'm an expert, but like usually makeup is used to like basically like look more youthful. As in, like the issue that you seem to be describing, it's like you're taking an adult woman and then through whatever aesthetic changes, such as makeup, making them appear younger than they are, and that just happens over the course of like a 30-year-old wants to appear as a 20-year-old. A 40-year-old ideally wants to also appear as like a 20-year-old, like pretty much like, as in you want to not go in that direction, or you pretty much would be against makeup in that sense.
No, makeup where it's like you're just trying to appear more youthful. That's like different than like dressing up as like an actual child. Like I think these
So
streamers.
women can't wear, like in Halloween, like you would ban them wearing like a schoolgirl outfit.
Like no, I'm just talking about mostly like with porn, I think.
Why?
Like there's just like
We have
so much really weird porn. Like there's like horse shit,
That is
there's
true.
like tentacle porn, there's like, and I honestly feel like this is
panel
like
number
hurting,
5.
it's hurting relationships, it's hurting men, it's hurting women.
But hon, but women.
What about like fan service? Like in Jap, like this is something I have struggled with. I think that like Ghosty might have something with this, like because I will say I find it weird when I like anime, right? But I like specific kinds of anime, and I struggle with some of my friends like, oh, go watch like I don't know, High School of the Dead or something. And I'll look, and these girls look like they're 20 something, but they're supposed to be like 15, 16, and they're like drawn overly sexually, or like you'll watch
there's a problem with anime.
yeah, or I'll watch like Overlord, for example, which Overlord's not even an anime that's like this, but they have like these characters, a couple of characters that are drawn very childlike, and yeah, they might be 200 years old, but they look like they're like 6-year-olds. Like, okay, sus. Like like, and I think if you grow up and you're like inundated this all the time, it almost becomes a norm. Like, I think that is a concern. Like, how normal did we think Master Roshi was growing up? Whenever he was doing like perverted uncle things to like Bulma and shit. I'm like, okay, I didn't think about it, but now looking back, I'm like, that's real sus, bro. Like, and even in the newest one, he's like Dayama. What's the first thing he?
But like, okay.
I mean,
so then
sure, it's.
But so like then there's like going to be this argument that like, okay, you don't even have to do cartoons or anime. Euphoria and I forget whatever, these were adults playing teenagers
you got me.
in high school. So like it's either we have high schoolers depicting high schoolers and doing these things, or we have adults who are able to do this in a not creepy way, because
you don't have to even go so far as Euphoria. Euphoria had plenty of sex and
any CW show.
But so let's talk
Riverdale.
Riverdale, that's the one.
But yeah. So we got all these CW shows, right? Where they got adults playing high schoolers, right? Adults in high school setting. So we're not like we're showing high schoolers doing crazy shit. Just like adults, right? And they're playing people who are like 16 or 17. Right?
Vampire Diaries.
But they happen to be attractive, right? Would you ban that as well, Ghosty? Right? Because there could be people lusting after these individuals who are portraying people who are like who are 16 or 17. So like that might give men
Buffy
some
the
thoughts,
Vampire
right?
Slayer was the Vampire Slayer was an insane show if you watched it.
Yeah.
I think that's totally different from actual porn.
Why? If I'm lusting after these people, what difference does it make?
If you're like a grown man and you're like watching these things, like you probably already have, I don't know, like if you're watching that for the soul, like to get off on like teenage girls who
They're
doesn't
not
even make
teenage
sense.
girls. They're not teenage girls.
No,
They're
I
adults.
know, but it's depicting that. So that's what I'm saying. Like that's why it doesn't even
The
really
youth
make sense.
aspect, like that.
Because an
Okay.
actual
Right.
like pedophile would
Wait,
be
An
like an
actual
actual
pedophile?
pedophile could like watch.
I enjoyed Euphoria, like, and
So did
obviously
I.
every
Well, hold
character
on.
was
Yeah,
sexy as
I don't
fuck.
have a-
Every
Well, hold
every
on.
character was sexy as fuck. So like with that, you're saying I'm 32, so if, like
Well, look who invested in Euphoria. Didn't Drake invest in Euphoria? He's definitely kind of like sus about like
Okay, so
normalizing like underage
all right,
behavior.
all right,
Well,
all right.
whatever.
Lover
Anyways,
boy.
But no,
I
Ghost.
think
I'm
I
just
don't understand.
saying.
Hold on, so hold
I
on.
think
It seems like he's
Euphoria has-
normalizing it.
I want Ghost to complete her previous
like
thought.
Euphoria
You
is
were
an
talking
adult
about,
show.
hold on.
It's
Hold on, hold on. You were talking about pedophiles, like an actual pedophile would. Finish that thought.
like an actual pedophile wouldn't go to these show like an actual pedophile could watch any innocent show of like a child and be fine. But what I think porn is
What?
doing is I think it's actually
They be
corrupting
fine? They be
people's
fine?
mind.
Or what? What do you mean by an actual pedophile can watch any innocent show and be fine?
Like they'd
So, like,
enjoy it. Like
okay,
they'd
they'd
enjoy just
enjoy
like
it.
watching children.
So then
like
you're saying
do
that
whatever.
there's nothing we
But-
can do
but
about
s-
actual pedophiles, but like, so
In this instance, but I think
Okay.
porn is actually corrupting and changing people's minds
into
to
pedophile.
enjoy things that they like wouldn't have otherwise.
So
And it's like
there's two
beyond like
lustful
pedophilia.
there's lustful
Scientific data
images
on
in my mind, but you're saying that only if it involves penetration will that like change my male brain into
Well,
liking
no, because
children and
Euphoria
didn't-
has a bigger purpose than than just getting someone to come. Like that's not the
what difference does
purpose
it
to
make?
watch
What difference does it make?
Euphoria.
Hold on, but you can you don't know what my
That's what
purpose
he
is.
asked.
You don't know what my purpose is. I've watched lots of TV shows, right? Only because they had like hot actresses. I've absolutely done that. 100% done that.
Amen.
So, and some of these shows could have been.
Do you watch porn for the storyline?
I haven't. I have
sometimes
before.
depends if
and
the
I
story's
can.
fire.
You can actually do that. You can do that. Some people like that, right? And in fact, speaking of anime, some hentai, actually some interesting storylines there. I actually have done it.
If the
for
buildup
the
ain't good, the
storyline.
porn isn't good. If the buildup isn't good, the porn
That
isn't good.
is
So you need a
true.
you
Yeah,
need a
yeah.
proper story and good actors. Like it's
Yeah.
not just like
I 100%. I literally had this like
Y'all are-
argument.
y'all
You
are
guys
stupid.
watch
No,
porn
man.
for the fucking actors?
I literally
Oh,
like,
you- hold on,
specifically
you
the
do-
actresses.
hold on.
lot.
I
Yeah,
pick
you do
specific-
watch
I-
porn for specific
I had an
actresses.
argument.
Yeah, you watch.
when I
You
was
pick actresses, and
Oh,
you
what?
like.
My
You know,
friend-
The
feel like
storyline.
cranking one out
My
today?
bad. You
This
just
girl.
go to the
Oh,
front
this
page.
fucking
and
You're,
just
Like,
watch
sure.
the
you're
front
interested
page.
in knowing why the pizza guy got lost? I'm sorry, I'm not interested.
No,
Yeah, that was
no,
not
no,
going there, the
no,
actress.
no,
the
but
pizza
like,
guy already knows where he's at,
you
right?
wanna-
I
you
the
want-
pizza
she
guy, we
wants-
all
she
know
doesn't
why.
have a wallet.
She doesn't have a
enjoy
wallet.
She
I
doesn't
I
have a
enjoy a
wallet.
little
Like, we
foreplay
have to
like
figure out
that.
how
And
to
she's
resolve
way
the
of paying.
situation.
I
She
enjoy
already
a little
ordered, she already
foreplay.
ordered a double
Relax,
sausage.
They
Yeah.
filmed an hour long. The least I can do is give them 10, 15 minutes. All right. Like, the least I can do is give them a little 10
An
minutes.
hour?
Oh, what?
They filmed for multiple hours. The video
Yeah.
itself is about an hour. I can give them 10 minutes.
But hold on, it doesn't matter. It doesn't Ghosty.
It is
It doesn't matter.
worst
I
act
want
point
to
is that,
enjoy
like,
myself. I'm
in
one
your
of these
fucking
indoctrinated
life.
people Ghosty's talking about. But I want to enjoy myself. It's
Yeah. Ghosty.
You want to enjoy you want to enjoy yourself by watching the worst actors ever
Oh my
and worst
God.
actors ever.
Some of them
pretend.
are good.
I
Some of
have
them are
good-
good.
you
You
guys-
don't know.
no,
Some of them
no,
are
send you some
good.
good
none of them are good.
No,
I'll send you
you're
some good
absolutely
actors.
wrong.
No,
Some
none of them are good. If they
You
were
are
good, they
super
wouldn't be
wrong.
porn. They wouldn't be
No,
porn if they were
I
good.
will send you
They'd be in
some-
Hollywood.
Oh,
If
my
they
God.
were good,
Okay,
they'd be in
I
Hollywood.
have to deal
Get a lot of
with you
money.
later. I have to deal with you later. But Katja,
I am
not Katja,
right on
excuse me.
this.
You
No,
are
you're
not.
Ghosty, right?
It's an art.
Ghosty. It doesn't matter whether you would watch porn for this one. It doesn't matter. The point is that you can watch both of these products, right? Being the porn and the not porn, the scantily clad CW shows, right? You can watch both of these for lustful reasons, right? So if lust is the factor here, is the deciding factor, well then I can lust after both, and I can jerk off after, theoretically. I mean, if I was the type of guy, if I could jerk off afterwards.
Yeah, you do
to
not.
both. I'm certainly not.
Not on
Why
this
would I? Why would I,
Christian live
Katya?
stream-
I don't.
live
I don't
stream.
appreciate the implication, Katya. Okay, all right. But someone theoretically, Lactoid, he could jerk off to these CW shows, right?
I'm sure
So
he
like,
does.
so
I do
why-
not. CW show? Absolutely not. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
That's definitely not your crown.
True.
But
Too
They're,
bad.
You
they're
only
even
care
worse
about the
actors.
HBO shows.
They're even worse actresses than the fucking porn actresses.
Exactly. They should get
Zoom, enhance,
Ghost-
on the
zoom,
CW show.
enhance. Ridiculous.
So Ghosty, if you can watch both of these lustfully, and I can assure you can, right? Then what difference does it make? What aren't they both a threat to society?
I just don't think so. Like porn is specifically for it has a specific purpose.
So
These other shows don't have that purpose.
you can take
and
drugs. There's the Ozempic drug that was like what for diabetics, right? But then you found out, oh, it's good for dropping weight. That wasn't a specific purpose, but you use it any which way, right? You can accomplish a goal even if it wasn't made for a specific purpose. That doesn't matter.
Well,
Do you
hold
guys,
on. No,
do you guys
I have a
disagree
dilemma.
that porn has like an effect on people's
No, we can say
behavior?
that it does have
Of course
effect. Let's say
it
it does have
Of course
effect.
it does.
Let's say it does have effect, but I just don't know why you're making discriminating between porn and then
disagree.
media that's extremely lustful and scantily clad and all that, right? So like they're both media, they're both cause
You think they have
lust.
the same effect?
They could. Why?
Well-
I'm saying.
Wait,
I'm
is
saying,
it
why
about
wouldn't
the
they?
porn
Prime,
part, or
I
is
can-
it
I can give you
about,
this.
like jerking off?
This is the Supreme Court's distinction here. I'll know it when I see it. That's the distinction.
know it when we
Very, very
I have a
rational.
question. I have a dilemma here. Okay, so if we've established right that like pornographic stuff you're not supposed to like jerk off to or whatever is okay, even if it depicts these things, and it's not for that purpose, but porn, because it is for that purpose, is a problem. What if you jerk off to something that's not generally supposed to be sexual, but it is like for a different
Like
purpose?
feet,
Like, does
right?
that make
Nickelodeon.
it bad?
Oh.
I'm gonna go because somebody mentioned it in the chat earlier, and I thought it was funny. What if you jerk off to the Saw movies?
Some
Does
people
that
do. They're
necessarily mean that they're
Yeah.
bad?
Oh, they're
Dan
just
Snyder was a weirdo. I mean,
Well,
for
wait,
sure.
hold up, wait, go see. When a lot of people are watching, whether it be like Euphoria, whether it be any of these shows, and a lot of them go and they think about these people or these characters when they're like pleasuring themselves. I mean, like the character is hot, they're depicted as slutty, and they're depicted as like whatever it may be.
Sure, they're
So like, yeah,
actresses, yeah.
huh?
I mean, even with the CW shows, if you
Well,
go
like,
after like
actresses.
girls that look,
It's like-
if you go
so,
after
so,
girls
so,
like
wait.
that look
So,
like them, that's the same
so
thing.
no, I'm just saying to Prime's point, like a lot of people watch like movies and whatever it may be, and they enjoy the character to the point where people do cosplay and role plays of these characters and so on and
Mhm.
so forth. So it's like
I don't have a problem with people jerking off to like their favorite actresses or something like that.
no, the
But-
character.
Yeah, they're jerking off to the character. Sydney Sweeney, who blew up,
Yeah.
right? Why did she blew up? She
Uh-huh.
was a actress in her 20s who
Half
who
naked
was
in
displaying,
almost every
who was
scene.
portraying like a 16-year-old, right, with big boobs. So a lot of people jerking off to Sydney Sweeney's boobs, right?
No,
As portrayed as a young girl, right? And they made her look
Mhm.
younger
Can't be
too,
proven,
right? They did all
Lactoid.
that stuff with Sydney Sweeney.
I would admit it if I did,
So-
but I didn't do it.
There was one situation in Euphoria where an older man was hiring a teenage prostitute, but they depicted that man as a bad person. He was like, so
No,
in
they didn't.
porn,
Yeah, but
they're
porn,
romanticizing
but
No,
and
no,
making
that's
this a
okay.
fantasy for
Hold
people.
on,
Whereas
but
in
you
You pick them as a bad person.
Hold on.
Yeah, you
They
can
do
become a
that-
bad
they
person
do.
in porn.
Wait,
You
wait,
do
wait,
hold
wait,
on.
wait.
These crushes this one though.
Wait. He didn't.
They
didn't-
depict these old vampires.
Wait. You painted that character so he didn't know she was a teenager. Okay, she found him. It was her thing. They just met on an app. She wasn't doing prostitution. Don't you mischaracterize
Yeah,
that
that's
whole
actually true. I forgot.
situation.
Vampire
And that guy was not
Diaries.
painted as a bad character. He was painted as a broken father who was also a closeted gay.
he was,
so,
yeah, but
like-
he was pretty.
Closeted.
No, he was a struggling father. He was just rich, and he had kids
bless.
and
Oh,
a
that
wife he didn't
closet.
love, and got caught up in on top of everything, fucking a teenager. He didn't want to.
But okay,
So it's not that he was portrayed as a bad person.
But there's better examples
but
of this that goes to
he was trying
like
to
Vampire
hide-
Diaries, Twilight. Like
He wasn't
you have
trying to hide it. He didn't even know for most of the time.
no,
Yeah,
but like
so it's a bad. It would have been a bad thing that he had done that.
No,
right?
it's her fault. She was the teenager who didn't tell him how old she was.
Right, but he doesn't want his family to find out that he actually.
Yeah, no shit, because everyone's gonna characterize him like you just did, in saying that
Yeah.
he's a bad person because he solicited this.
Or he's
Oh, he's a
pedophile
pedophile.
or whatever.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
but I can give
like-
you examples of where they glamorize.
What I'm saying
the
is that
opposite,
they're
though.
not glorifying. They're not glorifying
What
this
difference-
No,
behavior
and
like
what
they
I'm
do
saying is
in
you don't.
porn.
What I'm saying is you're kind of characterizing these like scenes and these depictions as people as like detrimental to like men or whatever it may be, but you're mischaracterizing the entire scene. So
No, I'm
obviously
not-
you think it's
no,
detrimental
I'm-
to
So,
them.
but Ollie,
I'm
hold
not
on,
saying
hold
you
on. But there are examples where this is the case. Like if I look at like Vampire Diaries, or I look at Twilight, or I look at like even what's the series with Lestat? Interview with a Vampire.
Thousand-year-olds that are
Yeah,
17.
Interview with
Yeah,
Vampire.
like they're like over here like in high school. Like they're literal predators, and like in more than way physically and in like whatever.
And they're hundreds of years old. That's in
Yeah,
high
they're
school.
100, yeah. So they're they're hundreds of years old, and they're literally in their grown men, dating like high schoolers, like that, and that's glorified. Women are like, ooh, he's hot, he's the old, whatever, and like
Yeah, you know who
something
yeah,
glorified.
that's a detriment to women, not men. Men aren't the ones who
It's
are
a detriment to
overwhelmingly
men too. Who do you think's
Wait.
watching that with their girlfriends, bro? Men.
Yeah, with their girlfriends. Girls are making their boyfriends watch this. Boys weren't overwhelmingly running to read Twilight. Creepers
the
and fucking
normalizing.
frat boys. Frat boys aren't reading Twilight and cheering
still
on
the
Edward.
normalization,
But they
right?
are
It was the
running to
women-
watch
it was-
porn.
Oh my god,
That's-
yeah, but
that's the
hold up, wait,
difference. That's
but
what
it's
I'm
women.
saying.
Wait. Right now, in the specific example that was painted, it's women who are overwhelmingly supportive of the story where 1,000-year-old men that are trapped in 17-year-olds' bodies are allowed to date high school girls. Women are flocking to these stories, not men. You keep saying men are flocking to
Edward,
porn.
problem
They're
is
degenerate.
women.
Women are
Porn.
degenerate
There's always
too.
women.
You guys have
Agreed.
degenerate shit too. But you keep painting like, oh my god, every guy that watches porn or like porn is like degenerate to men. Not really. Men just watch porn. Some porn is bad. We all agree to some porn is bad, but the overwhelming amount of porn most guys are watching maybe at 3 minutes a time.
I never said ban all
3
porn.
minutes.
I
I
said
know, I'm
Yeah,
just-
you guys
I
are doing the
finished
weird
the
like
part-
50
I
grades of
finished
shade
the
shit,
part.
right? Where it's like
Yeah.
torture
50
porn.
grades
No,
of
50
shit.
grades of shade.
But wait, hold 1 second.
Oh God bless Lactoid.
That is hilarious.
What? It is. It's disgusting.
This
You
is
And
a
then,
said
book-
50
This is a
grades
book.
of
This is
shade.
a
It
book
was
on my fiance.
whatever it is, you know what I'm
this
talking
is
about.
a book on my fiance shelf. I do not look like this. I do not look like this. What is this? This is a
You
book.
look better, Ali. You look better.
It is
That's right.
unrealistic
That's right.
beauty
This is what
standards.
Women,
That's what that
women
is.
are reading, and then
Yeah.
you're this is what they're reading. They're not even watching 3-minute videos. They're reading entire. Hold up, how many?
Wait, when
407.
did this become a men versus
Four-
women
Well,
thing?
I
I was
I'm
just
just-
pointing.
I'm just-
reading
It
erotica.
always has been.
Hold
from
up,
the
wait,
I was
beginning.
just
Women
pointing
versus
you
women.
reading.
400.
It became a man versus woman thing when you attacked our favorite pastime. Okay,
407
that's when it
pages
began.
of indoctrination.
Wait, I
in
attacked
words.
it too.
This is words. We all know that reading affects your mind way
Traitor.
more than
Gender
videos
traitor.
do.
So true. I have to issue a correction. So in Twilight, Edward was only 104. He was not 1,000 years old.
Thank you.
The
Thank
fact
Yeah.
that she knew that you told on yourself just there.
Hold on, you know who is
No,
1,000
excuse
years
me.
old? You know who is
I'll
1,000 years
tell
old?
myself all day and night. I don't care.
No,
Bro.
she's
Well,
actually
see,
correct.
my
But
point was that
fine.
women
1,000-year-old
do as
one
much
was
porn
in
as men.
Vampire Diaries.
Just so
All
it's
the
clear.
originals are 1,000 years
Bro,
old.
yeah.
you're right. You're right.
I've watched all those a lot of
Ghosty,
times.
but Ghosty, like
God damn it.
there was lots of dialogue, Ghosty, when Twilight was out and the thing that was relevant, right?
Yeah.
About like, hey, this is glamorizing like these like older younger
Grooming.
relationships, right? Like these like massive age gap relationships, right? That this was just okay. That this 100-year-old centenarian, right? That our friend
Centenarian, you're right.
Katya pointed out that a centenarian was there, right, preying on this high school girl, and they were glorifying it. Ghosty, can you imagine? They were
The
glorifying
fact
it,
that
and
it's
then young
problematic
girls,
is half of the
It's
allure.
and
just
then young
it's
girls would like
totally different.
whoa, now it's
Totally
it's
different?
glorification.
We
Something
can't ban
problematic.
those, Prime.
What do you think has
we
a
can't
bigger
ban
influence?
those. We
We
can't,
can't
they're
ban
totally
those.
different.
It's a 17-year-old guy. He looks like a 17-year-old
Oh,
guy.
he
Like
looks like
He's 104.
I'm
Oh,
Japanese
sure,
lived for 140
But I'm
years.
talking
Wesley.
about porn that actually has an old
Wait.
man.
What do you think has more influence? The average movie or book that millions of girls are reading, or like just porn?
Some random porn
I
video
guess we
that
could
like
watch porn.
I
with,
mean,
like,
millions of
some
men are
100-year-old
watching
guy
porn
who
too, if
looks
we're being
like
yeah,
honest.
but 200
fucking
like
somebody, I
the,
don't
each
know.
Yeah, but
individual
what has
video
more
is like
influence?
200 men to watch
Movies.
that.
Wait, people are dedicated to like a there are like
It's more
mass
socially
people.
accepted. I understand.
It's socially
Yeah.
accepted to be dedicated to like Twilight or Vampire Diaries or all
Guys
this,
that are
all
like
this
really
all this
dedicated to like
smut.
porn, like they're odd. Okay, you don't
That
want to
has
hang out
more
with
of
them.
an influence on young women, and it also illustrates a pretty
Influence
toxic
on
and
young women to do what?
to date older men when they shouldn't be
Yeah,
dating older
this
men.
is the behavior I should model, right?
Be
This is what
rebellious.
my hero
it's
did.
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah, why not?
It's super hot to date old. Listen, we all know like when you're a younger person, it's super hot to date older people. Like it's just it's all like a lot of guys are into MILF porn when they're young. This isn't a true, and a lot of young girls are attracted to
Or
older
now.
men. This isn't
Yeah.
like a
I
thing.
mean,
that's like,
nobody's into
they
grandpa
shouldn't be in
porn, though, or
pursuit or
grandma
date or
porn.
think. Yeah, they shouldn't be in pursuit or
exists.
date or
I
think
mean,
that
it
it's
does.
okay to be in relationships with them. But a lot of these books kind of
Are
encourage
they
that.
glorifying
Hot
children?
grannies, baby. Let's go.
Are they
They were
glorifying children?
they were
to
glorifying
sleep?
in Twilight. They were
16-year-olds.
glorifying children,
They're
adult
16-year-olds.
relationships.
This
Yeah.
is it's just totally different.
It's just different, but no, it's just Twilight. Oh, when it's the thing that our friend Ghosty likes, when it's aimed at women. Oh, it's
It's
like
aimed
not
at
a big
women.
deal, I guess, right? Yeah, but
When it's grades of
you
Shay,
remember the thirst
when it's
thing.
vampire.
And talk about remember
You
like,
drank too much lactoid.
the thirst, right? Of young girls, right, and women. About like what was it was the vampire, the werewolf, and which one was better? Like they were shipping like them
Well, to be
with
fair, the werewolf was actually of age. He was
Yeah.
like
So now-
17.
Women
Yeah.
have this fantasy that some 100-year-old vampire is going to come and save her, and this is hurting people. How?
You know, most
Hold on,
people that
no.
have step siblings porn don't have
They
step
don't think
siblings,
that
right?
vampires is like, no, we don't have to do that. No, hold on. We can understand that. Like, well, yeah, now they're celebrating age gaps. Like, oh, now there's this, like I should be seeking out these relationship with these older, mysterious
Older,
men
sophisticated,
who, like, yeah,
like
they're so
educated,
sophisticated.
they're so
Why
smart,
not?
and they're stable,
Yeah.
and they know what they're doing,
Okay.
and blah blah blah, and
Yeah.
suave. Like,
And they're
why not?
replaying high school for decades at a time.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
so
What's
they're
wrong
so
with
they're
that?
great. So they're perfect at like sniping, like
The Edward,
Yeah.
the guy Edward, right? He was a stalker. He was literally stalking this chick
Yeah.
this entire goddamn time, and they was glorifying it. And now
He would
women
watch
are
her
like, well, this
sleep.
is a healthy
Natural born
relationship,
killer.
right?
Well, like,
He would
bro,
watch
we
her
used to
sleep,
be like-
and we
If there
romanticize that.
was like a 25-year-old who hung out by a high school, we'd all be freaked the fuck out.
Yeah.
This guy's over 100 and he's hanging
Over
out by a high
100.
school.
He's in
That's
high
pretty
school.
fucking weird.
He's
It's
in
weird.
high
High
school.
school.
He's not even.
Everything
That's
hanging
even
out.
worse.
Why didn't he
Even
go to
worse.
college? He looked 18. He could have went to college and been a freshman in college for the rest
No,
of his
what's
life.
really creepy is in Vampire Diaries,
Yeah,
not
he
only do
did.
they go to high school, they go to college, and then like basically the implication is they start over. And here's the worst part: by the third spin-off series, they have an academy. So basically, they're starting a grooming academy that they can go back to at any time. I'm just
But
saying. Now
Ghosty would
that's
say,
that's
"Oh,
some
that's
Epstein
okay,
Island
right?
shit.
That's
If I've ever
okay.
heard it.
This
Now I might have painted that a little badly, but
series, right? How many dozens and dozens of hours of content are in this series, right? She would say
There's like
that's
50
all
seasons.
that's okay, right? You can watch that. You can be have
Read the
lustful
books.
thoughts directed towards that kind of media. You can do all of that, right? However, like a 20-minute video that depicts something a bit problematic, that thing has to get banned.
That people are
definitely,
watching
right?
maybe 3
But
minutes
all
of.
that other media, no, that's fine. That's okay.
We really need to focus on the
Unless
time
you're
spent.
telling us
Time spent on consuming the media on average. Porn's gonna be like 3 to 5 minutes maybe, and then Twilight, many hours.
I
Books,
think you're-
hundreds of pages.
First of all, Ali, I think you're self-reporting on that 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just gonna-
Can I ask a
Why?
question?
What?
Self-report.
I
Look,
said, listen. Listen. Listen.
Yeah,
for me,
Ollie, that's
I
way
enjoy-
too
I
long.
enjoy- I enjoy the story. I enjoy the process. So the fact that it takes anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. Is
You
like,
enjoy the story. You
Yeah.
don't. You're lying. This can't
Wait,
be
no,
real.
no,
This can't
no,
be
no,
real.
wait,
Right.
Lacto, hold on. It's not that I enjoy
you're
like
watching
the-
it
the-
like.
No. I like the little bit of the foreplay, the introduction, the
intro.
follow through. You know, yeah.
Ali
the-
watches Ali watches porno tapes like Destiny watches YouTube at like 2 times speed.
no.
3 minutes with the
No.
plot. We're doing
No, he's
it.
watching them slow because he wants to see the fucking
slow.
plot line.
Yeah.
Wow, the plumber
I
got
find- I
lost
find high
again.
quality
It's 3
HD,
minutes and
high
then you
quality
let me-
HD
How are you gonna watch
videos.
both
But
in
before
3
you
minutes?
go, thank you, Sean, for gifting 5 Canadian fun bucks, and they just put a smiling emoji. Thank you, Sean, for constantly being a real one.
Wacky
Thank you,
butt.
Supporting us on YouTube. So thank you for the super chat. And when else
I
we
know,
do a super
Sean.
chat, we will respond to you. That only happened a minute ago, right? Like
Wow.
now,
A
Corey, you saw
record.
me.
It's a record.
Corey tackled me, right? He like we had a miniature struggle with the mouse, so to keep me from reading that, but I overcame him this time. Okay, so I'm on top of my game. Now is the perfect time to super chat, right? And I can actually read it in a timely manner. So, yeah, go ahead, Gibbs.
Yeah. So I kind of want to move
Mm.
this just a little bit because I felt this. Someone brought this up in my chat, and they brought up there's a hot dads T-shirt that was going around, and I kind of want to know, like on TikTok, I kind of want to know where the line is though, because I think that maybe Ghosty has a point. There is some like level of movement, but then I also think that the point's true with the CW is just as bad as the porn, right, with stuff. But here's my thing: like on TikTok, we see the I love hot dads, right? We even have so far. Hey, we have Dad Rock, and I was driving around with a girl the other day, and she was like, "Oh yeah, this is Dad Rock or something." I was like, "What the fuck is Dad?"
Yeah,
And they
Nickelback.
explained it. Yeah,
Divorced
they
Dad
explained it to
Rock.
me. Yeah, divorced Dad Rock.
Yeah,
It's the whole
like
thing.
hair bands, like 80s,
Yeah, and so they brought this up, and I'm like, "What is that shit?" Oh, it's hot. I love Dad Rock. And I'm like, "Okay, whatever."
Or Pedro
And
Pascal.
sure. And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, Pedro Pascal." And it's like, at what point? Like, is it like, okay, this is acceptable, or at what point should we like stop this? Because it seems like this has become like an overall arcing message that's like, hey, we're encouraging these like age gap relationships almost with like even just like the word choices like divorced dad rock or like, oh, I heart hot dads or like
Ban
I heart
kids off
milfs.
the internet
Yeah,
solves the
or hot milf.
problem.
But it doesn't do that
As long as
because
you're
because
a
hold
grown
on,
adult,
this is what
be
this is why it doesn't do that.
legal.
In times of repression, porn is like it goes into high periods. So like even whenever
Right.
you're repressing this and banning stuff off the internet, now you're just going to create a bunch of people with daddy issues and mommy issues that didn't get it fulfilled from the porn, and now they're going to be acting on it worse.
I mean, generally, the daddy and mommy issues will come from your actual parental problems, not just looking at a hot dad's.
Well, no,
t-shirt,
you get to
micro.
solve them through the porn, right? That was
That's
his.
true.
That was,
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly. Okay, it's a public service.
That's right.
I get an
Katya's
additional
a
video.
real one. We love Katya here. Yeah,
Yes,
Ghosty.
I'm asking, what is the line?
Well, I just want to say, Ghosty, by the way, I know we're like attacking her or whatever, but the worst thing has been said by Ali thus far. By far.
What did I say?
Watching
3
porn for the plot.
Hey,
That is the
no,
worst
I didn't
thing.
say for the plot.
That is the worst thing.
I didn't
Yes,
say
you
for
did.
the.
What kind of
Yes,
porn
yes,
are you
you did.
watching that has plots? I don't watch any porn with plots.
No. I will not.
Way
let you
worse than
slander my
anything
good
anybody
name.
else said.
I will not let you
You
slander my good
your-
name. I do not
Your
watch for
good
the
name.
plot.
Oh yeah, I want to see their acting. Yeah, okay, yeah, your good, your good name. Yeah.
Whoa, wait. I'm sorry. I'm watching someone. I want them to have the best skills and the best representation of their skills. See, when I put my time and effort into someone, I want all.
What
I want to hit all the
skills?
click marks.
What skills?
You can learn
Kids.
some
I'm
moves.
sorry.
Railed on
You can
camera.
learn some moves, Black Toy.
Oh
like,
my
I like
god! Wait,
giving the whole thrusty thrust.
Lactose.
It's not. They're not like a fucking
This
gymnast.
is a self-report. This is a self-report. You just want someone to get railed. So if someone's just like starfished and they're just having sex, that's like good porn to you?
Boo.
Yeah.
Is there anything else other than that? I wouldn't know.
All right. See. Okay. So now we know why. Now we know why the goth Latinas don't convert to
That's
republicanism for Lactoid, because he don't know what to,
That's why people like me are converting them and not Lactoid.
Seems like watching.
You can't agree
like
with
an extra 5 minutes of porn helps out a little bit. You know.
No, you can't agree with this, Gibbs. You can't agree
you
with the
just-
idea of you're gonna watch it for the action.
First
can't
of
agree with
all,
that.
I disagree with one of all these things about the 3 minutes thing. I don't know about 3 minutes. I will tell you what I do
I
agree
said
with.
10, 15 minutes. I give 10, 15 minutes because I have
I'll tell you what,
respect.
'cause- yeah, I ain't watching no 3
Because
minutes.
you have respect.
Yeah,
True
but I'm also
story.
For what?
I tell you what, I'm also not watching
If
porn
someone's
with,
going to suck a
with
dick
plots
on
either, I'll
camera,
tell you
I
that.
respect,
I'm watching
I
some wild
respect that they
shit.
have
Let's
to
just
do
go with
that, and the
like,
fact that they do it well and make it look good and make it look effortless, and they're not
True.
like, I'm not gonna lie, that's a fucking art,
Workers'
brother.
rights.
You have no,
Yeah,
listen, I
it is an art.
respect great head.
And they got moves. You can
I
try some of
disagree.
the moves.
I disagree.
Yeah, we
He
hold it
doesn't-
this way.
he
This
doesn't
is
like
low
sex.
art. This
He
is
doesn't
low.
like
This is
oral
also.
sex, so that's what you're talking
That's true.
about.
That's true. But this is low art. Just to be clear, right? Like, this is ridiculous. This is not real art.
But
I
they're not
disagree
doing
with
oil
that.
paintings. True.
But
It's
like,
better when it's
yeah.
believable. It's better when it's believable.
Yeah, and if they're experts, it's not believable.
Lactoid,
sorry.
is it spiritual to you,
I'm
or is it
experts
just
at
like
making
you
it
know,
believable.
in
I'm
and out?
saying Lactoid has never seen
A good
the
point.
great story known as Bible Black. If you don't know what Bible Black is, don't search for it. I don't do it. But if
Just
you
get him
do
a
do it,
King.com membership.
it's kind of interesting story. It's kind of interesting story. I'm just saying that like among adult content, yeah, it can have some interesting stories. It's a thing. It's happened.
I need to know
but
why
hold
you're
on, some of
fucking.
that
It
is
can't
honest.
just
What
be
about
like,
that
oh,
rope
I'm a guy,
tying?
you're a girl, we're
There's
having
one
sex.
time-
That's like
listen.
that's
What
not
about like
even.
the Japanese like shibachi or what it's called with the rope tie? Like that's artful.
Yeah.
Like there's all sorts
Shibari.
of
Yeah, that takes
There's
effort.
all-
Okay, sorry.
There's all sorts of good
Oh.
like art forms
Sex takes
and like
no
just the
effort,
new
Lactoid.
moves.
Like
Like
there's no
come
effort
on.
in this next. I want that.
So
Noted.
listen, do you play football and not watch tape on your opponent? No, you watch tape and you learn how to like what their plays are. Same thing with porn. You're like, hey man, bedroom's been lacking. How can I improve in the bed? Oh, I go watch a little porn.
Learn
You
a
are
skill or two.
okay.
You learn
sorry.
a skill or two.
Wait, Ollie, I apologize. You said the worst thing before, but now the worst thing has been said. You watch porn for like skill advice and how to get better
You're
at sex.
You
self-reporting
don't?
heavy, brother. You're self-reporting heavy.
You don't?
I'm self-report. No, this is not. Pornography is not meant to like improve your like.
Well, I bought like
totally unrealistic.
I watch with some girls we'd be watching the same stuff together.
Yeah.
And I wish we had the sex toy.
Right
And I'm like,
now.
oh, bet Amazon. And then the next couple days later, we got a new Hitachi. What do you mean? Like all sorts of stuff.
Do you use sex toys or no?
Yeah, what are you doing here, bro?
Do you incorporate sex toys or no?
I don't understand the point.
Do you
Okay?
incorporate?
I know. I don't.
Hyper beneficial.
I don't understand the point. But most importantly, the idea that you guys would watch this and like not treat it as anything more than like the trash it is that unfortunately like we watch or whatever. Like you watch for the acting, you watch for the plot, you watch to like improve your own life. No, this is like it reminds me of somebody who smokes cigarettes and it's like, yeah, it's actually helped your COPD. Has it really? I don't think so.
Testosterone though.
Maybe it's helped your appetite.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I don't know.
Cigarettes
know,
will
man.
increase
Listen.
testosterone.
I've had zero.
You know what? Wait. I agree with Ghosty now. By the way, it has corrupted men. Before I was skeptical, but now I'm convinced it has
Gotcha.
corrupted men
Listen,
beyond
yeah.
repair.
No, wait.
We have evidence right here. Ghosty's been correct the whole time. I admit defeat.
True, baby.
Lactoid. Gibbs is a playboy. I'm engaged. Where are you at?
I'm not doing the degenerate shit that you guys are doing. Apparently,
You're not doing anything. It sounds like.
Good time.
No, what the fuck? Okay, but legitimately, let me say, there has been one time that I watched like an entire hour and a half porno tape, and it was the one that John Bobbitt did just because I wanted to see what a dick looks like after it's cut off and reattached, and if it still works.
Well, I might have to take a gander at that. Just
wait. That's academic.
It
Does
does,
it still work?
okay?
Does it still work? I'm curious.
Yes, it did. I was like, what the flip? Okay.
good to
Damn,
know.
surgeons.
That's kind of wild, actually. You see, that's academic though. That's different, right? They're not watching it for academic reasons, right?
Yeah.
This is not academia.
This is
I was
academia.
Literally just like a pseudo.
This is a pseudo-intellectual practice.
He didn't play college sports. Hold on. This is why he didn't play college sports. He doesn't know how to watch tape. It's clear. It's clear now. Like, he doesn't do any prep for his attorney stuff either. He just no prep, just walks in cold.
Yeah.
I've had to hear a complaint on my skills. So I mean, like, I don't know.
I mean, like,
Lactoid
Lactoid wouldn't care. Lactoid wouldn't care. He's like, he's not really concerned about his woman's pleasure, right? It's like he wants to get off.
Wait. Lactoid, are you part of the Myron train where you're like, yeah, women coming doesn't matter?
Look, I'm not even convinced it
Yes or no?
exists. Or like,
Oh,
if women could orgasm,
never
I would have seen it
learn.
by now. Okay, I'm just saying.
Maybe it's a skill issue. I'm just
Self-reporting?
throwing this out there.
Christ.
Yeah.
Lactoid.
Ghosty, this is the man you have on your
This
side,
is what
right?
golf
Yeah.
hate
He
us.
is
Like,
skeptical.
it's
Just so we're
people
clear.
Orgasm. This is
Yeah.
the man you have. Congratulations, Ghosty. On
Well, I'm just saying. Wait. I'm agnostic towards like. There's no evidence yet, but I'm agnostic towards like they could happen theoretically, but
That's true. You say no evidence to everything.
Yeah,
so
I
I
know.
And listen. Anecdotally, he's never seen it happen. The facts are just the facts. He has his anecdotes.
you've never seen it happen. You've only been told what somebody thinks happened, but there's no way to
Wait a
know.
minute.
True.
No.
There's no way to
That's
know.
an
I'll let him have
that's an
it.
actual self-report right there. Holy, like women having an orgasm. There are
It's
certain
pretty
physical
obvious.
characteristics that happen, right? Little changes that happen, and
Yeah,
that
there's
moment.
characteristics when you
It's
cough
not just-
too. Does that?
Yeah,
how do you know?
Yeah, but you're
wow.
coughing, are you not?
When
Coughing is fake, no evidence.
Oh, what if I told you like, oh, I like have this like feeling every time I cough? It's like, I don't know.
okay.
You could say the same thing about the male orgasm as well.
No, that's different.
Yeah.
No,
Stuff
no,
comes
no.
out.
He knows
yeah,
that
but
exists.
who knows you feel
Well, there's
anything,
evidence.
bro?
There's
Black boy
evidence.
knows that exists.
There's evidence of a female orgasm too.
Actual biology.
Uh,
Ejaculation and orgasm are different in males, as in you can have an orgasm males if you train yourself properly and not ejaculate. Okay, just FYI, lactoid.
I don't
Yeah, it
agree
could be
with that.
vice
but-
versa every time. How do I know? No evidence.
Damn, those are the real degens. Who's just sitting there orgasming
Yeah, I
without
got some
coming?
questions about that one.
You can have a dry
Corey, but,
orgasm. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Corey, do you have a link?
well, I guess you could dry heat if you like been smashing a whole
I do.
bunch.
But yeah, so for those of us who experience enough female orgasms, to be clear, I don't want to get too
Oh,
hard on
such
that.
a stud prime.
I
Yeah,
am.
okay.
I fucking am.
Oh,
and I know it.
yeah.
But no. Lactoid. I'll give you. I will throw you a bone here, right?
Oh, don't use that word.
He wants a bone.
It's not. I will say that it is not obvious for all women. Like so, some women are very expressive and not just expressive, but you have other indicators that let you know, very much so that they're having an orgasm. Not all women are like that. They don't all have those obvious physiological.
Prime, what
indicators.
if they think they're having an orgasm? Wouldn't all the physiological indicators
Why,
be the
what
same?
would be the difference? What would be the
We
difference?
never
Do you think they
believe
have-
Yeah, if they think they're having one and having the
No, they
experience,
think it's like a blind like or somebody who like is colorblind. Oh, I've definitely seen red. Have they?
it's
I
a
don't know.
placebo orgasm.
I- no, I see what you're saying.
They are
Alright.
convinced that they
You're saying
have
they never
because
As long
actually
as
had
she
it.
thinks it happened,
You're saying
as long as she
socially
thinks it happened, that's all that matters.
So
As long
like,
as she
you're
thinks it
saying-
happened,
See, what he's saying is
That's
that
manipulative.
Like, what he's saying
Is
is that
it?
like he's saying that like there could be a person who has never actually had an orgasm and like something happening now is feeling good. Like, oh, is this an orgasm? Oh, I guess I orgasm. So I guess that could be a thing. Sure. I mean, if you didn't eat
Right,
that
but this
pussy,
isn't-
then
that's
maybe
for some
maybe she's
people,
not,
not
she's not gonna
across the
come.
board.
I don't know, right? Whatever. But Ghosty, go ahead.
No, yeah, I think recently it's changing, but I think there's a lot of women, and especially in the past, who probably have never had a real orgasm, and they were just like, "Oh yeah, I came." Like I feel like that was probably a thing in the past. Recently, I think women are getting more in touch with their bodies and understanding these things more. But in the past, I would definitely say that women probably lied about having an orgasm a lot.
also,
Well,
on-
this is
like, most
interesting with
guys
them.
are selfish at sex. They're not really concerned or even like know what to look for when it comes to like, or for that matter, eat any pussy. So like, yeah, I'm not really surprised that women didn't know what an orgasm was before exploring themselves.
Well, in addition to that, what's the thing the red pillars always talk about? Hypergamy. That's the thing they bitch about all the time. Well, you know what? I would actually say this is evidence that hypergamy does probably exist. Because what happens? Women go and they mess with an average dude, and he doesn't get the job done because the guy just wants his 2 minutes of starfish, like Lactoid proposed. And then they're like, "Hey, I'm out," right? And then they go back to the dudes that are having sex with lots of people that are over here like doing wild shit. And guess what? Why would you ever want to go back to old Bob, who's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna put 2 minutes while she's laying there," versus the guy that's like, "Oh, we're gonna get down with the baby oil and singing the Diddy songs." I mean, maybe not the Diddy song, but they're gonna get down and do the wild shit. And like, they're obviously gonna choose the one that's better in the sack. Like, yeah,
Talk
of course.
about telling on yourself. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, I don't like
yeah.
children.
Right,
but,
but here's the
he does.
thing that doesn't exactly correlate to the amount of people. It generally correlates to how much they listen to women, which red pill dudes tend not to do.
Don't.
Or
Sorry,
care.
were you saying
Or
something?
care. Yeah.
Oh, true, you're right. Hey.
But yeah, I don't know. I think it's I hadn't understanding what the type of person Lactoid is, right? Like I think it's weird taking advice from him when it comes to, in these matters. I'm just saying. I just think it's odd. You're not my first go-to. And other places, absolutely, right? If I was starting a business, I would go to my friend Lactoid. I would ask him his advice, right? or for legal things, right? But not this area.
Look, Prime, like I understand that you have to keep up this front, right, in order to maintain this image. But I know women. Okay, I know women better than women know women. Okay, I assure you. So when I give you advice, like when I tell you how it is, you can.
When he tells you
how
female
is it?
orgasm
Tell me,
doesn't
how is
exist,
it?
he knows.
How is it?
How is it?
with women?
Tell me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like they'll say things, right, and you just can't always believe
They're
it. Right?
they're lying bitches, aren't they?
I would never. I
Why
wouldn't
would you
say it
lie?
like that.
By yourself. Like,
Why would
I
you lie by
understand you
yourself?
would lie, right? I understand like why some people would lie, like they'd have a motive to lie, especially like with a new partner or with one who's like kind of shitty and they don't want them to feel bad. But like in every other circumstance, what's the motive to lie? Like, excuse me.
People lie to themselves all the
Generally, for
time.
conspiracies, we have to have a motive to lie or a reason. So, what is the reason?
Self-consciousness, social, training, stuff like that.
Social
Well,
This is social training I've never heard of. Okay, excuse.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb.
Maybe the problem is generally
Women
I
are
guess
like
men and
cats,
women don't.
okay? Like you
Oh,
don't
here
want
we
to
go.
come on, like yeah, it's true. Like you don't want to, like if you ignore them, they'll like you more. That's how that
Women
works.
are like cats. Keep them
That's
just
away
like
from
not
cats.
how that
Springfield,
works.
Ohio.
But like if you want the cat's attention,
Eat
it's
the
gonna
cats.
act all prissy and be like, I don't want your attention. Okay.
Asians
You gotta
eat
have
cats.
it right.
Yeah.
But the best way to get them to want you is like you ignore them. You go to your keyboard, and then all of a sudden, they're on your keyboard
No, the
because they
best
want
way to
attention.
get
That's
You
them-
how it
gotta
works.
have
This
right.
way is to be toxic, but that's neither here nor there.
That's
Like,
one way.
It's the
The
fun
best
way.
way is to be
It's not that you gotta
That's
ignore them.
that's the best
You
way
don't
to get
ignore
a
them.
crazy bitch. If you
Yeah.
want a crazy
Hey,
bitch who's gonna key your car, then
The actual best way.
Didn't Gibbs say face tattoos earlier? Did we miss
Yeah.
that? I don't think we missed
Yeah,
that.
what the
The
fuck?
actual
Just-
best way to get a normal girl is to just not be
who
so
wants normal? That's boring.
is to just not be so pressed for pussy that she can smell it coming off of you. Just be a normal
That's a good
guy.
point.
True,
Just hang
true.
out and
That's what I'm
exist.
saying. Don't be pressed. Like if it,
Yeah.
2 minutes and then walk away, right? If it happens, it's
Oh
don't
my
be pressed. That's
God.
what I'm saying. Ali agrees with me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
See, well, don't
That's
be
a-
insane about it in that way too, because like otherwise it seems like the dude's gonna like, like if you don't have as much interest, he's gonna like cut you up and put you in his freezer.
Interest is fine, just to be like
No,
fucking
creepy interest.
salivating.
Look, they probably
You're, like,
already read like
salivating,
four.
he
They probably already read like 4 romantic novels about the guy doing that, right? Cutting out her,
Yeah.
cutting them up and putting them in the freezer. So it's like they're probably
I
into that
read-
already.
And watch every murder doc and write the murderers
Every
love
murder
letters.
doc.
And
yeah.
write them letters
Ghosty
and
would
write them
say
love
Oh,
letters.
yeah.
okay.
You want love letters?
How do
Be
you
like
know
a
what I
male
don't?
serial killer. You'll get so many fucking love letters. I mean,
Ghosty.
Charles Manson, right? Or yeah.
Ghosty,
I mean,
like
Jesus.
what about like sexualized violence in stories, right? Like there's plenty of sexualized violence where some
And
guy
women-
like takes out his rage on some hot girl or whatever, right? Would
So
you get rid of that? That happens all the time in your life.
I would get rid of grape porn, which is often something that like it was more geared toward. Well, I guess like it's geared towards like men and women, but women who watch porn that is like about her being forced and assaulted, that is something I would get rid
That's
of.
not what he's talking about.
First of all, we can say rape here. Rape.
No.
We can say that.
Oh,
So it's
okay,
He's
okay.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
because that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about like women kind of romanticizing murderers, and to the point where like they watch the murder docs, they send love letters, and they're infantilized with these people.
Hypostophilia to that level is very rare.
Is that-
to be honest?
Yeah,
it's like
it
a
is-
paraphilic disorder, but
It is
it's
weird.
not-
I like true crime. I'm not attracted to like serial killers by any means. Like that's not why I watch that stuff. And I would
But a lot of girls are. They'll be like Jeff Buddy's.
Yeah,
babe.
like I was saying, that's
And
you. I'm
I
great.
think
A lot
that's
of women
bad.
will say that.
I think that's bad. I think that's bad for women to glorify these violent men.
Yeah.
And some-
So like
But
what's
you even
happening
see
is
that in the
wait. So
day-to-day.
so you think it's bad? Wait. So you think it's bad? And what we're telling you is, it's happening in multiple medias through different forms, whether it be sexual violence or like fucked up age gaps. And then this isn't porn, but this is normalized, right? To the point where like young girls are reading and watching these things. and romanticizing it. So like you may not be, because I don't know how old you are, but you're probably like, you know, older, but like 14-year-olds that are watching like CSI and like Special Victims Unit and all that shit, like, or they're watching the Twilight, or they're watching whatever it may be, or they're watching Murder Docs and they're being attracted, like, oh, this guy was really cute, blah 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 blah. Like,
That's the difference.
these are
Like,
young minds.
if you already have that attraction, it
No,
shows,
you don't have that
it shows
attraction. You're
that are
watching Murder Docs.
glorifying, that shows that are glorifying these things specifically. So if they're trying to like romanticize the relationship of Ted Bundy with his like jailbird,
That's not what's happening. They're
girlfriends and
still
shit.
But hold
attracted to
on.
the murderer. They're still painting the murderer as a murderer and deceptive and whatever it may be.
Well,
but young girls are
that's on
watching the shows.
Well,
but hold on, it's so
Wait,
normalized.
wait.
It's so
I
normalized.
know that's what I'm
Ollie.
saying.
Well, I know. I'm gonna piggyback off it like real quick. Like it's so normalized. I'll give you an anecdotal example. Just the other day, we were out at the bar, and one of the girls went up to the bartender. We're doing shots. We're in a big group, and she said, she knows the bartender. They're like friends, and he says something to her, and she gives him sass back. So he like grabs her by the throat, and they're like, "Oh God!" I was like, first people like, "Oh God!" And then she started like giggling or whatever. They all do the shots, and then two of the girls behind me go, "Oh, that was hot. I wish he'd come choke me out like that. I wouldn't want me a Bundy daddy." And I'm like, this is like people that I turn and I'm like, didn't you just come from church? Like
Yep.
10 minutes, one literally came from a church service, and the other girl is just like, I don't know, a realtor or something. So like, yeah, I'm like, what's going on here? And they're both
Realtor.
over here like, yeah, they're both like, hey, that's hot, and that's not even the girl that had it happen to her. And the other girl's like, yeah, he's bae, he's daddy. And I'm like, this is like the sexual violence is almost so normalized, and it's because of like these shows, not even the porn, because I don't think
Not even
women are
the
watching the
porn.
violent porn. Yeah,
so,
like
but
the
Ghosty
way the
says
men
as
are.
long as it's not like
They're reading it, though.
explicit
They're
penetration,
reading
then
the
it's
violent
fine.
porn.
Like,
And it's all softcore. To be fair, it's mostly softcore porn for women, right? So it may not be like direct porn, but like for women, it is a lot of like the smut books. It is like the 50 Shades of Grey. It is these types of things that they are into. So, and that's that's kind of like what I'm tackling is like the same type of shit that you're saying is happening for men and porn should kind of line up to what you think is happening for women in these shows, but it just they're not lining up for some reason.
So I guess like my issue is like, generally, yeah, I would want things to be banned where they're like glorifying these things, especially if it's like the intent where they're like trying like the whole purpose is to get all these, you know, hormonal young girls like hyped up and addicted to the show and like fall in love with these serial killers and think that's hot. Like if it's like maliciously, that's definitely bad, and I would want to ban that. My only problem is like the difference with porn versus like TV shows and stuff is like the artistic purpose. So like porn has no artistic purpose. If there's an artistic purpose, like again, I'm against it, but like it's hard for me to ban. Like I don't want to ban art. So
obviously, the intention doesn't matter though, because you're saying if it's done maliciously, then you would ban it. But it's not being done maliciously, and we're still having the same effect of young women being attracted to either bad like types of relationships, and then also like it being normalized, but then also the violent types of relationships as well. So like whether or not it's malicious means absolutely nothing to the effect of young people watching it and for hours on end, right? And once again, it needs to align. I'm not saying that like, you know, you should ban porn or you should ban these shows, but I'm just saying like the same type of thinking is actually exaggerated when it comes to like women watching these things because they are young and it is hours on end, multiple times, also with books.
Yeah, and I was gonna go on the books thing, right? So like there are plenty of those romance novels, right? Those like and not like the ones where like it's just, you know, a gentleman is courting a young lady, you know, and like, will they, won't they? No. There's like, hey, there's a pirate, right? And he captures
Harlequin romance novels.
Yeah, Harlequin romance novels. Yeah. And a pirate, he captures this woman on a ship, and then he ravages her, right? And you got all these like old middle-aged ladies watching or reading these things.
And young
would
ladies.
you ban that? Like it's encouraging a rape fantasy, which you saying people can't have those apparently. But yeah.
Oh damn!
You would say that you have to ban those too, right? You would take all those off this like those grocery store shelves, right? You know, those racks they have with all those books. You would ban all that, right?
Again, because I don't like banning anything that could have like an artistic purpose.
All
But,
it's
like,
point, the only point of those is to get women off. Only point.
if that's the point, then yeah, I don't think there should be a need for
Everyone
them.
gets banned. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Everything
I
else.
mean, I
that is
think
the
that
point
a lot
though.
of
Like
this
if we're
is
being
kind of
fair, that is the point. Is to glorify these types of relationships. That is literally the point of what you're watching and what you're reading. Is that people take
Well,
these
there's-
stories and they're like for example, Romeo and Juliet. Apparently, it's supposed to be like Shakespeare was supposed to be like against the fact that like she's 13 and Romeo is older. Like it's supposed to be bad, but like we took it and we kind of just ran with it and we romanticized it and we keep reiterating the story many different ways. Through like Twilight is just another fucking like Romeo and Juliet. Like it's two people versing each other. The
Hey,
families don't want it. Like
yeah, would you ban Romeo and Juliet? Oh no, you were saying there's artistic purpose to that. That's what you were saying. Okay. Even though
here's
it's
the thing.
go ahead.
Like a lot of these things, I mean, the real thing is that it's fantasy, and for the most part, grown adults who are mentally okay for the most part are able to discern what's
about
real
that,
and
Titty?
what's
That's
not.
probably
Obviously, the
fucking
issue is kids, which comes down, in my opinion, to parenting.
Did you
People
see
who are
that?
young shouldn't be exposed to stuff they're not ready to be exposed to, because
Brother.
it'll affect them in ways that are harmful because they don't know what the real examples are or how things are supposed to work, which often happens with porno tapes if people are watching them too young. But if people are grown-ass adults, I mean, generally they have the agency to discern these things in their head. Go ahead.
Ali wanted to say something else.
Sorry.
no, I'm just saying I opened up to a random page in this book and it's like dude sends girl off to Mexico because she doesn't want like okay I sent her off to Mexico because she didn't want to stay in Europe. He shrugs with one shoulder. I sorted her out with a place to live and enough money to keep her comfortable until she could work. I'm gulping, absolutely baffled. But why? Why would you do that? He looks at me from the corner of his eye and shrugs, because I can. What a smug motherfucker. And then goes on to like glorify him. Like it's just like
Main character Donald Trump. He sent her off to Mexico. Okay.
yeah, I'm just saying like this is the kind of shit that they're reading and then it's like men are assholes, but it's like you spent money
Wait,
to
when did
read
I call men assholes?
not
I
you,
never
not you,
said
not you,
that.
not you, not
Women
you, not
women
you, not
say
you.
that, but they like the assholes, right?
Not
That's
you.
the-
That's what I'm saying. It's like they grow up, they read this shit, they grow up all
Oh,
like
and then they say that. Okay.
yeah, and then all that's ever told is like this, but it's like you romanticize and infantilize it. You kind of pick every time, and it's just like, what's that based off of? It's probably based off what you grew up watching and reading, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you look into why people are interested in these sorts of things, like there is data on this, there have been studies on this, and they're generally like, as far as like these types of things, what you're just talking about, not out of a genuine interest for gentlemen to act like that and be like, mean, be like, well, like abusive in real life. A lot of them are like born out of shit, like as one would say, ravishment fantasies that are due to a desire for a lack of control, not necessarily a desire to be brutalized in real life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Ghosty, is it okay for people to have rape fantasies and want to explore those
Yeah,
things?
is the patron sometimes a guy and sometimes a girl?
I really just like it's okay to have your own sexual consensual shit. I just personally don't like glorifying that or encouraging that in society as a positive thing, which I think is
But the problem is you say
especially for women.
personally, but then you're like proposing policy, right? You're like, hey, we should ban these things. The prescription is. And one thing if you think, oh, I just don't like to engage in that. And that's fair, right? There's
I
plenty
just
of things
think a
I don't
lot
wanna
of like
engage in.
Hollywood and a lot of media just is clearly corrupted, maybe not corrupted, but infiltrated with really just like people with sick fantasies and desires, and they're spreading that amongst the populace. And I think
Oh.
that's really the problem.
Okay.
But I don't know how to like
So
solve
a
that by
piece
just
of
like
media is exploring a person. It's like okay, let me I see your hand, Corey. But there was was it the American there was the one where the middle-aged guy sees the teenager and he fantasizes the cheerleader and he fantasizes about it's a really old movie, right? With like the scene with the roses falling down. This is maybe a crowd that might be too young. You guys know what I'm talking about? It's called American something.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
American Beauty. American Beauty.
American Beauty.
American-
Thank
yeah.
you. Yeah,
Hey,
American Beauty.
I'm not too
right?
young for that. It's like the
I
same
think.
age, bro.
No, I mean, I might be telling you, you're old enough for that. But I've seen that, on the streaming service, because I'm young. But in any case, right? That's a movie that like I think it got like it won awards, right? American Beauty. It was
I think it won like Best Picture, like, and
yeah, won
Yeah.
Best Picture. But what it was glorifying was this, fantasy this guy had
Bro,
about
the
this
first time I
cheerleader, this underage cheerleader. Um, is You would say that that movie shouldn't be made, or should be banned, or
Yeah,
what?
it was just getting-
I don't know. I've never seen it. I think if we want to like really start changing these things, and this would probably eventually like trickle down into women's issues with beauty and self-esteem and everything. I think we need to start changing the media and like making like I don't know. It's hard because I can't control art, but I just don't think a lot of it is being made for art's sake. I think a lot of it is just complete trash, and they're doing it. I don't know if they're doing it intentionally because it's easier to control people,
Dude, are we about to
which
so many
would
emails?
be like a conspiracy, I guess. But like,
I guess
I just
my
think a lot of it's
problem
trash.
is just like who gets to discern if it's trash or not, right? And like Lackwood would say, well, if a penis is involved, right, a bare penis is involved, then it's all trash. Um, which I think says something about his psychology. But like I think that's an issue. Just to say that
It depends. It depends what the totality. What's the purpose? Whenever you're watching it, is it for a prurient interest or not?
So,
And,
but
I mean-
why does my problem is why does a pure interest make it necessarily bad? Like that destroys any other artistic value.
Again,
Why
like the
can't
overall.
those two things be? Why are those mutually exclusive in your mind?
Yeah, this has been like the standard for obscenity for a very long time, which is just like, what's the focal point? What outweighs what? If you're talking about like it's a porno, like hardcore, like ass blasting porn, right? And they read a poem right before they get into the ass blasting. The fucking point of it is the ass blasting. It's
what
not
if it's
the fucking
wild?
poem.
We're reading a poem.
Not, yeah, it's not. Yeah, reading a poem, although that might be
That would be more
impressive.
impressive.
It's not the
No,
actual point. The
ignore
point
the
of it is
poem.
to
No,
get
no, no,
the
no,
viewers
no,
off.
no,
That's the
not-
point.
Ignore the poem. There's no poem. There's no poem. There's just ass
Oh, no
blasting.
poem.
There's just ass blasting, right? Does
Ass
that mean
blasting
this
can have
thing
autistic-
can't be artistic?
No, it can't.
Why?
The point,
Why
the
do you
point of
think-
it is to
why
get
is it
people
just-
off.
now,
Hold on. It can be
immediately.
okay. So you can have something that's like extremely gory and violent and depicts the worst of humanity, and that can be artistic. But once sex is involved, I guess not. Right? Then it's mutually exclusive. Yeah. See, that's my problem.
Well, hold
like-
on. Hold on. So
Isn't art supposed to be thought provoking?
I think that I honestly like we're talking about whether it's
I have lots of
trash or not,
thoughts.
right? I'm not talking about banning it. I obviously you can ban it for children, but I
Oh,
also think you can.
whether
I also think you can ban like violent movies for children. But frankly, I think a lot of like the gore movies are also trash. I thought the Saw movies were trash. I think that there is a
First couple were pretty good.
hyper emphasis on just like gore for gore's sake because that's what they're trying to
Gore
sell,
film.
and it's just
It's a
not
gore
good.
film.
Yeah, it's not good. And films that do this, I think, are bad. I think they're trash. I think they kind of they are like daytime television for movie watchers. They're like really the lowest form of entertainment. I think that and reality TV, right?
Well,
Absolute trash.
I agree.
Hold on, but push
Corey
back.
was trying to
I want
get
to push
in,
back with that.
hold on. Corey was trying to get. So let's get Corey and then Gibbs and then Ali.
Bone curls in her land.
Yeah, well, just to maybe clarify Ghosty's position, I also have, I guess, a follow-up question based off what Lactoid just said. Ghosty, if I remember, like, one of your arguments for potentially banning porn, it's like you put forth, like, it's affecting relationships. Now, whether I don't know if that's your primary reason as to why, but I'm curious, how do you feel about, let's say, Disney movies and, like, expectations in relationships? Do you think that's problematic, and should those be banned, potentially?
Like banning them, I mean, they already exist, and this is, I guess, where like parenting comes into it. I don't know if I would ban them, but I do think Disney had a large effect on boys and girls and expectations.
Large
It goes
negative
beyond
effect.
Disney. It like and expectations of relationships and love that are unattainable, and people grew up and were like expecting Prince Charming, not realizing that that's not real love is like. I personally like. I do like Disney movies. I just think we need to. I guess the point is like instead of banning things, I wish we would put an emphasis on changing things and putting like better messages in children movies and media in general.
Well, I
Okay,
wanted.
I just want to also put the follow-up question to Lactoid, just out of curiosity, based off what you said in the conversation. Can a sexual performance ever be artistic for you?
A sexual performance could be artistic, but I would need to, I guess, evaluate
Need
it
to
on its
watch it.
merits.
Yeah, you need
I would need to watch it seriously.
Yeah.
And again, like if I'm watching it and like there is some kind of like hidden metaphor, there's some kind of like kind of extreme like hidden art like interwoven with the sequence, maybe.
What
But
about
again,
like
but again, if it feels like it's obviously just to get the viewers' rocks off, or if it's to like we're gonna throw a little bit of art just to we clear it. No, it's
so
obviously we know
okay.
we know what the goal of this is.
Well, then I'm curious. Like, so
Well, that
how
would
do you
encompass so much
can
shit.
can a stripper performance ever be artistic for you? Especially like in a strip club, like, that's not there to get you off per se.
This is actually a great point, Corey, and it's a point that helps my position because strip clubs, I think, also suffer from a lot of the same issues that we're talking about with pornography, and also we're concerned, and we don't like kids to go in there, right? Because yeah, there could be some artistic, value, but the primary interest there is one of prurient interest, right? The primary idea there is to get your rocks off. So yeah,
And
Like
then
a burlesque
Kids
show.
are-
that's what I was gonna. That was my
Here's the
follow up of a
thing,
burlesque
too.
show.
No, kids
It's-
shouldn't go to burlesque shows or
Not
or
just
they shouldn't
drag
go. They
that.
shows.
shouldn't do
I'm
that
sure
either.
Hold
No
it.
They
one
shouldn't
said
go
anything
drag.
about
Yeah.
children here, right? So I don't know why we're talking about
Right,
children.
Hold
So-
on.
the reason why kids aren't allowed in the strip club is also, in addition to the nudity or whatever, it's also because it's an adult environment. Like even at regular bars, like people under 21 aren't allowed in, and nobody's getting naked at regular bars unless they want the cops called.
Well, that's not
Like
totally true.
It
so in
depends
my
on
state,
bar
Regular.
you've gone to.
in my state, there are definitely kids
If
that
it's
go
a
to
titty
bars.
bar, that's
Okay.
different, I
They
guess.
do wet t-shirt contests and stuff. But like, hold on. I want to like first off, I want to reject the pole dancing thing can be artistic because you see lots of examples of
Right.
pole dancers in like
You're
ballets and like plays and like all sorts of stuff. So there's definitely examples
You
of
have to
pole dancing.
train
that
to
we-
do some of those
Yeah,
moves.
they do some of those moves are wild. Secondly, I'm going to give you an example that's not porn, but that does fit some of these characteristics. Where like the example is the story and the art actually is major parts of this, and sometimes shock value and whatever is the WWE. Right? If you look at the three major eras where the WWE's done well,
That's
look at the
That's for
you
sure
look at the
trash.
hold on. You look at the golden era, which whatever, that's the golden era for a reason. Then you have like the attitude era, and part of that is hypersexualization in the WWE. Like some of the storylines, just Trish Stratus getting on all fours and barking like a dog. It's great in women, but like if you ever look at an interview with Trish Stratus, she says, "I'm proud of that. It shocked them. People have been talking about it for years. It accomplished part of the story. It made you despise the Vince McMahon character." There's other examples, and then you look at the new era where it like kind of tapered off into this PG era, did real bad, and now it's coming back to, hey, now we're going like more rated R, more X like rated, like kind of like they're going to Netflix. They're not gonna have uncensored, and they're calling this the Paul Triple H Levesque Renaissance era because it's doing so well. And guess what? Because one, the storyline, the writing's
people
good.
want.
Two, they're using this as an art form, like the blood, the fights, like all the violence. It's very artistic. The sexualization, some of that's back, but they're doing it like artistically. The writing is good. Like the best storyline right now is Dominic
Writing
Mysterio
is
cheating
good.
on 3 girls. Yeah, it's great stuff. It's
Mhm.
really good right now. You just are missing out. It's like you mentioned daytime
Reality
television.
TV.
It's
Not
reality
true.
TV, but it's like
It
a
is
male
reality.
soap
It's
opera.
reality TV,
But
the
it's good
lowest form of
writing.
Right, but
entertainment.
it's fun.
It's good. It's fun.
You just
it's
said, you
artistic.
just said
ass.
wait. You
It's
just said
ass.
gore. Wait, you
It's
just said gore
artistic.
films. You just said gore films were the lowest form of entertainment.
No. I said gore films are
Anything
like
like
reality.
Joy,
Hold on.
anything
I
like
said
Joy doesn't like his low form. of
I said
entertainment.
gore films are like reality TV, the lowest form of entertainment. I put them in the same category. For sure.
Okay, understand.
Isn't it
Yeah,
Yeah, but
trashy as well?
trash
Okay,
can
so,
be
like-
good entertainment though.
Yeah.
And porn is in that category as well, frankly.
Ollie?
So like the problem with all of this is that the reason it exists is because one, people want to see it, obviously, whether it be porn, whether it be like horrible movies or like movies that are depicting like young teens, because it sort of represents like certain niches of people. So I don't know if anyone's ever seen the movie 13.
Mhm.
Doo-doo-doo. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
13's
yeah.
yeah. Cool. So it's about two 13-year-olds doing drugs, having sex, piercing,
And
like the whole thing. It's it's a fucking intense movie if you watch it. It's not necessarily like glorifying it, but it is like representing like a struggle that like, the bad girl or the good girl, whatever it may be, you have a like fucked up home. So it's like these movies exist in order to like give some type of representation or like storytelling to like potentially girls who need it, right? So like yes, it may be like annoying or like disruptive, but like same thing with like the porn. I don't want to be like, oh, people need it, but like guys have always looked at women, whether it be like getting a fucking memory shot, whether it be like magazines, whether it be movies. It's just it serves a purpose one way or another.
We need to just change Landlord's name to Prude Toy. Prude
That-
Toy.
13
Square
movie
toy.
is the farthest from glorifying those things. All of those bad situations she ends up in are for a reason. They show her, she tries to sleep with an older guy. He doesn't want to. He kicks her out. She's like heartbroken. She ends up like self-harming at the end. I think what her friend ends up getting like roofied or something because they're going out and partying. They're showing all the bad situations you end up in
Necessary.
when you do these things. Yeah, but
It's representative. It's representative situation. I said it's not always all bad, right? So that's what I was saying with porn. It's not always all bad, and so also with like representations of like young people, it's not always all bad. And I'm trying to look once again, just trying to connect the lines to show.
I just can't. I don't see the relation to porn with like especially like incest porn or like cartoon horse cock porn or like just like weird like
Whoa,
whatever.
what if the statistic
What
goes
have you
to?
seen online?
Where's the exact line? Isn't it art? Isn't it? It could be art, right? I mean, we don't have any line.
So
Yeah, there could be.
Anything can be art, really.
I'm just saying.
Erasing the name of art.
No,
I want people getting blown up in Ukraine on Twitter. That's art.
The representation exists because clearly there's a group of people or whatever that feels
Who
that
like to fuck horses.
I mean, or they want to be the horse, or they want to get fucked by a horse, whatever it may be.
One particular streamer who might be into that.
And like less us be kink shamers now, and like pick what kinks to shame.
Kink shaming is good. I think some kink shaming is good. I
Uh-huh.
totally think
You
that.
fools. Kink
Wait,
shaming
so
is my
I'm fine with
kink.
that.
So where's your
I
limit?
know we're so supposed to be like all accepting and whatever, but I think some kink shaming is a good thing.
Based.
Eh? But, like,
Yeah, wait.
like
You have the
the
freedom.
left
What do you
and
mean
the
base?
right, like
Wait, it's based
combined.
as fuck. No. You have the freedom to have your kinks, and I have the freedom to shame you for it.
The
Okay,
left-
free expression, baby.
the left
This is
and
my
the
art.
right.
My art is shaming you fucks for being
Right,
degenerate.
we have
Okay, that's my
freedom
Fair
of
enough.
speech,
The
but not
left and the
freedom
right
from
combined.
consequences, and those consequences are lactoid being salty salt.
This is what happens: the left and right combine, right, to control people's lives, right? This is horseshoe theory happening right
I'm not trying to
before
control
our
their
eyes.
lives. I'm just trying to shame people who do things that aren't compatible with my worldview.
Sorry,
Yeah.
yeah. To make people
What's the
feel
point of the
awful
shame?
for not doing what they want them
Yeah,
to
to do what you
right?
want. To
Yeah,
guilt
yes.
people
Yes,
to
in
do what
the
you
same
want.
way, I would shame somebody if I walked in and they're eating shit and they're right off the ground. I'd be like, "Hey, you probably shouldn't do that." Oh, just let me live. You know what? I'm not going to stop you, but I'm also not going to hang out with you anymore.
Yeah, you don't have to shame them. You just opt out of being their friend.
I mean, like,
Or I could shame them.
they should
hanging
go
out with
online. They should
people.
go online and find their people.
I don't know. You either believe in civil liberties or you don't. People are allowed to do what they, as they.
Whoa, honestly, hold on. You walk in on your parents and they're eating shit. Do you shame them? Yes or no?
No, I just leave.
You just leave. You just leave your family. Never talk to them again.
I don't think if I walk into my parents are eating shit, I'm sure they've been eating shit forever, and I don't know if they're gonna change their minds now.
Why would you make that assumption? What the
Wouldn't
fuck?
you want to help them?
I don't know if they're just trying it for the first time. And
Yeah, you don't know if they're just trying it for the first
Antibiotics,
time.
please.
My question is, do you shame them? Do you shame them or not?
Hygiene.
Hold on. Do you
I
like
think probably.
telenovelas, Lactoid? Do you like telenovelas?
No.
Oh, man, I know.
That's like
Aw.
They're good.
that's Mexican TV, isn't it?
Right, so
It's a Mexican
tele-
soap opera. It's amazing stuff.
Telenovela is a great example of media I've watched just because the actors were super hot, right?
It's so
I
good.
literally didn't understand the language, right? I don't know any Spanish. But I started learning Spanish as to like watching hours and hours of telenovela with like literally the hottest women in the world. Holy
It's so
crap!
good.
It's not a joke. They don't play
And the
around
plots
with
are
telenovelas,
crazy,
man.
and they're good.
Yeah, absolutely. So
So
people
wait.
do that.
You guys were kink shaming earlier with the whole the starfish, the girl just laying
Is that a
there.
kink? starfish is
Oh, wait,
no,
no,
is starfish
she's
a
sitting on
kink?
this.
That's
No,
lack
is
of kink.
starfishing a
You
kink?
were
That's lack
you
of
were
kink,
making
lack
fun
of
of
kink.
it and
No,
saying
no, no,
saying
no,
like,
yeah.
Oh,
oh
I will
no, I
100%
do so
I
much
will
better.
100%
Fruitoid,
shame.
fruitoid
I will
over
shame
there.
the
It's a
vanilla. I will
sexual
shame the
preference,
vanilla
just like
into
a
trying
kink.
something new.
Is starfish a kink? Like,
Yeah, well, no, hold on. It's in the same category. It's a sexual preference.
People shame
Wait a
vanilla
minute, that's not a
sex all the
kink.
time.
A kink is just like a taboo kind of sexual preference.
That's not
That's
even
all it
vanilla
is.
sex.
No,
That's
everything
not
can
even
be
vanilla sex.
a kink then if you're just saying that's an action. Every action can be a kink.
No,
And if
it's
you
a
do a thing,
sexual
hey,
action.
I'm turning a doorknob, right? And
Anything can
and
be a
it
kink,
gets
that is
someone
true.
off somewhere. Someone's into doorknobs, right? And so that must be a kink that I'm engaging in. Like what? Like that doesn't make any sense. So like you're saying a person not
Oh, what
engaging
the fuck are you going on about? She's talking about like
Do you
fucking
wanna hear
somebody in a
something?
fucking somebody in a starfish position. This is sex.
Lactoid, I got you. Lactoid's kink is to want to fuck a human, but she acts as a sex doll.
Yeah, that's
Just
No.
like this.
What? No.
Now sex
Why?
dolls are out.
Lifeless.
So sex dolls are out.
Do you want to
What
hear
are we,
doll?
Mr.
Do you want to
Girling
hear
here?
something interesting? True,
The
do you
answer to
wanna hear
that, by the
something
way, is
interesting?
no, just to be absolutely clear, but go ahead.
Right. Do you want to hear something interesting? So apparently there was a very unusual case in which a man had a fetish for safety pins until he had an anterior temporal lobotomy, and then that went away, which is very interesting to me.
That's pretty cool.
I mean,
I
I will.
odd kinks are like super interesting. So thank you for that. That's actually pretty.
I think there are some kinks that should be banned, though. Did y'all see that story about that guy that got his dick burned off because he was fucking a car exhaust pipe? I mean, we should probably ban that. I mean,
What did you just argue? What did
Are
you
you
just argue? That's like
are you
survival of the
shaming-
fittest.
Car made in
I'm just-
America.
you know,
That's
actually,
what
you're right.
matters.
You're right, Ghosty. Let them fuck the cars. You lose your dicks.
I think
That's
we should
not an issue.
provide-
I
I
think
think no.
You're
Who here would
right.
shame that? Who here would shame that? If
I
like if you guys
wouldn't.
found out
Oh, I wouldn't. No, I would provide. I would provide
Crime.
I
safety.
probably shouldn't do
I
that.
would provide
But
safety
Safety precautions.
equipment, right? You know, but maybe he could like wrap up his dick so to protect it from the heat, right?
Yeah,
You know?
oh yeah,
And
is
so
that what
he
you would
can
do? Is that what you would do?
efficiently the love of his
Yeah,
life.
you know what I'm
that
doing? You know what I'm doing?
Maserati, right? And
That
like,
would
in
ruin
one
the
pipe-
metallic feel of the car.
Yeah, I'm going up to him. If he's a friend of mine, I'm going up to him. I'm smacking him upside the head, and I'm saying, "Don't fuck the
I'm
car
saying-
exhaust."
I'm saying
you're gonna get hurt.
Lactoid-
You're gonna
Oh,
get
so
into dictatorship.
He's representing the
making
car maker
love to his
in the lawsuit
motorcycle. If
afterwards.
I catch him, right, I'm like Lactoid. Like I'm. here
If you
for
catch me
I
fucking the
support
exhaust
you.
pipe of my motorcycle, yes, you have permission to shame me and smack
hear
me, okay?
you.
Because that is wrong. Shouldn't happen.
World star.
I hear you, and I support you, and I love you, Lactoid.
We all love it.
This is what happens. This is what happens with the left wings, okay? We get this.
I would almost rather you do
This
that
is
than
the
actually
world
ride your
liberals
motorcycle.
want.
It's probably safer.
This is what
Fucking
Kamala
cars.
wants. This is Kamala's proposed world.
Oh, this is why.
Hold on. I mean, have you never been like, man, that's a nice Maz. I'd smash that Maserati. Come on. You haven't thought about that?
No, I haven't because I'm normal. I haven't.
Missing out, bro.
Yeah, it hasn't.
There's
The
a
thought
couple
has
cars
not
I'd
come in my
fuck.
mind at all. It hasn't.
It could be like a hot transformer, you know? Come on.
No, I don't think about that.
Yeah,
about
yeah,
aliens?
there've been
What
some
about an alien?
Transformers. There've been
You have
like
sex with an alien?
Like females.
If it's a hot enough alien that's like
Yeah.
humanoid enough, maybe I don't know.
Mm.
All right, cool. Baby.
But a
It's not
car
humanoid.
is not a.
What if?
What if we
okay,
can change the roof?
what if it was one of those hentai tentacle monsters? Right, that's not particularly.
Then
hot.
no.
However,
I mean,
Then
I
I
am
wouldn't
a Star
fuck the
Trek
tentacle monster.
fan.
incredible pleasure.
It
gives
wouldn't
you
give me incredible pleasure, because
mind-blowing
it-
pleasure.
It wouldn't
know.
because it's
You
a tentacle
wouldn't know.
monster.
Oh no!
You
I've
wouldn't
never
know.
seen a
What do you mean I
tentacle
wouldn't
monster
know?
in action,
It
then,
goes
if you
into
say
the
that.
fleshlights.
You've never, yeah, like it, like
Yeah.
creates
It's
like
a tentacle of
flashlights.
vaginas or
It's
something.
just like,
No, absolutely not.
Oh,
There's-
you don't
why
know.
not?
You're
It's
just
like
you're just
magic.
being close-minded.
there's like a psychological thing associated with sex. It's not
Yeah.
just like a tentacle monster. That's
at
horrible.
first- Wait,
You'll be,
wait,
what,
wait,
you-
wait.
just- you'll be
Don't
fine.
you
Just
want to
keep a
be soul
blindfold.
bonded to the tentacle ones?
Yeah.
Why?
Hold on. So, hold on. Let's ask this though, because it comes on something. Sorry. That
It comes on something?
Comes on
Go
something?
ahead.
that approaches something. That approaches
The
something
dick
else.
hydra.
It
It
wait,
approaches
wait.
something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
What does
you're
it
like,
approach
hey,
on?
God bless.
I'll tell you, right?
It
You're
approaches
saying
all
it's
over her face.
orgasm.
Is that what it
They're
does?
female
Wait a
and
minute, wait a
lactoids
minute.
are.
Wait a minute. You're talking about like, hey, there's a mental thing, right? So like you are attracted to women, right? He's a very manly man here, right?
Not tentacle monsters. Yes.
However, are you saying that you could not have a orgasm if a man was servicing you.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? What if you don't?
No, hold on. Very similar to a woman's orgasm. I'm somewhat agnostic on the issue because I have no real world experience dealing with it.
Oh,
But I'm
true.
saying that.
No
But I'm
evidence.
saying that
No
if.
evidence.
but there's no evidence, right? So it's possible. I'm just saying that the idea seems repulsive to me, so I don't think so.
I understand the idea is repulsive to you. I'm just saying that, like, if you have a skilled enough partner, they can get you off, right? Like what is this? So let's put men aside for a second. Let's just a woman that you find like unattractive, right? And she's doing things to you, right? That woman can get you off, right? If she's skilled enough to do so, even though you don't find her physically attractive, right?
I mean, frankly, when you're saying skilled enough, I mean the skill threshold's pretty low. We're just being honest, right? Like, I mean, I'm usually doing the work, right? I mean, that's just how it goes. I'm taking control. I'm taking charge because I'm not going to be submissive to a woman. It's not happening.
I'm so sorry. You're missing out,
Back
brother.
it up, guys.
It's always
You're
tough
missing
dealing
out,
with
brother.
Lactoid because he has like the weirdest sexual preferences or practices.
Because I'm not going to be dominant. Yeah, okay, that's weird. Sure.
By that he means
you're not.
He's not going to like.
Well, that's why you're not going to get a Dobby Goffy mommy right there. Like,
I told you from the beginning. God cursed me. This is what I'm telling you, Gibbs. I told you this.
Yeah, you got to see. You're looking at it all wrong with the submission thing. Let me tell you why you look at it wrong. It's not that you're submitting to them; it's that you're enabling them to give you a better time. That's not. You're looking at it all wrong. Like,
it feels like cope. It feels like cope.
Because you're
it's the greatest copium I've ever taken.
I've been running through my mind the whole time. Like I'm just coping.
No, opium is amazing.
You know what? Maybe you need to cope for once.
Yeah,
I don't need a cope.
Everybody else is
I think you're missing out. You're missing out on a whole new chapter of life.
Everybody with a weird kink says that, right? Oh, you don't like feet? You're really missing out, man. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll miss out. I'll be okay.
The feet.
So this is the kink to him: is pleasuring your partner. He would also count that as a kink.
That's true.
Yeah, like pleasuring your partner, going down on your partner. That's a kink, right? It's kinky.
Yeah, that's for him.
Right?
He wouldn't know. He doesn't know.
I mean, again, if you're like, if one of your kinks is like being submissive to a woman, then yes, this would be part of that kink. Sure, have fun with it. I'm gonna do more important things, right? I'm gonna do more productive things.
Yeah, more important than
collect crystals, ride motorcycles.
Ladies, he's single. There's so many things that are more important than pleasuring you, right? Just so you know, he's gotta be efficient, like a business, right? Like a business.
True.
It's an efficient use of his time, right? To just like get off, like in your pussy, just like rep, and then he's done, right? Rather than worrying about because then he's got to go make money, right? Then he's going to go off like a good capitalist, and he's got to go make money.
I gotta buy some stocks. I gotta buy stocks. I gotta grind, right? I can't waste time with this fucking 45 minutes of foreplay. Are you there yet? Are you there yet? Absolutely not, right?
Are you there yet?
You lay down the law, right?
Maybe it would be sooner than 45
minutes. We'll get there when we get there.
Hold on. What's more manly? What's more manly, Lactoid, than over here buying stocks on like whatever Robinhood or something, and you're getting a blowjob at the same time? Yeah, you're pulling all the authority right there. That's not submissive at all.
The blowjob thing for me. I'm not saying getting a blow. I'm not saying getting a blowjob is necessarily submissive, but like it just
sounds like you're saying.
Well, no. I'm saying going down on a woman is, but like my question for you, Gibbs, is like, would you hang your dick over a bear trap? Yes or no? I just want to yes or no. Okay, well then I think blowjob's the right for you.
Is it a sexy bear trap?
Yeah. Like, what are you doing? Like, come on.
I don't understand this concept of pleasuring women is submissive. I don't get that.
Yeah, he's wrong. He's wrong.
He also thinks. Well, he also thinks a woman going down on him is also submissive, right?
Kind of.
Like
it's a little bit.
No. It would be submissive of her. No. It would be submissive of her. I don't like it, but it wouldn't be submissive.
Okay,
It's not submissive of somebody getting.
At least
the
you're
world.
even
So,
both ways.
Is
kind of.
opening
Yeah,
is,
it's not a gender thing. It's not a gender thing.
is taking the
God
trash
bless.
out
You know
for
what?
your girlfriend or wife submissive?
It could be, yeah.
But you do that.
No, he wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't do that.
Those are
No,
assumptions.
wait,
That's what he
Would
told
you-
us to make
Oh my
for.
gosh, Captain Moral
So
Consistency.
you're not going to
would
do
not.
anything for, like, you wouldn't open the door for a girl because it's too submissive for you?
We built into
Yeah,
the
make
contract. No opening
money.
doors. No taking out the trash.
You better open the door for him.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
Gibbs.
on the
That's
way
right.
out.
That's what I'm looking for.
After he's done masturbating in her pussy, then he'll open the door to show her the way
Or
out.
they close it.
Listen, the most important thing that
You
she
won't be
would do with her life is serve me. So I'm
The most fulfillment she'll ever have.
Go see. This is the guy you had on your side. I just want to
Yep.
want you to know
One who
that.
horseshoed you, who you
He's your
horseshoed with.
ally.
Landlord, would you ever date or marry a woman that makes more money than you?
If there's no prenup, maybe. Yeah.
Wise decision.
Behind you.
If she making would it be okay if she made the economic decisions?
Well, I mean, with her money, she can do what she wants. So I don't care.
What about the community property?
Yeah.
They have to live in
she-
different houses and have separate businesses.
You're living in her mansion, right? Like you would say that she should be making the economic decisions, right? Like, you're swimming in her pool, you're being massaged by her masseuse, right? Ali hired by her.
Well, like, hold on. If I'm benefiting in all this way, like, what decisions is she making that like I should care about?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just asking,
And
like,
whether to
like, is that
open
a-
the door or close.
Yeah,
Yeah, hold on. If she has like a masseuse and like a
Dude,
maid
she probably gonna need a
and-
masseuse.
and a maid, yeah, and
Get
a
some happy
maid
Indians in there.
and a maid that opens the door for me. Like she can do whatever she wants. Like I don't give a fuck. Like I'm basically
How
taking
about a
advantage
pool
of her.
boy?
at
What
that
about
point,
what about
right?
the pool boy? You'd be okay with the
Wait,
pool
Wait,
boy?
would you be a sugar?
Me
too.
Would you be a sugar baby?
As long as I don't have to like defile myself to do so, sure.
You have to eat her out every now and then.
Yeah, not happening. Well, hold on. How much money are we talking? Like $1 million a pop? I might.
Sugar baby money.
Well, I do think it's actually
Wide
unethical to
range.
not take a large amount of money because you can use that money to save African children. So for every time you say no, you're like sacrificing the life of children. And I'm not the kind of person to do that, right? I would do the unfortunate deed
So
of that
noble.
for money. Yeah, because I'm a noble person.
Honest to
Because
God.
So fucking
But you
noble.
would
If
still ride a
somebody's
motorcycle that
bankrolling their
endangers
life,
children more,
they
though.
should be able to pull
FYI.
out the strap on every once in a while.
absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
All right, let's leave it there. Let's leave it on the strap on. Okay. All right. Let's that should be the final
See?
note here. Like the idea of Lactroid being dominated. But this has been great. And this is why we shouldn't talk about sex, because eventually we're gonna like drift to like Lactoid's preferences, and everyone's gonna be like shocked every time, and we have to.
Not
they are
shocked.
gonna
I thought
be
it was
like-
a free country. We talk about whatever we want. Free speech.
But I appreciate you all. This was a lot of fun, guys. If you liked this content, consider supporting the content. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. We haven't gotten much support today, so consider helping us out. If you like all this, consider helping out the channel. Follow the channel. We have like a few new follows today. But yeah, consider following the channel. We'd love to have you here. And support the channel so that we can continue on with this content. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs that we can continue. When did Leave the Water Kai give me subs? That might have been a while ago. But anyway, yeah, support us for the channel. We're gonna give a intro to all these beautiful individuals. Lactoid, thanks for coming through, man, and being a good sport. You're always a good sport with these things. So yeah, much appreciated, friend.
Yeah, no, I do really appreciate it as always. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you to all of you who spoke with me, and to all of you out there for watching. The last thing I'm going to say is that I'm going to tie the two topics together because I think they are related here. I think that my advice for business and the economy is very similar to my advice for sexuality and sexual health, which is look after yourself first, and if something is inefficient, ditch them and get a better one. Thank you.
God
Ladies,
bless.
once again, single, right?
Yeah.
And you can find, if you want to hear more dating advice, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm sure his DMs are open. If anybody wants to be in a voluntary relationship, free association with Lactoid.
Free association. Thanks so much, Lactoid. He's fantastic. Our friend Gibbs, thank you for being here, and being so incredibly patriotic as you usually are. I really like that outfit. Actually, I kind of want one of those myself too. Honestly, like it's actually not too bad. But
I got so many hats to go with it too. I got like a cowboy hat one. We got like the normal hat one. I got glasses. Yeah, it's great stuff. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's always fun. I love coming on here. Yeah, I don't know what this convo's gone down, but I gotta say, this is why we call him Socialist Square Lactoid over here, because he wants to basically government mandate sex as only the starfish position. That's what he wants. Anything else is just too much. It's actually in his platform. Like if he ever runs for office, there's going to be regulations on what kind of sex you're going to have. If you like more degenerate, Big Brother cams in every house. I don't know who's watching it. Maybe the AI. I guess that's his use for AI. But maybe he is. Hey, they're not doing it anyway. I don't know. If you want to hear more degenerate, crazy talks about degen shit and degen sex, you can come find me on my channel, where it's way more degenerate.
Yeah. Okay. One, Blacktoy doesn't mind doing it through a hole in a sheet, right? He's already talked about that.
I think that's his preferred method, explicitly.
His preferred method. But
if he made a statement, he's out of here.
You know what? This is like a random thought now, but now it's in my head. I'm wondering, like per capita, if like anywhere else in the world you'd find as many people wearing their flag the way we do in the United States, right? Like I'm sure
Korea.
Yeah, like I'm
Texas,
sure like
Texas.
We
wear the Texas flag
country?
everywhere. Yeah, the Republic. Might have heard of it.
Oh, true. I didn't know you seceded the Union again.
Don't worry about it.
But in any case, right, I wonder, like, in Russia, do they wear their flag with the frequency that we wear our flag? Like, I've seen some Canada like flag apparel, right? But like I haven't seen like a lot. Like, do Australians do that? Like Americans, like we'll just wear shirts that are the flag. I'm curious about that. I don't know.
One flag, we like that.
Yeah, we
We're
should.
the best. That's why it's America first.
Do a study. And we'll have Corey run it. Because
I'll gladly run it.
I think we should paint all our bombs with the American flag, like more like prominently, so they know they can see them coming. Especially the ones we sell.
Gibbs is amazing. I love him so much. Even when he annoys the fuck out of me. Corey, thank you so much, man, for being here.
Yeah, always grateful to be here and to be invited on. Well, so I do have things to say since Twilight and vampires were brought up. First, on the topic of Twilight, Team Jacob all the way.
Jacob
Edward,
is his name.
Awful. And also vampires. And let's say also, if you want to know, I think something pretty disturbing. So the movie, Interview with the Vampire, which stars Kirsten Dunst and Brad Pitt. I believe Kirsten Dunst was like 12 or 11 at the time, and she was forced for the performance to kiss Brad Pitt, who was 31 at the time. I think that was like her first kiss.
Is that the age difference?
Yes, at the time.
How old is Brad Pitt?
He's like 60 now.
Oh, I didn't think. Okay.
I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure.
That was like a pretty cringe scene that was in the book, though. Like, I mean, I don't know if you're
He is 60.
painting that.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, I don't know if you're painting that correctly. That looks like a whole thing. Is she like wanted to be like grow up and she couldn't because she was trapped in her body?
But that's also part of the movie. Like that's part of the allure of like she's trapped as a child.
No, because if you read the books, like in the
Gross
book,
to the actress.
I know these are closing, but like the whole her whole character arc is that she is trapped in this, right? And like they like prevent her from even like talking to other men or dating because she is trapped in this arc. And she's like, well, what kind of men would want to do stuff with me? And she like forces herself on him at that like scene, if I recall correctly, at least in the book. And so like like in real life, yeah, she had to kiss him, but like in the books, it's this really like sad scene that
No,
she's
no,
like
I'm not.
forced into
Yeah,
this.
I'm not talking about the book and the fiction, but I'm talking about like Hollywood, and like as you said, the reality is like Kirsten Dunst at the time was a child, pre-teen, and was like for the performance had to kiss a 31-year-old man, which I think is pretty disturbing. But that's maybe just me. I hope it's not just me. But yeah, as always, this has been great. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. And again, I also look forward to again next week for Lactoid to express his freedom and open that Kinder Surprise on stream. I'm sure he will honor that. But yeah, Katya, Ali, Ghosty, Gibbs, and Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. All right, Ghosty. She got the brunt of it today. But we're happy to have you. Yeah. Thanks for being a good sport about that. Yeah, thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good conversation. I think the main issue is just the media in general and what we're putting out there for children and just for adults and for everybody. I don't know how to change it, but I just wish that going forward, maybe the creative people just put out better content, because I think there's just like a lot of really gross sicko people in Hollywood right now that prey on these weird sick fantasies and desires of people and perpetuate them. So yeah, hopefully we can do better in the future. And I'm Ghosty, it's spelled with a 6 on YouTube.
You, Ali. This is fantastic. You did a great job today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, thanks for everyone for being here and engaging in these arguments. It's super fun. Love Mondays. If you want to see me argue again, I'll be arguing with Wick on Thursday about my apathy towards the Israeli Twitch bans and some things he found uncouth that I said about Palestinian and Lebanese people living in Israel. If you want to see what I said, catch me at Sociologic on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you for having me, Prime.
Israelis got banned on Twitch.
Well, we can talk about it after.
Ollie, you have been unhinged on Twitter, though, by the way, just to be clear.
I don't think I have been. I don't think I said
I'm
anything
not
that was
gonna comment,
crazy.
but I say I've seen it.
I don't think I said anything that was crazy.
Okay.
Really? Okay. All right.
We'll talk about it in a second.
Okay. All right. Well, Katya, thank you. You were great. Like you're a powerhouse, Katya. And we're very grateful to have you part of this community.
I try my best. Well, it was very nice talking to you, especially considering like tonight was a bit more of like, a fun conversation compared to our very kind of more serious discussions about like the election that will have like, I feel like more individual consequences on people than probably whether or not we think that like Team Jacob or Team Edward. But what I am gonna say though is y'all are all very fun. Gibbs is probably my favorite Trump supporter right now because despite being a Trump supporter, he's still very fun, Lactoid, I'm sorry for picking on you so much. It's funny. If you're not okay with it though, I won't, because you know what? Consent is number one.
Consent is number one. True.
Yeah. Nice talking to you again, Ghosty and Sociologic, and Corey. You guys are great too. And of course, thank you, Prime, for hosting.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got like a really nice group here. And I'm always impressed with the conversations that we have. And I really appreciate you all. All right, so I'll leave it there. We will rate. Why don't I never have my like this settled before like I decide like
Find the prettiest girl you see.
yeah I'm looking
Good strategy. It's Justini live. There you go.
It's I don't know who that is. But I've seen I think I've rated this person before. But let's try that this Tati one. Tati mix. I think I rated her before. Yeah, I definitely did. I just read her again. Whatever. Um, what does she have in her? Okay, that's a bong. All right, now I thought that was something